members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. The call to the member for Melbourne.
Seek your indulgence to make an explanation. Mr Speaker, I want to address issues that have been raised publicly last week. Senator Thorpe has advised me that she remains friends with Mr Martin and that her connection with him began in 2021. This means that she was the Greens Justice spokesperson and also a member of the Joint Committee on Law Enforcement at the time. Senator Thorpe has acknowledged this should have been disclosed. Following my request, Senator Thorpe has resigned from the position of Deputy Leader in the Senate. As I said last week, I first became aware of these matters when recently contacted by the media. After I made inquiries, and as has been reported, it has become clear that Senator Thorpe's then Chief of Staff raised a connection with Mr Martin with my Chief of Staff in 2021. My Chief of Staff tells me he advised Senator Thorpe's Chief of Staff that the issue should be raised with Senator Thorpe. He has also told me that after a subsequent conversation between the two Chiefs of Staff, my Chief of Staff understood that the issue had been addressed. He did not inform me of these matters at the time, and I wasn't aware of these matters until the media raised them. I have a very good and competent Chief of Staff who makes many good decisions. The failure to inform me of this matter was not one of them. I should have been told, but I wasn't. In failing to inform me, my Chief of Staff did not meet the expectations of staff in my office on such matters. I have counselled my Chief of Staff. I have also since reinforced with my senior staff the importance of raising any such matters with me directly. I also consider the principal responsibility for disclosing these issues to me sat with Senator Thorpe, and she has agreed that she should have disclosed this to me. Senator Thorpe has also assured me that committee information was treated in confidence. She completely rejects any suggestion she would do anything other than treat all such information confidentially. I also note that no one has suggested otherwise. I note also that Senator Thorpe has not held the Justice portfolio since the election. Senator Thorpe is an incredible fighter for her people. Senator Thorpe has important work to do on First Nations justice, including on progressing Truth, Treaty and Voice, and I wanted to be able to do that work. In making inquiries about this matter, I've also caused a search of the emails sent to my private and public parliamentary email accounts to be made. It appears that in 2016, prior to becoming Greens leader and prior to the matters the subject of media reporting, Mr Dean Martin sent an email to our public inbox about the deportation of Mr Shane Martin as part of an email chain that referenced both the former Minister for Home Affairs and other members of Parliament. As Mr Dean Martin was not a constituent of mine at this time, it does not appear that my office took any further steps on his behalf, but I'm making further inquiries on this front. It appears that a number of people were advocating for Mr Shane Martin at the time, and that emails were sent to a number of politicians. Matters have also been raised publicly about the handling of a complaint made to my office by a former staff member and about the Greens parliamentary complaint processes. In the initial ABC report last week, there was a suggestion that we had not followed our own rules in dealing with a complaint made by staff to our office about Senator Thorpe. In respect of that complaint, I'm advised that an independent review of Senator Thorpe's office, auspiced by the Department of Finance, was commenced as requested by the complainant. We are awaiting the outcomes of that review, which will then be dealt with in accordance with our processes. I've also asked the PWSS to independently review the Greens' internal complaints processes and recommend any changes. It is absolutely vital that current and former staff feel supported in coming forward and raising any issues they wish. We are currently reviewing our processes, including in light of recent events, to ensure this is the case. Mr Speaker, I want to assure anyone who wants to raise any issue with us and wants it to be dealt with by either us or by an independent body, we will support you. The actions I have taken, including this statement, are based on inquiries I've made, searches of my private and public emails I've caused to be made, advice I've received, and the facts as I understand them today. However, as I've made clear publicly, if any further information is provided to me or becomes apparent, I will, of course, consider it and act on it, including updating the House further if necessary.
I thank the member. I've received messages from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to the following bills: Social Security Administration Amendment, Repeal of Cashless Debit Card and Other Measures Bill 2022, Defence, Veterans and Families Acute Support Package Bill 2022, Military Rehabilitation and Compensation and Other Legislation Amendment, Incapacity Payments Bill 2022, and Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment, Self-Employment Programs and Other Measures Bill 2022. I've received messages from the Senate informing the House that Senator White has been discharged as a member and appointed as a participating member of the Joint Standing Committee on the Implementation of the National Redress Scheme, and Senator Billick has been appointed as a member of the committee. Informing the House that Senators Billick, Stirl and White have been appointed members of the Joint Select Committee on the National Anti-Discrimination Commission legislation, and informing the House of a resolution agreed to by the Senate referring a matter to the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs. Given the length of the resolution, I do not intend to read the terms of it, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings and incorporated in Hansard. I have to report to the House that on the 30th of September 2022, I received advice from the Chief Government Whip nominating Ms Lawrence to be a member of the Joint Select Committee on the National Anti-Corporation Commission legislation in place of Ms Murphy. In accordance with Section 4 of the resolution of appointment of the committee, the appointment became effective on that date. I now call the Minister to move a motion to resolve the membership of the committee.
Mr Speaker, I seek leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of a member to the Joint Select Committee on National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
Call the Minister.
I move that Ms Murphy be discharged from the Joint Select Committee on National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation and that in her place Ms Lawrence be appointed a member of the committee.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against noes. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1. Suspension of Standing Order 31, automatic adjournment of the House, and Standing Order 33, limit on business. The call to the Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I move the motion relating to the suspension of Standing Order 31, automatic adjournment of the House, and Standing Order 33, limit on business, in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. This is the standard change to procedure we do on Budget Day on each occasion, and there'll be a similar procedure with respect to budget reply that I'll move later in the week.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against noes. I think the ayes have it. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and veterans' entitlements and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House to the amendments. And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the amendment be considered at the next sitting.
I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Against noes. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the honourable member for Moncrieff.
Well, the Coalition believes in and has always been a strong supporter of choice. We want Australians to have a choice on where they live, where they work and how they raise their kids. We believe that all parents who work or study should have access to care for their children, if they want it or if they need it. The Coalition has always been passionate about getting Australians into the workforce, whether it's their first job, a new job or supporting families back into the workforce after having their children. We have a strong record when it comes to this. And under the Coalition, women's workforce participation rates were at an all-time high at 62.3% in May 2022. It was 58.7% in September 2013 when Labor last left office. We want to see more women in work, and we want to see more children and families access early childhood education, which is why the Coalition will not oppose this bill. However, we have several concerns with the government's legislation, and we call on the government to address these concerns to ensure the sector is not placed under further pressure come July 2023. We're disappointed with the government's lack of detail on their early childhood education policy, given they had 9 years in opposition to perfect it. It's clear the government has no effective plan to address the current workforce shortages or the pressures faced by our early childhood educators. Over the last 4 months, I've held roundtables with educators around the country to discuss issues within the sector, and every single one I've spoken with have expressed their concern that this legislation will create more demand and so put more pressure on them, a workforce already under great pressure. There are more than 7,000 vacancies currently across the sector. Almost every centre I've spoken to is desperate for more staff right now. They know that by July next year, without additional staff, there's no way they can take on more children. According to Good Start, the biggest not-for-profit early childhood provider in the country, an additional 9,000 educators will be needed in the sector under these changes. And Good Start, like many other providers around the country, are concerned about the additional pressure July 1 will bring. As John Cherry outlined at the Senate inquiry just last week, the ability of the sector to accommodate extra demand for places next July, given current staffing challenges, should be of concern. And it should be of concern. And so I ask the government, what are you doing to address shortages in the workforce right now? What are you doing to address the concerns of educators so we can't only retain good educators in the sector, but continue to provide the best start in life for our youngest Australians? The Treasurer has said there will be an additional 37,000 full-time employees created from this bill. But 15,000 ECEs and ECTs will be needed to support these measures. And so I ask the Treasurer, will almost half of those new entrants be qualified as early childhood educators and early childhood teachers? The answer is a resounding no. The numbers just don't stack up. And the government has talked about new TAFE places for early childhood educators. The Coalition has always been and will continue to be a friend to TAFE. And we want to see more Australians in vocational education. But these extra places won't do anything to address the current workforce shortages, and they won't do anything to support the current educators. It takes time to qualify as an early childhood educator. In fact, when asked about it, the government conceded itself that it will take time to get those educators trained and on the ground. Time we simply don't have. Another thing we don't have from this government is a plan to improve access. $4.5 billion of spend. Not one single new early childhood education place will be created under this policy. It's a shame for Australian families who currently don't have access. They won't get access under this bill. There won't be new access. The government needs to be upfront with families and explain how they plan to increase access to services when their policy will put higher demand on a system already under great pressure. Centres are capping enrolments. They're closing rooms, and they're already considering additional price increases as we speak. And it's across the board. It's possible and likely that some of the increased childcare subsidy could be lost to price rises between now and July next year, lost to inflationary pressures on fees, be they large for-profit providers operating centres across the country or locally run community centres. The same issues are being faced by all providers. How will families send their children to the local early childhood education centre if there are no new places or services in their area? Can the government promise that families in Port Augusta will have the same accesses to services and families in Mossman? And how will the families of the community in Kingston SE, for example, utilise the additional subsidies when they're still waiting to hear from the government on whether they'll deliver on the $1.8 million early learning funding Minister Rishworth promised them? Because there's no point of $4.5 billion in subsidies if families who need it most can't access it for their children. Of course, the devil is in the detail, of which we're yet to see. According to the Mitchell Institute, a third of Australian families live in a childcare desert. That's 9 million Australians. 50% of those deserts are in regional, rural and remote areas, and our side of the chamber understands how important it is for families to access services, no matter if they live in our big cities or in the regions. And we know that Labor don't care about the regions. They don't care about building infrastructure. New early learning centres they don't care about in the regions. Not one extra centre will be built due to this bill. The hypocrisy of the government is literally jaw-dropping. On one side of their mouth, they say they want to improve women's workforce participation and childcare access, and on the other side of their mouth, they say they've axed funding from the Building Better Regions Fund for a new childcare centre hub and early intervention service in Bourke. They have a waiting list there of between 26 and 29 children who are at risk of significant harm, and the community in Bourke was only told yesterday that the deal's off. It's a shame. There'll be no new places to benefit communities and regional cities and women's workforce participation in rural and regional Australia. Not under this Labor government, anyway. We've seen it time and time again, and my national colleagues are all too familiar with the lack of action for regional Australia from Labor. This government has no plan to increase access in areas that are crying out for services, areas where women and men want to return to work but can't because there are no services to accommodate their children. Labor haven't said whether they'll continue the Coalition's Connected Beginnings program, which aims to deliver 50 sites by 2025, providing much-needed access for Indigenous Australians living in rural and remote Australia. They've also yet to commit to new rounds of the Community Childcare Fund, which provides grants to services and providers in regional areas. We've heard the government bang on about how every family would be better off under their 90% subsidy scheme. But how can a family be better off if they can't access a service that's near them, or if they're stuck on a waiting list for months just to get into their nearest centre? They simply won't. If the government really cared about improving access to care, they would address the areas struggling the most and build new centres. $4.5 billion and not one extra new place, Mr Speaker. Can we even trust that that figure is correct? The figure started at $5.4 billion, then it went to $5.1 billion, and now they're saying it's $4.5 billion. What is the figure? The government has changed it so many times, it's hard to keep up. And now we all know that Labor's track record is bad when it comes to money. They can't manage it. The bill is a structural spend and the costs are not yet properly understood. The last time Labor were in government, childcare fees skyrocketed by 53% in just 6 years. 6 years. Let that sink in. Given costs are going to skyrocket again under this policy. The last CPI data from June 2022 showed that childcare costs came down 4.6% in the year to June 2022. That's thanks to the work of the former coalition government and our childcare reforms, the biggest reforms in 40 years. Labor has no plans to address rising out-of-pocket costs or rising costs of living pressures in childcare. The ACCC inquiry they announced last month will cost a whopping $10.8 million, and it won't report back to government until late 2023, after this policy is implemented. It simply won't help to alleviate current pressures in the sector, including workforce and access. Australian families cannot wait that long. They need cost of living relief now. In true Labor fashion, it appears they've undercooked their policy and it will blow out to a much larger number. Let's see the structural consequences to the budget from these measures. The government has only costed this policy for 3 days a week, which is the average number of days a child attends early childhood education. If the outcome of this policy is to get more children into ECE, more days a week, why wouldn't they cost it for, say, 4 days, maybe 5 days? It's clear the government hasn't done their due diligence on this policy and next to no modelling to show what the outcomes of their policy will be. They've not done modelling on the impact on women's workforce participation. They simply haven't done it. Also, we know that the department's evidence last Friday in the Senate inquiry that this bill brings confusion to the definition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. The Coalition would like to see this definition the same across all policies, and there's work ahead to clarify that meaning so that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians have the certainty they deserve. The Coalition has always been committed to our Closing the Gap outcomes, and we want to see more First Nations children attending early childhood education. Under us, the percentage of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children attending the year before full-time schooling increased to 96.7%, beating our target of 95% by 2025. But there's still work to do. We want to see new early learning places for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. To summarise, the Coalition calls on the government to do more to address concerns raised by educators, the sector and family. The government needs a plan to increase access. The government needs a plan to increase the pipeline of educators and retain them to the sector. Otherwise, this policy will not deliver on the promises they've sold to Australians, leaving many children, families and the sector much worse off. For the reasons that I have highlighted above, I move a motion that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House 1 notes that this bill does nothing to address broader challenges for access to childcare in Australia, namely A. Childcare service gaps in regional Australia, and B. Early childhood education and care workforce shortages which are preventing families from accessing the care they need. And 2. Notes that the government's childcare package, which costs $4.5 billion, does not add one additional childcare place. 3. Notes that childcare providers have already increased fees since the government came to office, and the additional demand placed on childcare services as a result of this bill will put further inflationary pressure on fees. And 4. Calls on the government to ensure that the promised savings for families will not be eroded by higher fees due to the additional demand for childcare services as a result of this bill. And 5. Notes that the bill commits to higher ongoing structural spending and calls on the government to manage its spending commitments to improve the budget while standing by their promise to deliver legislated targeted income tax relief.
Is the amendment seconded? I'll give the call to member for Bonner.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Moncrieff has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted, with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. I'll give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, 2 years ago this month I stood across there at that dispatch box and announced Labor's plan for cheaper childcare in my first budget reply. It was the centrepiece of the first budget reply and the first step which saw those now on this side of the House walk across the chamber and form government. It was a critical commitment that we made to the working people of Australia. And we did it with the support of the business community, with the support of our electorates and, importantly, with the support particularly of working families. And here today we had an opportunity for the coalition that sit over there for a reason to prove that they were actually capable of listening to the very clear message that consigned them to opposition on May the 21st. And yet what we just had from the Shadow Minister is again a statement of objection to expanding childcare, objection to expanding the support for working women, and I wait for the class war rhetoric to come from those opposite, that we're helping wealthier women in terms of families. The truth is that this is a policy that will boost productivity, will boost workforce participation and boost population. The 3 Ps if you're looking at economic growth and how you grow an economy, they are known by all economists as the 3 Ps: participation, productivity, population. This policy delivers on all 3, and it is very clear that we have an absolute mandate for this policy. I was back in Eden Monaro this morning with the member, there again visiting an early learning centre, talking to the workers there, the fantastic workers who provide such support for our youngest Australians. And that is one of many, many dozens of visits to early learning centres that I have done since we announced that policy in 2020. And yet those opposite still have not got the message. They're incapable of actually moving at all. They just think that they'll just oppose everything, including a policy that we have an absolutely clear mandate for. Because this is not a welfare policy. This is about economic reform. The bill will boost productivity, lift participation and remove one of the biggest structural barriers to economic equality for working women. When we announced this policy, part of it was to lift the cap. Those opposite said that was economically irresponsible. That would be a disaster for the economy, before they then announced it themselves. It was a disaster, but then they adopted it. Because what they're incapable of doing, though, is to do precisely what is in the title of the bill, Cheaper Childcare Bill. They're incapable of providing support for the cheaper childcare that we will deliver for 1.2 million Australian families starting in July next year. Not a single family worse off, but 96% of families better off. 96% of families better off, but they're angry about that. They carry on about cost of living. Here we have a practical measure that will make 96% of families better off, but they're going to vote against it. That's fine. They'll be held to account for it. The plan we are delivering means significant savings for household budgets around the country. A family on a combined income of $120,000 with one child in care will save $1,780 in the first year of this plan alone. $1,780 more in their pocket in the first year alone. This bill helps with the cost of living, it invests in early education and it delivers overdue economic reform. The greatest untapped resource in our economy is the full, equal and resourceful participation of women. And the childcare system should be all about facilitating that, empowering it, helping parents return to work when they want to, and helping mums and dads balance their career and their caring responsibilities in a way that works best for them. Yet at the moment it does the exact opposite. For so many families there's a cut-off, a financial cliff where one partner, and it usually is the mother, is effectively penalised if they want to work more than 3 days a week. How does it make any sense at all that if you want to more fully participate in the workforce, if you work a 4th or a 5th day, then you receive either very little, minimal economic benefit from that, but sometimes you can actually go backwards. It can actually cost you money in real terms for you to be fully participating in work. And that flows through by penalising not just those families, it penalises the businesses who don't benefit from having full-time workers. But not only does that impact working families at the time, it flows all the way through the system to lower retirement incomes for working women. Women retire with much less in superannuation and retirement savings than men. And one of the things that we're seeing in this country is that the fastest growing cohort of homelessness, of people really doing it incredibly tough, are older women, who might be then find themselves by themselves, not part of a family with a male breadwinner or an ex-male breadwinner who's on a higher income. They're left by themselves, and they just struggle to get by because they don't have the same retirement income that others do. This is much needed reform. And the productivity agenda, if you speak to anyone in the business community, and those opposite used to say that they represented the business community, but on climate, no, not so much. On productivity, no, not so much. On this area, not so much either. The Business Council of Australia, Australian Industry Group, ACCI, every local business chamber will tell those opposite that this is about productivity for their business. This is about boosting productivity as well. As the Minister for Education noted when he introduced this legislation, Treasury estimates that in the next financial year our plan for cheaper childcare will mean up to an extra 1.4 million hours of paid work per week for women with young children. 1.4 million hours of paid work additional. And those opposite mightn't have got the memo, but there are skills shortages in this country. There are businesses crying out for workers. Here we have a measure that will produce up to an extra 1.4 million hours of paid work per week, but those opposites say no, not good. It's the equivalent of finding an extra 37,000 full-time workers, So it's about assisting families, it's about productivity, it's about economic reform. And in the course of campaigning over the last 2 years for this reform, I've spoken with a lot of families about this issue. And it's my experience that nearly every Australian parent with a child in childcare tells you the same two things about the system. The first thing that they say is that the people working in it are remarkable, and I met some more of them again today. The Minister for Education proved that he was much better at art than I was today, and his teddy bear that he drew there at the Early Learning Centre will hang as a pride of place. My bunny rabbit, not so much. Not so much. Parents trust early childhood educators with the most precious thing in their world. And across Australia they perform their vital work with love and care and creativity and a seemingly endless supply of patience. And I do want to give a shout-out to them. So if the first thing that any parent tells you about childcare is how great the educators are, the second thing that every parent tells you about childcare is that it keeps getting more expensive. And the figures are there. It's not a feeling, it's not a vibe. Costs have gone up by 41% in the past 8 years, 41% on the former government's watch. And let's be very clear, childcare bills are not going up because educators are suddenly being paid a lot more. The rise in fees vastly outweighs any increase in wages, and that's why we've put the ACCC on the case to make sure our investment gets prices down and keeps them down. And that's why a key part of this legislation is about increasing transparency, making sure that the big providers in particular are reporting their profits and revenue to the Department of Education and being upfront with parents about where their fees go. We're making childcare more affordable and accessible and providers more accountable. Our Labor government is helping families with the cost of childcare because we know the value of early education. Education opens the doors of opportunity for individuals and it makes us smarter, more productive, more future-ready nation. And that is the third element to this as well, because it's not only good for families, it's good for the economy, but it's also good for the young children themselves. All of the experts tell us that over 90% of human brain development occurs in the first 5 years. And that's why it's astonishing that we are so far behind most of the OECD when it comes to providing this support. Education is a lifelong journey, and early education gives you such a great start. And that's why it's important to note as well that this bill gives more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children access to childcare to help close the gap in education at the very outset. Mr Speaker, Labor's plan for cheaper childcare benefits 2 generations of Australians simultaneously. Access to early education for a great start in life, flexible support for families, and a multi-billion-dollar boost to productivity and participation without adding to inflation. And that is why we see this bill as the foundation, a hugely important first step. Because in this term of government we are tasking the Productivity Commission to chart a course for universal affordable childcare. Just as universal Medicare guarantees every Australian the right to quality and affordable health care, just as universal superannuation ensures every Australian can know dignity and security in their retirement, we want universal childcare to guarantee every Australian family the support they need and every Australian child to have the opportunity that they deserve. I'm very proud we're delivering for families who voted for cheaper childcare. You'll see it there in tonight's budget, along with the other commitments that we have a mandate for, that Australians voted for in May. And there is nowhere, no policy that we talked about more. This is the biggest single on-budget commitment that we made, and we made it in my first budget reply. So it isn't like they didn't see this coming. It isn't like Australians didn't have an opportunity to scrutinise this policy. We made it very, very clear from the outset, and Australians voted for it. That's because this is economic reform which particularly benefits working women, and it was one of the themes, of course, of the Jobs and Skills Summit that those opposite couldn't be bothered to attend, with the exception, honourable exception, of the Leader of the National Party held just a short time ago in this parliament. I'm determined for this to be the beginning, not the end, of making early education affordable for every Australian family that seeks out the opportunity. I encourage those opposite to wake up to themselves, go and talk to working parents and ask them if they support cheaper childcare. Go and talk to businesses about whether they support the position. Oh, they're saying now, having moved an amendment condemning it, that they might vote for it. That they might vote for it. That they might vote for it. But that's the sort of consistency that I expect from those opposite. Well, I commend the bill to the House, and I encourage this parliament to vote for this legislation.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for McKellar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I support moves to make childcare more accessible and more affordable for all Australian families. Not only is this sensible economic policy, it will also provide our children with the best possible start in life. It will increase female participation in the workforce, it will reduce the gender pay gap and make childcare affordable for all families. Early education plays a crucial role in our society. However, right now many families struggle to access childcare places, and the cost of childcare is a huge barrier for many women as they seek to return to the workforce. This bill is a step in the right direction towards universally accessible and affordable childcare. When it comes to female participation in our economy, Australia is behind our international peers. For although the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Index ranks Australia #1 for education of women and girls, we are ranked way down the line at 70th for women's workplace participation, a slide from 12th in 2006. According to Workplace Gender Equality Agency, the gender pay gap in Australia has also worsened this year and now stands at 14.1%. This equates to the average Australian woman earning nearly $264 less every week than the average Australian man. Or in other words, a woman must work 60 extra days a year to earn the same amount. Women are also retiring with 42% less super than men, and women aged over 55 are now the fastest rising segment of our population experiencing homelessness. Obviously, this is not fair and this is not right. Nor is it economically viable for our nation to continue to disincentivise over 50% of our population from working. For too long, women have been economically left behind in this country, and reform to make childcare more affordable and accessible is long overdue. Research also illustrates that the crucially important role early education plays in the development of our children. According to the organisation Thrive by 5, nearly a quarter of children are starting their primary school years in a vulnerable state due to a lack of quality early education. And evidence shows that most never catch up to their peers. If we do not make high-quality early education affordable and accessible to all Australians, we are simply failing our children. A child should never be denied critical early learning, nor should a woman lose the opportunity to work because childcare is too expensive. Many mums in Mackellar and on the Northern Beaches have approached me on the street or emailed my office to tell me that something absolutely must be done about the rapidly rising cost of childcare, and that the cost of childcare is the main reason they have not returned to work. The cost of childcare has risen 14% in just the last 12 months. Intelligent, hard-working, qualified and willing workers from all sectors of the economy are choosing not to work, not to re-enter the workplace because it doesn't make economic sense to do so. As the Grattan Institute's Danielle Wood told the Jobs and Skills Summit earlier this year, I can't help but reflect that if the untapped women's workforce participation was a massive iron ore deposit, we would have governments falling over themselves to give subsidies to it and get it out of the ground. Modelling shows that the cheaper childcare bill will create around an extra 37,000 full-time jobs, covering up to 220,000 additional days of work a year. Mr Speaker, this bill goes some way to mining that amazing talent pool that we are currently ignoring, and that is Australian women. However, we can't pretend that this policy will be a silver bullet. There are a number of issues that must be addressed for the cheaper childcare bill to be successful. Currently, 1/3 of families live in what is called a childcare desert, where there is simply no childcare available. So it doesn't matter how affordable childcare becomes, these families still won't be able to access childcare as it doesn't exist in their area. These childcare deserts are predominantly in rural and regional areas, but they also exist in all capital cities. The Productivity Commission review of the childcare sector that was promised at the Jobs and Skills Summit must examine these supply constraints in the early childhood education sector. There must also be regulation to ensure that the increase in the childcare subsidy for families does not end up with childcare services simply increasing their fees and neutralising the benefit to families. Additionally, the activity eligibility test, where it looks at whether both parents or the parents are working or not, the activity test should allow for a base entitlement of 36 hours a fortnight for all children, regardless of whether their parents do or don't work. Often it is the children of parents who do not work that are most vulnerable and in most need of the intervention and support that early childhood education provides. However, one of the biggest challenges to the success of this bill is the fact that we are in the middle of a jobs and skills shortage, and early education, that sector is one of the industries that is struggling to find enough workers. And as we make childcare more affordable and more accessible, so too will demand for early child educators rise. In August this year, there was already 7,200 vacancies in early childhood education. And modelling shows On top of this, an extra 9,500 full-time educators will be needed to make this policy work. Mr Speaker, Fiona Spencer is someone who lives in my electorate, and she's operated childcare centres in Sydney and Canberra for 11 years. Fiona told me that despite welcoming this legislation, she has grave concerns for the future of the industry and worries where the extra workers will come from. Fiona told me how COVID has made labour shortages even worse, and in her words she said, "The system is failing children, failing staff, and there needs a structural approach and a massive overhaul." While I commend the Australian Government's commitment to the fee-free TAFE positions for early educators and to increase the number of positions available to early educators in our skilled migration program, more can be done. From my discussions with the sector and other experts, it is clear that the number one thing that we can do to halt the exodus of workers from early education and to attract more people to the sector is to increase their wages. In many places, you can earn more at Bunnings than you can in working in childcare and early education. Analysis by the Australian Association for Research and Education and the Parenthood shows that the early education sector has a current attrition rate of 35%, up from 20%. And a survey of 4,000 workers during COVID showed that 73% intend to leave the sector within the coming years. Data from the National Early Childhood Education Regulator reveals that in the first quarter of this year, 8.1% of childcare providers operated with a staffing waiver, which allows them to remain open despite having inadequate staff numbers. Early childhood educators on average are paid 30% less than their counterparts working in the school system, despite having similar qualifications. We need to reverse this figure for this policy to be successful. To do so, the Parenthood has recommended that government fund a 10% increase in wages for early educators. With cost of living pressures paramount in people's mind, this would help people to choose a career in early education and childcare, and it would send the message that their work is valued and vital. The Parenthood has calculated that a 10% wage supplement for 2 years would cost $700 million. I support this measure and call on the government to support this pay rise for our early educators, most of whom are women. Supporting a thriving and viable early education sector and making childcare accessible and affordable for all Australian families is good economic policy. It's good for our children, and it's a positive step in reducing the gender pay gap. I commend this bill to the House and congratulate the government for prioritising this legislation in order to get our country moving forward again. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for McKellar. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Cowan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is indeed a great privilege to rise here today to speak in support of the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to serve as the Minister for Early Childhood Education and Care in an Albanese government, a government that delivers on its promises, a government that understands that Australian families are struggling with the skyrocketing fees for early childhood education, and a government that understands the importance of ensuring all families, no matter where they live, have access to quality early childhood education. The Albanese government's early childhood education and care reforms come after years of inaction from the previous government, with fees for centre-based care rising by an incredible 41% in the last 8 years. And I note, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Shadow Minister in her opening remarks asked us and said, if I may paraphrase, "You've been in opposition for 9 years, why didn't you do anything in opposition?" I may turn that question around to the Shadow Minister and say, "You've been in government, or had been in government for 9 years, why didn't you do anything when you were in government?" The Albanese government early childhood education and care reforms were an election promise. We went to the election promising to reduce out-of-pocket costs for Australian families, and this bill will do just that, cutting the cost of early childhood education and care for around 1.26 million families right across Australia. But this bill does more than that. It is more than just about increasing affordability. It's also about ensuring that we give families greater choice to participate in the workforce and give our children the best start in life. The high costs of early childhood education and care, as those who have spoken before me have noted, can put early learning out of the reach for many families and can act as a massive disincentive to get back into the workforce, to work more hours or more days, and that can impact on career progression for primary caregivers, who overwhelmingly tend to be women. Treasury estimates that these measures will increase the hours worked by women with young children by up to 1.4 million hours per week in 2023-2024. That's the equivalent of 37,000 full-time workers. And this makes a difference to the economy, because this means families are generating extra income. It's building careers and the retirement savings of Australian women. And the Prime Minister, in his contribution this morning, noted that Australian women are more likely to be in poverty and homelessness in their later years because of an interrupted career, because they're unable to save up that superannuation. And a lot of that has to do with early childhood education being unaffordable for those women. Early childhood education and care, though, also plays a vital role in supporting families and improving the education and health outcomes of our children. And I really want to put an emphasis on that, because boosting access to early childhood education will ensure that more children experience the benefits of foundational learning, preparing them for a life of exploration and a life of learning. I emphasise this and say this very clearly, that the main beneficiaries of the Labor government's reform are Australia's children. I know how powerful early childhood education can be for children. As a single mother, I had no choice but to go back to work. And I've experienced in raising my two children as a single mother just how important it was to have that access to affordable early childhood education for them. And without it, I wouldn't have had the capacity to return to work. I wouldn't have had the capacity to return to study. And I certainly wouldn't have had the ability to create a better life for me and for my children. It's no underestimation or no understatement to say that I wouldn't be here today without the quality early childhood educators and the education that were so committed to giving my children a better quality start in their life. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've spoken to families across Australia who have shared similar stories with me, similar stories about the part that early childhood education played in them being able to return to work and being able to build their families. And they've told me how welcome these reforms are, and particularly by women who want that ability. They want that ability to choose to engage with the workforce if they so wish, to add to the family income if they so wish. But importantly, I've also seen firsthand the power of early childhood education in children's lives, in the children that I've met across this journey. Last week, as part of Early Learning Matters Week, I visited Good Start Nullamurra in my electorate. It's a fantastic centre. And this morning we were in Queanbeyan with Minister Christy McBain and Minister Clare and our Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. I visited centres in electorates across the country, and in all of those visits I've spoken to families and to educators alike about our changes, and they have all told me that they welcome the introduction of this bill and our broader plans to make early childhood education more affordable and more accessible. And I know that's the message that members on this side of the House are getting from the families that they represent in their electorates. In his second reading speech, my colleague, the Minister for Education, Jason Clare, outlined the key elements of this bill, and I'm proud to be working closely with him to ensure that our reforms make early childhood education more affordable for around 96% of Australians. And one element of the bill that I want to take some time this morning to draw attention to is the changes to the activity test for First Nations families. That's an element that highlights our government's commitment to closing the gap for First Nations Australians. Access to high-quality early learning is a key measure shown to reduce vulnerability and improve early childhood development. At the moment, only 4.3% of children in early childhood education and care identify as Indigenous, despite being 6.1% of the overall population of children aged 0 to 5. What this bill does, it provides for a base level of a minimum 36 subsidised hours of childcare per fortnight for First Nations children. And this demonstrates our government's long-standing commitment to providing extra support for First Nations children and students, and our commitment to working with communities to improve outcomes for children. These simple changes will benefit around 6,600 First Nation families in care and encourage more families to access early education. Not only do these changes help ease the cost of living pressures, but they also provide even more opportunities for First Nations children to access the development, education and health benefits of early childhood education and care, helping to ensure that they are school-ready. I'm also very proud to be working alongside the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Minister Linda Burney, to develop the Early Childhood Care and Development Policy Partnership between Australian governments and First Nation representatives. That partnership is co-chaired by the National Peak Body for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children and Families, SNAIC, the national voice for our children. The partnership will work with governments to develop community-led policies and programs that First Nations families need for their children to thrive. Now, Mr Speaker, I note that in her contribution to this debate, the Shadow Minister raised several questions regarding several programs that we're doing specifically for First Nations children and more broadly around workforce issues and regional access. And I will answer those questions in my contribution here today. Turning to that broader issue, those broader issues that are being experienced by the early childhood education sector, we know that in order to be able to deliver our commitment to more affordable, quality and accessible early childhood education and care, we need to correct the years of neglect dealing with workforce issues, pay and conditions, and staff shortages. That's why I've met with unions, I've met with providers, educators and peak bodies to discuss the issues that they're facing and committed to working with them. We know that ECEC workers make an important contribution in the lives of our children and families, and we recognise that they are educators, not childminders, and they deserve greater recognition for the important work they do. This is something that I'm deeply committed to and something I will continue to work with educators in the sector, unions and my state and territory counterparts. It's also why we're bringing forward fee-free TAFE places and funding an extra 1,469 university places for early education teachers. We're also committed to wage growth, which is why we successfully argued for a pay rise for the lowest paid workers in Australia, something that those opposite opposed, why we're committed to addressing the gender pay gap and will strengthen the ability of the Fair Work Commission to order pay rises for underpaid women workers and allow multi-employer bargaining. It's why early childhood education was high on the agenda of the Jobs and Skills Summit, and we're acting quickly to implement some of the commitments made at that summit. It's why my colleague, the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Minister Tony Burke, will introduce reforms to deliver on our commitment to improve the industrial relations system. And I know these changes will be very significant for the early childhood education sector. National Cabinet has also tasked Education and Early Years Ministers with creating a vision for the future of early childhood education in Australia, with a particular focus on the workforce shortages. We're also delivering on the National Children's Education and Care Workforce Strategy Implementation and Evaluation Plan, which outlines 21 practical actions to support the attraction, retention, quality and sustainability of the workforce in the long term. And that includes work on recognition of prior learning, credentialing, and the fantastic Big Roles in Little Lives campaign to promote carers in the sector. It's a difficult word to say. We're also committed to working with the sector and state and territories to find lasting solutions. The Community Childcare Fund supports early childhood education and care services to address barriers to participation in early childhood education and care in disadvantaged regional and remote communities, something that I know the Shadow Minister also asked about. We have committed to the CCCF Fund, and it funds around 900 services across Australia to ensure families have access to quality care where the market might not otherwise support service provision. It's currently delivering approximately $533 million over 4 years, and over 60% of grant funding supporting services in regional and remote Australia. We're also developing a market strategy that will assist us to identify thin markets and areas of need and consider solutions to address those needs. And in terms of the Connected Beginnings program, which the Shadow Minister also referenced in her contribution, I can confirm that since coming into government, another 8 Connected Beginnings sites have been opened, with 32 that now brings the number up to 32 Connected Beginnings sites, and we are well on our way to our aim of 51 Connected Beginnings sites by 2025. Our reforms build on a long-term legacy of Labor governments who have for a long time focused on quality in early childhood education and supporting early educators. It was, after all, the Gillard government that introduced the National Quality Framework, a key reform in ensuring all children across the country get quality education. In developing this bill, our government has engaged extensively with the sector, who we recognise have substantial knowledge and experience that is critical to our government achieving its ambitious reform. People like my good friend Sam Page, the CEO of Early Childhood Australia, people like Jay Wetherill, the director of Thrive by 5. So don't take my word for it. Take the word of those out there, people like Georgie Dent from the Parenthood program. Those out there in the sector who know that these reforms are life-changing for Australian families. We're going to continue to work in collaboration with them. Most importantly, I look forward to delivering a better future for all young Australians, no matter who you are or where you live. Children like Zoe, who I met a few weeks ago in North Coburg, and Amara, who I met in Canberra. Zoe and Amara, you and children like you are this government's #1 stakeholder. The Albanese government wants the best for you and your future, and we will make sure that you have the absolute best start in life. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Cowan. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Warringah.
Speak in support of the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022. Affordable, high-quality childcare has many benefits to our society, to children, their parents and the economy. So what does this bill do? The government claims that around 96% of families with children in early education and care will be better off, and that none will be worse off. That families with combined income up to $80,000 will receive 90% of childcare support for the first child in care. Families with combined income of up to $530,000 will receive childcare support increase, with the rate of subsidy tapering 1% for every $5,000 earned above $80,000. Currently, subsidy caps out or stops at $356,756. So it's a big increase to go up to that $530,000 cap. Second and subsequent children 5 and under will retain the higher childcare support, recognising the increased financial burden of multiple children attending childcare. There are also targeted measures to improve access for First Nations families and staff of the childcare sector. And finally, there are amendments to increase the integrity, transparency and reporting requirements for childcare providers, including greater transparencies of gap fees. This will assist parents enormously. So why is this bill so important? Well, for children, we know high-quality early childhood education and care is robustly associated with positive outcomes at school entry and improvements in social development. This is an investment into our future as a nation. Affordable childcare is important for gender equity and the economy. As the Minister has noted, families with 2 or more children in daycare are finding substantial financial disincentives for one parent to work more than 3 days a week. Overwhelmingly, the mother is the one who works part-time. This has a significant effect on career progression and women's superannuation. Now, I, like many in this place, can speak from experience of the juggle of childcare. I used everything available, from my years studying to my years practising as a barrister, from public childcare to family daycare, to long daycare centres, and of course to that group that we often don't acknowledge enough, the grandparents, who are often filling the gaps in our society, unpaid and unrecognised, but doing so much assistance that actually keeping most families afloat. There's something that we haven't talked about much in this discussion, which is also how difficult it is sometimes, the pressure and the inflexibility within our childcare systems. The pick-up time. I don't think there is a parent out there in Australia that has not been stressed at the idea of the deadline of pickups. Because I just don't know who came up with the hours in the first place of what a traditional day of childcare should be. Because no one, or very few workplaces, actually have similar workplaces. And so that gap between long daycare centres and other childcare centres, and just being able to cover that full day, is so incredibly difficult. And what about weekends? For people that are rostered on or working on weekends, there is, that I'm aware of, very little in the way of childcare availability when it comes to weekends, and that's where you fall back on grandparents. So I think in looking at how this area needs to be further developed and strengthened, there should be consideration of people that work other hours than the traditional 9 to 5, noting that childcare often caps out at 3, so I don't know what was intended about the 9 to 5. And recognising that assistance from our community, from grandparents and what they do, and where that time, that careless time that so many older Australians put into our economy. The Business Council of Australia recognises the aspect of childcare when it comes to women's participation in the workplace. And they noted in their submission to the Senate inquiry, increasing the workforce participation of women is one of our nation's biggest economic and social opportunities. The provision of affordable and accessible and quality childcare system is fundamental to that goal. If parents are supported with access to quality childcare in order to participate in work, education or training, the broader benefits to the economy are manifest. And it is so incredibly tough. I remember taking my son to university on the weekend because there was no childcare available and I had to go to university lectures. I remember doing just the juggle, which can be incredibly difficult, starting out in a profession. And so I think we really need to think about whether this system, this area of work, which absolutely underpins so many others. So I welcome the government's initiative and the budget commitment of $4.5 billion over the forward estimates, but I'd like to make some more observations. The maximum childcare subsidy of 90% of the fee cap begins to taper after a combined family income of $80,000. Just that. The latest earnings report from the Australian Bureau of Statistics revealed that average full-time workers make $92,029 per year. Even with 2 parents on an average wage, the childcare subsidy benefit begins to erode. With childcare costs rising 41% over the past 8 years and Australia's inflation rate predicted to be more than 7% this year, any benefits of this legislation may quickly vanish. I note that prior to COVID, childcare costs absorbed some 18% of household income for an average earning Australian couple with 2 children, compared to the OECD average of 10%. One of my constituents recently wrote to me about how she will be choosing to leave her job as a physiotherapist in an oncology ward simply due to the cost of childcare. She's been working for $55 a day pre-tax. Her departure will not only remove her tax contributions from the government revenue, but will remove a valuable worker from an already strained health system. The government has indicated it will commission the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission to examine why childcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses are rising so much, together with a comprehensive review of the early education and care sector by the Productivity Commission. I welcome this review and encourage it to also look at the flexibility and availability, the hours and the issue of weekend care. I also welcome the transparency and reporting reforms contained in the bill. In terms of how information provided is reported, I would like to see a standard report so that parents can make a direct comparison between providers and the information and to make sure that it is meaningful. I also encourage the government to ensure that exceptional circumstances exceptions for payments by electronic transfer or absences are not too onerous. Now, we know COVID had a huge impact on the sector. During COVID, childcare centres struggled to survive. One issue was the number of absent days a parent was able to claim while keeping their child enrolled. Flexibility on absent days is so incredibly important. We are now living with the pandemic, but still being encouraged to stay home if people are unwell. Similarly, a number of childcare advocates made the observation about the activity test linked to childcare benefits. Again, I would encourage flexibility on the activity test application, particularly in relation to First Nations and vulnerable families. Making workplace participation a prerequisite for childcare subsidy makes it harder for those already doing it tough to begin training or looking for work. Now, labour shortages. We know, as in so many industries, that Australia is facing labour shortages in many, many areas. Childcare is no different, but it is unique in that it is an enabler for many other sectors by enabling parents to work in a range of sectors. Availability as well as affordability is vital. While Warringah is not alone in facing issues with accessibility, I do note that in recent times the Mosman Council has closed its occasional care centre, and Brookvale out-of-hours care and long day care has advised that they too are closing. This creates a huge issue for parents who rely on such services to be able to work. In particular, as I've already mentioned, that discrepancy between the expectation of hours of work and the opening times of centres. Last week, was Early Learning Matters Week, and I visited the Manly Community Preschool. They're struggling to attract sufficient Certification 3 qualified staff, as the low pay rate means that Cert 3 staff are simply going into other sectors that are more attractive, like aged care. They told me there is a shortage of about 7,000 workers in this area. The Parenthood Group estimates that to realise the full benefit of this bill, an additional 9,650 full-time educators will be needed by next year to absorb the additional demand. My constituents tell me that educators are leaving the sector in record numbers. They're burnt out. Their pay is so low. Family daycare centres in New South Wales, for example, have continued to contract since 2016, and in the 6 months reporting period to December 2021, reduced by some 7.6%. Over the past 4 years, there has been a 25.5% decrease in the number of family daycare approved services and a 33% decrease in the number of educators. This is incredibly concerning because, as I've already said, this sector underpins and enables all other sectors, all parents, to go to work. And so it is incredibly important that this sector be given the priority it needs. Now, we know the decrease in the number of educators has a really negative impact on the diversity in childcare needs and the access to flexible and non-standard hours. Centres across the country are having to limit enrolments due to staffing issues. Northern Beaches Council staff have told me that while the bill is a great step forward, staffing shortages are a significant barrier to enabling the bill to be sufficiently implemented. So I encourage the government to focus on the issue of attracting and keeping quality educators for all age groups. We need to be working with the education sector, with the TAFE sector, to ensure that those educators are coming down the line. It's no small task, as if it were a very large workforce and predominantly run and staffed by women. Family daycare educators, for example, comprise one of Australia's largest network of women in small business. Electorates like Warringah are struggling to retain staff when the cost of living is so high and the pay for early childcare workers is so low. We need, as a society, to value the work these early educators are doing. I'd also like to draw the attention to the government in relation to the funding support for children with additional needs. I've been speaking with the Northern Beaches Council about the current Inclusion Development Fund subsidy, which is currently $23 an hour by the Department of Education. It's been this rate since 2017, with no CPI increase. The gap between funding and the amount paid to staff is simply growing. So currently, at the Northern Beaches Council, the rate variation is $13 per hour for a casual staff member and $6 per hour for an entry-level Cert 3. The annual funding gap this year is $202,000 for public centres in that council alone. The council is currently budgeting for 2023 and 2024, and there is a significant increase with a growing number of children with learning support needs, likely increasing from 269 to 332 hours per week across Northern Beaches services. The annual funding gap will increase, and this cost will be passed on, increasing our fees to all families. The government needs to recognise that there are more and more children with those additional needs, and so programs like this need to be better adapted, and that the funding gap needs to be adjusted to CPI. Increased funding for supporting children with additional needs is important to avoiding seeing more children starting school developmentally vulnerable. It's well documented that early intervention and assistance is of huge benefit to children with additional needs and alleviates the costs incurred in the system later in the child's life. And as we come to discussions around the costs and the blowing out costs of NDIS, government needs to remember this. This early investment at the early stages makes a huge difference to costs incurred or needs later. So I welcome the government's investment in early childhood education and care and the improvement in the integrity measures. But I say we need to urgently work on staffing for the sector in order to meet this demand. We need to value early children educators and make sure we tell our young people as they are looking at their careers of choice that this is a career that will be worthwhile, that you will be appreciated and valued by our society. And I will continue to push for the changes to be expedited and work with the government to improve access and flexibilities to the system for the families and the children of Warringah. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Warringah. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Lalor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, it's an absolute pleasure to rise today to speak in the resumption of debate on the second reading for the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare 2022. And it's an absolute pleasure because for 9 years in this place, my colleagues and I on this side of the House now called for dramatic change to childcare to ensure that families in electorates like mine, in electorates like the member for Canberra's, that we could have the economic reform that would not just see childcare provide better on the ground in our electorates and for our communities, but would see a structural change that would mean improvement in gender equity, improvement in retirement incomes for women. The economic reform that is in front of us inside this bill has implications across decades. It is good for families, it is good for women, it is good for children, and it is good for the economy. And I stand here, Deputy Speaker, representing the seat that has the highest number of children in early childhood care and education in the country. There are 10,800 families in my electorate for whom this is excellent news. It's also cost of living action from this government that they can bank that this will save 10,800 families in my electorate money. It's an extraordinary piece of legislation, a well-thought-out piece of legislation, a policy that addresses so many things because it was developed thoughtfully by this government to impact on the economy, to make people's lives better, to ensure that we're not just talking about care for children, but we're talking about quality education for children, and we're talking about the kind of interventions that we know are necessary for our youngest to be given the best start in life. So it's an extraordinary day. And in my electorate, early education and care takes various forms. Lots of families access family day care, and I've stood in this place many times across the last 9 years to talk about the impacts of the former government's policies on that sector, pre-COVID, let alone during COVID. It's about the families who are accessing long day care through the hundreds of early learning and childcare centres in my electorate. And like most people on this side, I want to pay some homage to the people in my community who are working in this sector, because it's a place that I visit often. And as an educator myself, originally trained, and for most of the decades I worked in education, working at the secondary school level, my admiration for people working in the early years, as you can imagine, is extraordinary. Year 9s may take some work to engage, but they don't quite require the same levels of patience. And I want to pay tribute to those workers, not just for the care, not just for the nurturing, not just for the scraped knees and the working through with children how to play together and work together, not just for the things we all think of when we think about early education and care. I want to thank them for the planning that goes into ensuring every child in that centre is reaching their milestones. I want to thank them for the training that they've been doing in early education to ensure that they have the skills required to keep this sector going. And I want to thank them, most importantly, for their work across the pandemic, where uncertainty didn't stop them from delivering for my local families and for families across the country. As I said, Deputy Speaker, this is a cost of living measure. It's an economic reform, and it also has some really important points to note. It also has puts measures in place that will deter fraud, something that has plagued this sector, something that we've seen headlines about in this sector. And it's this government that's going to put in place things to ensure that the public perception of this sector improves, because people will have assurance that those people acting in this sector, who are acting against the best interests of our community, are stopped in their tracks. It's also a really important piece of legislation because it supports First Nations children. It will provide additional support to First Nations children and families in accessing early childhood education and care. It will help close the gap in educational outcomes for First Nations children. The bill, importantly, provides 36 hours of subsidised early education and care a fortnight, regardless of activity level. This is absolutely critical to ensure that First Nations children can access early education and care regardless of what's happening at home. And this is important, Deputy Speaker, because in 2021 the Closing the Gap target to increase the proportion of First Nations children assessed as developmentally on track went backwards for the first time, and we need to turn this around. And I note the Shadow Minister making the point that in terms of children attending preschool, that there have been improvements. But this is where the rubber hits the road. Developmentally on track, and it went backwards. And that's what early educators do every day. They are not just making sure that the children in their care are happy. They're doing more than making sure they are learning how to play. They're doing more than ensuring that they've had their lunch and their morning tea and perhaps their evening meal. In my electorate, that's often the case, where shift workers and children are being looked after into late hours. They're doing much more than that. They're monitoring children and how far they are from milestones. They're putting steps in place to ensure that children reach those milestones. And where children fall behind, they're working to ensure that they pick up that pace. This is extraordinary work. I don't think I'll be the first person in the chamber today to say it's extraordinary work and work that should be paid more rather than less. We heard the Prime Minister earlier say that effectively this piece of legislation will remove a structural disincentive for women to return to work for longer hours, and that the estimate is that this piece of legislation could in fact create 36,000 effective full-time workers for this country. This is an incredible structural reform that we're looking at here. And it's work that those opposite ignored, chose not to do. Because let's face it, this policy, most of these aspects were in the public domain while those opposite were in government. They chose to ignore it. They chose to ignore it. In fact, they chose to bring in legislation that supported people with multiple children, but left out of school hours care. And everyone knows that you could be a mum working full-time while your youngsters are in long daycare and then hit the brakes because they've started school and you're not getting support for out-of-school hours care. So people actually work less sometimes when their child starts school. But those opposite chose to completely ignore out-of-school hours care in the last piece of legislation they brought into this chamber. An extraordinary oversight, and an oversight that was pointed out to them when we were in opposition, and they still chose not to change it and not to amend it. So I welcome hearing from the Shadow Minister that those opposite will support the legislation. I absolutely welcome that they will walk into this chamber and vote for this legislation because it is good policy, because it's good economics, because it's going to remove structural disincentives that are preventing women from earning as much as they could be and having that balance of being able to earn and look after their families. It's going to mean that women can make choices to ensure that their superannuation is building and growing at a higher rate. It's long been said by women in my family that husbands are not a superannuation package. And I lived this firsthand in my family, having lost my father when I was in primary school, and watched my mum struggle as a single-parent pension with 8 children going forward from that day. In this country, we need women to earn their own living, to ensure they can keep a roof over their own heads, their children's heads. This legislation goes some way to ensuring that if you're a single parent, you're not going to be disadvantaged by a childcare system. It fixes the structural disadvantage. It supports families across the country. It supports our early learners. It supports the sector, who we owe such a debt of gratitude to for their work during the pandemic, left abandoned by the then government twice during the pandemic, without the assurances, without being left to tell families that they wouldn't be able to attend because they'd gone past their number of days that they could miss. And every time the former government played catch-up in that space, they hurt families in my community, they hurt this sector in my community. They actually risked people leaving the sector in a community like mine, where we have 11,000 families accessing early learning. So, Deputy Speaker, I welcome this legislation. I can't wait for it to pass the Parliament. I can't wait for it to come into law. It's budget day, and this is a great piece of legislation that makes great economic sense as well as making great educational sense. It really is a piece of work. I want to congratulate and commend the Minister for Education, Minister Ali, for her work in this space, and of course pay tribute to the member for Kingston for the work that she did in this space across so many years, with the support from many of us on this side of the chamber, and even to those who worked in this space prior to that. The former member for Adelaide, who began conversations with me the day I became a member of Parliament here about early education and childcare in my community, who was so versed in it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour, and if the member wishes to make any continuing remarks, leave will be granted for when the debate's resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Maranoa.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Nationals, I rise today to pay tribute to the late Paul Davey AM. Paul came to Australia as a 10-pound pom, sailing into Sydney on the 19th of April 1966. The very next day he caught a train to Wagga Wagga. After a few odd jobs, Paul settled as a journalist and worked for a range of outlets both here and abroad before going to work for the then Country Party. From 1978 to 2000 he held a range of senior roles within the New South Wales and Federal Nationals. In 1983, Paul was appointed Federal Director and served for nearly a decade, our longest-serving Federal Director to date. During his time as Director, he worked with 5 leaders: Doug Anthony, Ian Sinclair, Charles Blunt, Tim Fisher and John Anderson. Paul Davey also held the history of the Nationals in his hand and protected it fiercely. He wrote 8 books on the Nationals, including one of his final publications, Milestone, A Century of Achievement, which has become a Bible to each one of us here today. He was made a life member of the Nationals in 2002 and appointed as a member of the Order of Australia in January 2019. Earlier this year, Paul was awarded our highest award, the Earl Page Meritorious Service Award, for her service to the party, and was accepted on behalf of the family by his daughter, Senator Perrin Davey. Because amongst everything he gave to the Nationals, Paul was also a father to Jim, Perrin and Chick, grandfather to their children and a husband to Lindy. Our thoughts are with the family during this time. Vale Paul Davey AM.
Thank the member for Maranoa. Member for Macon.
Deputy Speaker, I draw the House's attention to the ongoing persecution of Baha'is in Iran. Baha'i is Iran's largest non-Muslim religious minority. They have endured 40 years of relentless persecution solely because of their religious beliefs. In recent months it has been reported that there has been an escalation of persecution of Baha'is, with an increase in the number of arrests, the confiscation of land and the destruction of property, including Baha'i cemeteries. People are being imprisoned and children are left separated from their parents. In June alone, 44 Baha'is were arrested, arraigned or imprisoned. 26 were handed a combined total of 85 years in prison. Young Baha'is are prevented from attending university. The persecution of Baha'is in Iran has been widely reported on and condemned by numerous reputable human rights officers from around the world. It seems that there is a methodical strategy by the Iranian government to eliminate the Baha'i religion. I call on the Iranian government, through their embassy here in Canberra, to cease the violations against Baha'is, to release those imprisoned, to drop the charges against them and to return their properties to them.
Thank you. Member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to lament the government's culling of the Building Better Regions Fund. True to form, Labor at its first opportunity has slashed this visionary program, around 6 of which would have benefited regional and remote Australia and my electorate of O'Connor. The Minister for Regional Development claims the program was pork barrelling. Well, Minister, tell that to the communities across O'Connor that have benefited from the many projects funded under the previous 5 rounds. My electorate has the most local government areas in any electorate in Australia. As Minister for Local Government, Minister King should ask those 57 LGAs what they think of her decision. Feedback that I've received is they feel the minister's move is reprehensible. More than 20 LGAs and community groups in O'Connor prepared applications for round 6 of the fund. They all committed precious resources to the application process that closed on December 8 2021. In the country town of Corrigan, Juanita McGregor formed a group called 1922 and You and spent 50 hours on an application to help restore a century-old community hall to create a youth mental health space. Ms McGregor's work and the committee that she works with is now in vain, and the Time Ravage building is not getting any younger. I will now work with O'Connor Communities to seek alternative fundings for their very worthwhile projects. And I will resist any move by Minister King to reclassify Labor seats near capital cities as regional in whatever her pale version of regional development might end up being.
Sorry, Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recently I had the privilege of sharing morning tea with some of my constituents and their families who have reached significant milestones relating to birthdays and wedding anniversaries. It was a pleasure to have them join myself and my team in our office to share cups of tea and enjoy home-baked scones. Many conversations were had alongside lots of laughs and storytelling. The morning gave me the opportunity to reflect on the word longevity. Longevity means a long duration of individual's life and recognises continuance. Longevity is the act of being steadfast, and in most cases, if a person or people have been gifted longevity, they have fulfilled many acts of service. They have devoted themselves to servicing their families, their community and their country, and they are dutiful and loyal. At the morning tea, I witnessed a collective of longevity in the room, and I wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone for attending and sharing their significant milestones with myself and my team. I congratulate the following celebrators: Mr Brian and Miss Brenda Treadwell for their 60th wedding anniversary, Mr Neil and Robin Thompson for their 60th wedding anniversary, Mr Darcy and Mrs Margaret McFarlane for their 60th wedding anniversary, Ms Eva Penson on her 100th birthday, Miss Catherine McMinamy for her 100th birthday, Mr Richard and Miss Yvonne Busby for their 60th wedding anniversary, Mr James and Ms Mary Pringle for their 60th wedding anniversary, Mr Bruce and Miss Rhonda Barron for their 60th wedding anniversary, and Miss Minnie Smith for her 99th birthday.
Thank you. Give the call to member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to call on the Australian government to do more to support the women and people of Iran. On September 16, 22-year-old Mahsa Amini was killed while in the custody of Iran's morality police. Her crime? Having hair visible under her headscarf. Mahsa's death has set off a wave of demonstrations and protests across the country, led by brave women who have had enough of the oppressive Iranian regime. Women, men and even school-aged children have taken to the streets to demand equality and women's rights, chanting their motto, "Women, Life, Freedom." Iran's oppressive regime has responded to these peaceful protests with bullets. It is estimated that 222 protesters so far have been killed, some as young as 12. As a responsible global citizen, Australia must do more. We must join countries such as the US, UK, Canada and the European nations in placing sanctions on the Iranian morality police. Australia's silent support for the women of Iran is not enough. We must stand up and demand Iran's regime stop killing its people and extend full human rights to all of its citizens. It's time Australia stood up and did more to support the men, women and children of Iran.
Higgins.
Children can have a wisdom beyond their years. I was reminded of this fact when I visited Caulfield Grammar School's Malvern campus recently. The children were prepared for my visit and not only peppered but hammered me with searching questions. Question time is nothing compared to standing up in front of a class of grade 5s and 6s. I found myself answering a range of questions, from Davey, what impact do you make and how do you know you are making the right decisions? Or from Hamish, what kind of problems do you solve? Or from Jack, what are the negatives about being an MP? Or from Edric, how often are you engaged in debate and do you like it? To which I admitted that despite being a bit of an introvert, by nature I found question time quite entertaining and a little bit fun. But then came a curly one from Sienna. Have you ever disagreed with something your party said? I was truthful and I said, yeah, I had. But when you're a member of a party like mine, you work together and reach consensus. Working together is an effective way of getting things done. In fact, it's the only way. I also said that being in government means that you have to have a responsibility, not only to your own electorate, but to other electorates. We need to make sure that our decisions don't adversely impact anyone else. As I left Caulfield Grammar, I admired the gorgeous old buildings, the gardens, the playground, and the many caring, dedicated teachers. I reflected again on how our children shape our future by challenging and questioning.
Hear, hear.
Someone seeking the call? Member for Ryan.
Speaker, the RBA themselves have recently admitted that 1 in 4 mortgage holders are likely to go into mortgage stress after the latest interest rate hikes. And in my electorate of Ryan, the median household, and that's thousands of families, will enter mortgage stress as these interest rate hikes are passed on. Mortgage stress sounds abstract, but imagine if you were just making ends meet, having bought your first home on a low interest rate, maybe believing the RBA governor then saying that interest rates wouldn't rise until 2024, and bingo, you're now paying an extra $700 or $800 or $1,000 a month. Where do you find that money? Wages aren't going up, but the cost of everything else is. This is all ostensibly to deal with inflation. But when inflation is being driven by breakdowns in supply and from corporate profiteering, how are interest rate hikes supposed to help? You know what this is? It's a vast wealth transfer to the banks from everyday Australians. We're in a housing crisis. Rents are skyrocketing. There's a criminal lack of supply of public housing, and yet the RBA is turning the screws on everyday people just trying to have a secure home. We need an immediate pause on interest rate hikes and genuine cost of living relief. Thank you.
Member for Spence.
Yesterday at 3:33 p.m. Adelaide time, the City of Salisbury held a minute of silence. The solemn occasion they are marking, Speaker, is the collision that occurred between the Garn and a number of vehicles, including a public bus at the Salisbury Interchange level crossing on the 24th of October 2002, 20 years and 1 day ago. This tragedy claimed 4 lives and has negatively impacted on many others, whether that be the families of those who were involved or lost their lives, the witnesses to this horrific incident, or the first responders. Mr Speaker, the Salisbury Interchange level crossing is located along Park Terrace, a 5-minute walk from my electorate office in Spence. In the wake of this great tragedy came great community togetherness. The Salisbury Train Crash Disaster Appeal Committee was soon established to raise funds to help the families of those impacted with expenses such as funeral costs. Residents dug deep, raising $30,000 to support this aim. Funds were also provided to commission a permanent memorial for the accident, made possible through grant funding provided to Council by the South Australian Passenger Transport Board. I'm advised the sculpture, designed by local South Australian artist Dave Clark, resembles a floral wreath with 4 columns, representing the lives lost that day. A touching tribute. We will remember them. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 39 days ago, Mahsa Amini died while in police custody in Tehran. She died at the age of 22. She was a young woman seeking a professional life, longing for freedom. Zan, Zendegi, Azadi. Women, life, freedom. My electorate of Menzies has the highest number of Iranian Australians in this parliament. From the top students to cutting-edge entrepreneurs to doctors helping to cure cancer, I am proud to be their representative. They came here seeking a better life for their families, but I know that a piece of their heart aches for what's happening in their homeland. That is why, Deputy Speaker, last Saturday in Melbourne, they turned out in their thousands through the pouring rain. They have done their part. It is now our time to do ours. It is not good enough that Iran remains a member of the UN Commission on the Status of Women. It is not good enough that the Iranian regime sends drones to Russia to attack civilians in Ukraine. It is not good enough that the core of the Revolutionary Guard travels freely while they assault freedoms at home. 39 days ago, a fire was started. The rain won't put it out. Neither will time. Zan, Zendegi, Azadi.
Thank you. Member for Bandt.
Deputy Speaker, last Friday I had the privilege to attend a special event to commemorate the opening of the John Anton Kovacic PSM hearing room at the Fair Work Commission's Canberra office, a special event hosted by Justice Ian Ross, President of the Fair Work Commission. It's been 2 years since the untimely passing of Deputy President Kovacic, and it is fitting that the main Canberra hearing room has been named after him, after a career dedicated to cooperative workplace relations, or industrial relations, as many of us who were there would probably prefer. Before being appointed to the Fair Work Commission in 2013, John had enjoyed a long and successful career in the Australian public service and served numerous governments as a senior public servant, including as Deputy Secretary of the Department in one of its many forms. I had the privilege to work for John when he was a branch head, being on opposite yet friendly sides of the table in agency bargaining when he was a division head, and appearing before John on a number of occasions in his role as Deputy President. In that role, on many occasions, he used his particular skills to move the parties through conciliation, all too aware of the limited capacity for arbitration. A commission empowered to have greater conciliation and arbitration powers is well overdue. He was well loved by Commission staff and had the respect of all the industrial parties.
Thank you. Member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to tell the House of my outrage and my community's outrage of the cutting of the funding for Wellington Road from the Labor budget tonight. This announcement we made back in 2019 to commit $110 million was actually matched by the Labor Party in an article dated the 3rd of May 2019, where it has bipartisan funding for roads with the then opposition leader Bill Shorten. And the candidate said Labor will commit to upgrading Wellington Road. Why is this road so important? Well, number one, at the moment it is a huge congestion issue and it is such a dangerous road for people to take. But more importantly, in the case of a bushfire, it is the major escape route for people living in Cockatoo, Gembrook, Emerald and also the Dandenong Ranges. And if you go back in time to 1983 during the Ash Wednesday bushfires, locally 21 lives were lost. It is just so vital this road gets upgraded. I'm so disappointed and outraged that the funding is being cut. Now, previously, back in 2007, we committed $10 million for overtaking lanes. 2010, sadly, we lost the election. My last letter before losing my seat was writing to the then Transport Minister Anthony Albanese and said, please don't divert this funding. Labor has again disgraced themselves when it comes to supporting the residents of the Hills.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week I was delighted to welcome Minister for Industry and Science Ed Husic, as well as South Australian Deputy Premier and Minister for Industry, Innovation and Science Susan Close to the Tonsley Innovation Precinct in Boothby for a very exciting announcement. The Albanese Labor government has committed $10 million towards expanding the Flinders University and BAE Systems Factory of the Future at Tonsley. This $10 million is in addition to the Malinowska State Labor Government's $4 million commitment. The Factory of the Future is Australia's first industrial-scale, high-value advanced manufacturing facility. The more than 250 companies and organisations involved in the facility are driving the technological innovation vital for our future competitiveness and also providing hundreds of secure, highly paid and highly skilled jobs. And there are now more people working at Tonsley than there were when it was an operating Mitsubishi car plant. Deputy Speaker, this government is rightly committed to establishing Australia as a country that makes things again. And I'm absolutely determined that Boothby will be at the heart of Australia's manufacturing future. And that's why I'm so delighted that this government is investing in the future of manufacturing and starting with this major investment in Boothby.
Thank you. Member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to a local champion who sadly passed away last week. Chris Sharp, or Sharpie as he was known to many of us, was one of those people I refer to as the BPs of the community, a quiet achiever. Chris never wanted or liked the limelight or being the centre of attention. He was much more comfortable behind a barbecue cooking a snag or helping youth at a Caboolture Rotary Youth Driver Awareness Program. Chris was a proud Rotarian and was always one of the first to put up his hand to volunteer at one of our many Rotary Club's events. A passionate community man, Chris was also involved in assisting in practical solutions such as the 1 Year Project, which assists in providing non-perishable food and clothing for those doing it tough in the Caboolture community, and the All Abilities Play Space at the Creek Project in Burpengary. Chris used his considerable business contact list accumulated in a long career in local real estate to obtain goods and services at either reduced or no cost for community projects, unashamedly embarrassing local businesses into giving back to the community that supported their business. Always on the go, Sharpie continued a lawn care business in retirement to stay busy after a back injury prevented him from partaking in his beloved golf at the Caboolture Golf Club, where I first met Chris over 20 years ago. Our heartfelt condolences go out to Chris's wife, Sharon, and the rest of his family. Rest in peace, Sharpie. You'll be missed.
Thank you. Member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to say a few words on the recent flood event that some in Victoria are still going through. My electorate was not spared. In about 48 hours, Bendigo received 117 mils of water. Now, to people from Queensland, that doesn't sound like a lot, but for my town it is. The average rainfall for Bendigo in October is usually 41 mils. To receive that volume of water in 24 hours, our rivers, creeks and road systems did not cope. The damage to local infrastructure was enormous. Roads were washed away. Every single highway into Bendigo was severely damaged in some way. The Axdale Bridge was gone. It has since been temporarily repaired, but a lot of work still to do. It wasn't just our roads that copped it, it was also to a number of homes. Whilst not as bad as Rochester and Echuca, who are still on alert, we did lose about 40 homes in Heathcote and a number in Morong. Many in my community feel lucky that it wasn't worse, but the damage sustained to local infrastructure is enormous, and local councils are still counting the cost. From Kyneton in the south all the way to Almore in the north, there's hard to find someone that was not affected. The community has reacted to help those in need, but more needs to be done. What alarms me the most is people know that this is not the last significant flood event we will go through, and we need to stand with people to get better prepared for future events in the future.
Thanks. Member for McPherson.
Deputy Speaker, it's been nearly 1 month since I introduced a private member's bill in this House that would ensure stronger penalties for cybercriminals to crack down on ransomware. Since that time, we've seen Medibank and MyDeal join Optus on the list of Australian companies being attacked by cybercrims, literally impacting millions of Australians. Our ransomware bill, which is based on legislation we introduced in government earlier this year, would specifically reform criminal law to create a standalone offence and introduce tougher penalties for all forms of cyber extortion. In the week after I introduced my private member's bill, the Labor members on the selection committee banded together to block the bill progressing for further evaluation. We could have been putting this important deterrent in place this week. Instead, we've seen nothing when it comes to actually cracking down on cybercrime from the Labor government, and it's been nearly a month since the Optus incident. We know that the Minister for Government Services has been missing in action since Services Australia began auditing sensitive data from the Optus breach, and we know Medicare numbers were stolen as part of the Medibank incident. We've seen a tardy and lacklustre performance from Labor's dedicated cyber security minister, who preferred to tweet about the AFL grand final rather than stepping up to guide the Australian victims through ways to secure themselves from identity theft when the first attack happened. Perhaps that action, or that lack of action, stems from the fact that the government has quietly moved responsibility for cybercrime to the Attorney General.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to convey my greetings to everyone celebrating Diwali, also known as Deepavali, in my electorate of Holt and across Australia. Diwali is among the most celebrated festivals in the world and has become a permanent fixture in the calendars of so many people across Victoria. These joyous celebrations are celebrated by a spectacle of lights by using clay lamps, sparkles, and in India, I'm told, loads of firecrackers. In addition, families and friends gather to share food and sweets. Diwali signifies the eternal triumph of good over evil, light over darkness, and knowledge over ignorance. It also pays homage to the goodness, Lakshmi, the Hindu goddess of wealth and prosperity. Thus, I'd like to believe we are blessed to have this government's first budget during Diwali. Festivals like Diwali are celebrated with pomp and splendour by a large Hindu, Sikh, Jain communities in my electorate. It is an opportunity to get together to celebrate our shared belief in oneness of all and pray for health, wealth and happiness for everyone. Happy Diwali.
Thank you. Member for Monash.
Identify with all those affected by the floods, from Maribyrnong to the Murrumbidgee, from Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria and Tasmania, and to pay tribute to the members of parliament that are dealing with this with their constituents every day, knowing that the floodwaters do not discriminate. Floodwaters do not discriminate. They attack the farms, the villages, the creeks, the rivers, and they leave damage untold, as just been outlined by the member for Bendigo. This is a tragedy that each family is facing, and it's a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week problem for all of them today. So we as parliamentarians, though many of us may be not affected, every one of us probably knows somebody who has their feet wet today in those places, and especially discriminates against those that are probably living in the low-lying areas, which in a lot of places are the poorest of areas, the most lowest socio-economic areas. And they are the people that I know this parliament, this government, we as a group will defend, look after. We're thinking of you. We're prepared to protect you as best we possibly can. And the call out also goes to those members of our first responders who are out there without sleep, working on behalf of their communities every day. So I send out a message to them from this parliament that we are with you.
I give the call to the member for Hasluck.
I can certainly attest to the words of the Prime Minister on early childhood education earlier today. I am pleased and proud of the fact that due to the introduction of the Cheaper Childcare Bill by the Minister for Education, early childhood education will become significantly cheaper for virtually every family in Hasluck. At a time when budgets are tight, this government has taken action that means about 5,500 families in Hasluck have another reason to smile. Indeed, over 1 million families will be smiling. We campaigned on this issue and the government is now delivering. In my electorate, it was an issue and a campaign promise that certainly resonated with voters. To some, it simply will be a welcome respite in a difficult economic environment. To others, it will mean more than that. It will be the difference between working or not working, or between childcare or no childcare. I remember meeting the nurse and a young mother while door knocking in Ellenbrook who told me that she only worked night shifts so that she could be at home during the day with her young ones. It didn't add up for her to work days and pay for childcare. She was tired and stressed and obviously really needed support. If we are not here to help people in difficulty, then why are we here? With this significant boost to early childhood education funding, this government will deliver for people in Hasluck and across Australia.
Give the call to the honourable member for Moncrief.
Well, it's been 9 long years since Labor delivered a budget, and it's clear they still don't know what they're doing. The government's $4.5 billion childcare package won't deliver for families, workers or the sector. They have no plan for access, no plan for workers and no plan to address thin markets and childcare deserts. The Prime Minister simply wasn't listening this afternoon when I outlined that what I meant was the coalition will not oppose this bill. He wasn't listening. We moved an amendment to point out the enormous faults in this legislation for the benefit of our youngest Australians and their families. The government needs to be upfront with families and explain how they plan to increase access to services when their policy will put higher demand on a system already under pressure. Because there's no point in $4.5 billion on subsidies if families who need it most can't access care for their children. The government has failed to address current workforce shortages, which from July next year will put further pressure on educators. Without a plan to increase access and increase the pipeline of educators and retain them in the sector, this policy will leave children worse off. They have not addressed the issues in the sector. They have not addressed access issues. They have not addressed workforce issues. There is not one new place for early childhood in this country thanks to this Albanese government.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statement has concluded, and I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the House record its deep regret at the death on the 13th of October 2022 of Mr John Spender, KC, former member for North Sydney. Place on record its acknowledgement of his significant contribution to the House in his 10 years of service to the people of North Sydney and to Australia's foreign relations as Ambassador to France, Ambassador to Portugal and Morocco, and Special Envoy to Cyprus, and tender our sympathy to his family in their bereavement. Thank you, Mr Speaker. As we mark the passing of John Spender, I'd like to begin by acknowledging his family who have joined us here today. Not least, of course, the member for Wentworth, one of his daughters who I'm sure the whole family is just as proud of as her dad was. While the rest of us are marking the passing of a distinguished former member, she is grieving the loss of her beloved father. I say to her, your father so fervently believed that your place was in here. Your success in the election must have added such a glow to his final months and such pride. Mr Speaker, to focus on John Spender's time as the member for North Sydney would be like choosing one element from what was a lifetime of accomplishment. He was a shadow minister, barrister, ambassador, husband to Carla Zampatti and then to Catherine Spender. And of course he was a father, stepfather and grandfather. Throughout it all, he was a man of decency, grace, reflection and good humour. He was also an upstanding member of the Liberal Party, the son of Liberal Cabinet Minister Sir Percy Spender, no less. He was broad in his engagement. In his first speech as an MP, he reflected on his period at the bar. He said this: I have had the good fortune to act for quite a large part of that time for trade unions and for trade union officials, and also to advise them. So, again, he wasn't just part of a mould. John entered Parliament understanding that, to quote him, the purpose of politics is to achieve results. He knew life in government and life in opposition. He appreciated the good moments and didn't shy away from the harder ones, including crossing the floor on matters of principle. He was sent as our ambassador to France when the relationship between our two nations was at a low ebb, not for the last time. John set about lifting it, and he did so. The best indicator of how well he went was that the French government eventually conferred on him the Legion of Honour. As the French ambassador noted on that day, few people have the opportunity and privilege to live several lives in one lifetime, several careers in one professional destiny. John Spender was one of the few. We extend our condolences to his beloved Catherine, to his stepson Alex and to his daughters Bianca and the member for Wentworth. To lose one parent is hard enough. For both to be gone in such a short space of time must be even more difficult. May you take some solace from the thought that they will always be a part of you, and that, in its own way, your conversation with them will go on. A rich and full life is at an end. May John Spender rest in peace.
Give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister in his fine words and associate the opposition with this motion. I acknowledge the presence in the gallery today and in the chamber of members of John Spender's family. Mr Speaker, John was born in 1935, the son of Jean and Percy Spender, with a mother who was a crime fiction writer and a father who was, among many accomplishments, the principal architect of the ANZUS Treaty. It's no wonder that John would become a man of words and deeds. Like his father, John's life would traverse the fields of law, politics and diplomacy. After completing studies at Yale, whilst his father was Australia's ambassador to the United States, John returned home. In 1961, he became a barrister in Sydney. Highly respected and successful, he was appointed QC in 1974. Yet throughout the 1970s, John had a political itch which needed to be scratched. Politics tugged at John as it did his father. He had 2 unsuccessful spells at seeking office, later stating that pre-selection is one of the hardest things that one gets through, at least successfully. The door opened with the 1980 federal election and his winning the seat of North Sydney. John would join Malcolm Fraser's government in its last term, going on to serve under opposition leaders Andrew Peacock and John Howard. He was a politician of principle from the start. Having seen economy-wide strikes and been involved in legal work associated with the unions, John focused on industrial relations in his maiden speech. He expressed his profound sense of disquiet as to the whole system, and he described Australia's then industrial record as one of the worst in the industrialised world, especially for strikes, stoppages, bans and other forms of unrest. In opposition, John held several shadow ministries, most notably those of aviation and defence support under Andrew Peacock, and those of the Attorney-General and Foreign Affairs under John Howard. A newspaper profile in 1986 noted that John's idea of a successful Liberal performance is, and I quote, a radical lowering of the income tax base, radical cuts in government expenditure and a rolling back of trade union power. More humorously, that same piece said, and I quote, he's both flamboyant and conservative enough to get up the collective noses of the Labor Party, fair-minded and fun-loving enough to laugh uproariously at a joke by political rival Paul Keating, perhaps intelligent enough to be resident philosopher in a John Howard-led government. John's political accomplishments were many, but he's remembered by most Australians for being a champion of press freedom, leading the charge on reforms to parliamentary privilege to abolish the offence of defamatory contempt. Testimony to his direct way with words and a mind to match. John, as the Prime Minister pointed out, was appointed as Australia's ambassador to France in 1996. There he set about what he described as repair work. That he did, reweaving links, re-establishing connections and restoring trust, being awarded the French Legion of Honour for his efforts. On the death of his father, Percy, John would say, "The loss of a great man is not simply an occasion for sadness, although grief is inseparable from the event. It is a time for public remembrance and thanks, and for rejoicing in a life which has been richly spent." Just as the son said that of his father, that we can say the same of the father's son. In summing up John's life, we need only to turn to the touching words of the spender who has followed in her family's footsteps. The member for Wentworth described her father as a man who reflected on the world, always questioned it, loved good conversation and was gracious to the end. On behalf of the Coalition, I offer my heartfelt condolences to John's colleagues and to his family and friends, especially his wife Catherine, stepson Alexander and daughters Bianca and Allegra. May he rest in peace.
As a mark of respect to the memory of John Michael Spender— Oh, my apologies. I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My father was a gracious man who built relationships across the House, and he would have been particularly gratified by the graciousness of the Prime Minister in proposing this motion and the Leader of the Opposition in speaking on it. He was many things. He was loving, he was extravagant, he was generous, he was droll, he was fun. But the lessons that I take to his life in this place are courtesy, originality and standing for something. So many remembrances have noted that he was a gentleman, that he was gracious and he was gentle. Whether he was representing a union, as he so often did, or accepting the apology of a Prime Minister, this time Hawke, who publicly mocked him for his accent but later, as a true gentleman, apologised, he was courteous. In Parliament, I'm told he played the ball, not the person. He took this gentleness home and he never shouted at us, but when he was very irritated, he would take himself for a drive. Now I think he just liked cars. He wasn't afraid to think differently and was genuinely interested in alternate views. He and his father spent many Sunday afternoons debating the events of the day with a whiskey and encouraged us as kids to do the same without the whiskey. You could change his mind with a good argument. This is a rare quality and quite the opposite, I think, of Twitter. No doubt it was that open-mindedness that enabled him to support my campaign, despite being perhaps the first party person in a safe seat to be dislodged by a community independent, as he was. He held many roles in this House that you have acknowledged. He was a manager of opposition business, shadow Attorney General, shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs, and my personal favourite, opposition spokesperson for the status of women. However, reflecting on his political career, he was proudest of the times that cost him, where he stood up, however quixotically. He crossed the floor to protect witnesses to access justice. He wrote a piece against his own government's foreign policy that was then quoted by the opposition leader. And he defended Laurie Oakes's court right to call politicians drunks and bludgers, and led to the parliamentary privilege as reforms that allow the press to call us, frankly, many other things now, for which I'm sure they are extremely grateful. And then it was over. I remember the day that he lost his seat, sitting together at breakfast, writing a list of things that we could do now that he was out. It was a very difficult time for him, rebuilding his life outside this place. I learned from him then that when you are in Parliament, make the most of it. You don't have a second to lose. But remember, one day you will be out, that it will be over, and be ready for that too. 35 years ago, my father gave a condolence speech in the House for his father, my grandfather, who also served in federal Parliament. There is a certain poignancy in that, though if any of my children stand for Parliament, I know it will be time to get my affairs in order. But I would like to finish with a quote from that condolence motion, a favourite of my grandfather's, which seemed apt for Dad too. I have tried to do my duty. No one can do more. No one should do less. I thank the House.
As a mark of respect to the memory of John Michael Spender, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. Call the Leader of the House.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Put the question. All of those opinions say aye. No. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
I ask Leader of the House to refer the matter to the Federation Chamber for further debate.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
Call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I move that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of John Michael Spender be referred to the Federation Chamber.
Put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Natural disasters are a cruel part of life on this unforgiving continent. Tragically, the floodwaters in Victoria and New South Wales have claimed the lives of 6 of our fellow Australians. Our first thoughts today are with their loved ones. All Australians offer you our deepest sympathy in this time of grief and sorrow. Today, while some communities have begun the clean-up, there are many people in regional Victoria and New South Wales for whom the danger has not yet passed. As we speak, people in Echuca, Moama, Moree, where the Premier has been this morning, Shepparton and Kerrang are still preparing for the worst. To all Australians in those areas still at risk, we are thinking of you. Please listen to the warnings, please follow the advice of the authorities, please do everything you can to keep yourself and your family safe. Mr Speaker, so often the worst of nature brings out the best of the Australian character. In recent days, I've had the privilege of seeing this firsthand. In Deloraine in Tasmania, I met with council workers and emergency services personnel calmly coordinating the flood response and recovery, and I thank the member for Lyons who joined me there on that day. Along with the Mayor, Wayne Johnson, the captain of the Deloraine Kangaroos, Lockie Dornoff, the club president, John Jordan, and other members and volunteers who had come to help out. In Latrobe, Michael Perkins, a dairy farmer, spoke to me about the long-term challenge of climate change and its consequences that he has seen firsthand. In Victoria, in the Emergency Response Centre at Bendigo, Assistant Chief Officer Mark Cattell talked me through the huge amount of work they were doing, and I thank the member for Bendigo who's been so diligent looking after the interests of her community. There they were doing everything from flood mapping to distribution of sandbags to coordinating food supplies and emergency accommodation. So many of the people working there were from other agencies across the state who had mobilised to join the relief effort. And I joined with the Premier of Victoria to look at towns like Rochester, who had been inundated. As we were flying over in a chopper, tragically, we could see down below 2 cars going through what was extensive floodwater. Really, again, a reminder for us to remind people here today, don't risk it. You don't know what's below the floodwater. In Thorpe, in New South Wales, at the Rural Fire Service station, which has been converted into the SAS base, we were briefed on the response before the Deputy Mayor, Chris Roylance, drove us around to point out the areas affected and at risk. And I thank the member for Riverina and the Premier of New South Wales for being with us there, and we were also, of course, we flew into Parkes that has also had less impact, but also has had some impact of the floods, particularly around farms in the whole of the Riverina district. I also had the chance to speak with local farmers and residents outside the council chambers about how we can make sure everyone can access the support that is on offer. As well as, and the member for Riverina will, like me, I think, never quite forget the sight of a friend of his, Graham Rouge, in gumboots and a Hawaiian shirt, who nearly had to wade across the street, down the street, across a bridge that was flooded to talk to us about what his local town and community are going through. Like everyone who we met there, Graham wasn't thinking about himself, and even though his place is the one right next to the river, he was thinking about other people. Across at-risk areas in Victoria and New South Wales, emergency services personnel and local volunteers are receiving vital assistance from members of the ADF. Approximately 350 ADF personnel have been working in Victoria. They've been building levees, filling sandbags and using 2 CH-47 Chinook helicopters to transport SES water rescue, army medics and stores to Shepparton and Echuca. Another 200 members of the ADF are available to assist in New South Wales, with 100 already on the ground in Moree, Dubbo, Condobolin, Deniliquin and Hillston, and I thank the member for Parkes, who we talked with over the weekend as well, about any further support that can be given on the ground. I know that he is very concerned. He was unable to get into Moree on Saturday to see his local community. Another 100 people are standing by, ADF personnel, to help in the Northern Rivers and Lismore. I know all members of the House will join me in recognising and thanking everyone on the front line of this disaster. I thank the Minister for Emergency Services, Senator Watt, for the extraordinary work that he's been doing day in, day out in coordinating, along with Brendan Moon and the people in the department, the response to this. It can't be said enough, in hard times Australians are simply magnificent. They're brave in the face of adversity, they're calm amidst uncertainty, and they're driven by an instinctive decency to look after each other. And I think you see something particularly special in some of these smaller regional towns as well, that sense of belonging to each other. Everyone knows everyone and everyone's helping out. When disaster strikes, Australians mobilise quickly and decisively. They work together. In the same spirit, we're working quickly with state premiers and with local members from across the parliament and with local councils to make sure people are getting the support and resources they urgently need. Australian government disaster payments are available to people across the areas affected. As of Sunday, more than $20.6 million in assistance has already been provided to around 25,000 people in those 3 states. Services Australia is also working on practical things like making sure families who miss days of childcare don't have to pay for those absences. I want to thank the states, particularly the 3 premiers of Tasmania, Victoria and New South Wales, for their ongoing engagement and for the way that there is seamless cooperation between the Commonwealth, state and local government. Jointly funded under the disaster recovery funding arrangements so that we can respond quickly to needs on the ground for clean-up and repairs. Mr Speaker, it is an inescapable fact that natural disasters have become more frequent and more intense. It's what the science told us would happen. That's why it's so important that disaster recovery funding also supports efforts for better planning, for building back in such a way that makes communities safer and more resilient, so that the next time disaster strikes we are better prepared. Mr Speaker, I hope that the rains stop soon and the waters recede, but the briefings that I've had, and I know the opposition have received briefings as well, indicate that we're not at the end of this. We're more towards the beginning, probably, than we are towards the end. So there are difficult weeks and perhaps even months ahead. The long-term consequences are severe for our economy, for agriculture that was anticipating a bumper season there in the Riverina and in the Goulburn Valley and other parts of Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland and indeed Tasmania. So it's been particularly heartbreaking for the farmers who were looking forward to something so positive. But some people, of course, have lost their homes, and others, of course, have lost their lives. And the most important thing that we can do to people is to stay safe, to make sure that they follow the advice when it's given. If they're asked to evacuate, please do so. The authorities are acting upon the advice of the experts, and we will continue as a government, continue to offer every support possible. I'm sure that that will be offered in a bipartisan way, and I thank the opposition for that. And all we can do is to do what we can as a parliament to today say that we stand in solidarity with those people going through this difficult time.
I'll give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Flood, fire and drought are an inevitable part of living in our country. We don't always know where natural disasters will strike, only that they will. That inevitability does nothing, though, to diminish the shock and the sadness of the crushing news that Australians have lost their lives during these latest floods. On behalf of the Coalition, we express our heartfelt condolences to the families who have tragically lost loved ones in these floods. It has been an incredibly tough time for people in Victoria, in New South Wales, in Tasmania and Queensland. And as we know, in some places, thankfully, the waters are receding. But in other places, they're rising. And Australians are entering, going through or emerging from their darkest hours. Yet it's in these darkest hours that we witness the very best of the Australian character, our courage, our compassion and the camaraderie. I was very honoured to be in Shepparton last week with the member for Nichols to see those qualities on display firsthand. Many of those in the local community who were instrumental in supporting the effort to respond and to recover. People who were volunteers, just ordinary Australians working for GV Cares and the Salvos, distributing food and necessities to families who were isolated and had gone without. And people, of course, like Azam Elmaz, who shut his restaurant and had been cooking meals with his wife for workers, volunteers and affected residents. And I want to praise, acknowledge and thank all of those across the nation who are doing such fine work. The emergency service workers, the police, the first responders, who always come to the aid of communities, especially those who have crossed borders to help their brothers and sisters in uniform. The men and women of the Australian Defence Force, who answer the call on every single occasion, injecting hope and confidence when they move into towns. And the local councillors, the community leaders and the volunteers who assist others while their own homes have been inundated. Your combined efforts have seen people rescued, food and medical supplies provided to those cut off, and homes and businesses saved. Particularly, I want to acknowledge the efforts of the members for Parkes, for Riverina, for Lindsay, Mallee, Farah, Braddon and Bass, who are currently supporting or have supported in recent times their communities due to flooding. For those Australians facing the prospect of rising waters, please continue to heed the advice of emergency services, especially given rain forecasts and a likely wet summer ahead. Long after the waters have receded, the clean-up has commenced and the cameras have moved on, communities will need ongoing support for the slow and costly recovery. I want to acknowledge the work of the former Prime Minister, Prime Minister Morrison, and the emergency service ministers who put in place the regime that Prime Minister Albanese referred to before. The support that we provide to communities, hand in glove with our state counterparts and local government authorities. That support makes a real difference in the hours, the days, the weeks and the months in the aftermath of these natural disasters. Infrastructure and homes will need to be rebuilt, fences replaced, roads repaired. And in the aftermath of a disaster, Australians can feel like they're on their own, that they've been forgotten by governments. The Coalition encourages governments at all levels to be generous in the assistance they offer, and we provide our bipartisan support to the Prime Minister, to the government, to see that support delivered in an effective way to those affected by this natural disaster. Not just in the current response phase, but also in the all-important recovery phase, as I say, over the days, months and, in some cases, many years ahead.
We give the call to the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion to enable further statements on indulgence on the floods to be made in the Federation Chamber.
Give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
Call the Leader of the House.
I move that further statements on indulgence on the floods be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against noes. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I advise the House the Treasurer will be absent from question time today. The Assistant Treasurer will answer questions on the Treasurer's behalf, given that we only have one Treasurer.
Questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition. I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Of course, the Prime Minister's reference to Labor's economic illiteracy shouldn't pass anyone's mind today, and I'm sure we'll be reminded of that tonight. Mr Speaker, I refer to the decision taken by the Labor government on a Jewish holy day to stop recognising Israel's capital of West Jerusalem.
Order. The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. I'll just get them to restart the clock. It hadn't started when he had begun his question. I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to the decision taken by the Labor government on a Jewish holy day to stop recognising Israel's capital of West Jerusalem, a decision which deeply offended our closest ally in the Middle East and the Jewish community in Australia, but which was praised by two violent terrorist groups. Has the Prime Minister spoken to or communicated with the Israeli Prime Minister and offered an apology?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Australia was among the first countries to formally recognise Israel under Prime Minister Ben Chifley, and it occurred when Doc Evatt was head of the United Nations. Australia is and will remain a steadfast friend of Israel. We have reaffirmed Australia's previous long-standing and bipartisan position that Jerusalem is a final status issue that should be resolved as part of peace negotiations between Israel and the Palestinian people. The same position that is held by the United Kingdom, by France, by Germany, by Spain, by Japan, by South Korea, by Singapore, by New Zealand, by Canada, the same position that was held by John Howard, the same position that was held by Tony Abbott, the same position that was held—
Order. The Prime Minister will pause. The Prime Minister is just 1 minute into the question. I'll call the Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Well, on relevance, Mr Speaker, the Israeli Prime Minister has criticised this Prime Minister and this decision of government—
Resume your seat. If you are taking a point of order, you must state the point of order, not add extra to the question. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The same position that was held by Menzies, Holt, Gorton, Fraser, Howard, the same position that was held by Tony Abbott, the same position that was held by Malcolm Turnbull, the same position that they sat there up until 2018 and held. And what happened in 2018 was there was a by-election held in the electorate of Wentworth, and they said that they would change what had been a bipartisan position since the creation of Israel in 1948. They said that, but once they got through the election, they didn't follow it through. They didn't follow it through. They didn't move the Australian embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. At least, say what you like about Donald Trump, at least he followed it through. At least he followed through the position. Those opposite did not. Those opposite did not, thereby showing that this was not a decision of substance, it was a decision of gesture. What we need in the Middle East to secure peace is substance, not gestures. We need peace in the Middle East to be based upon a two-state solution, which recognises the right of Israel to exist in secure borders and also recognises the rights of the Palestinian people. My government will not waver in our support of Israel or of the Jewish community in Australia. We also are unwavering supporters of the rights of the Palestinian people. What we need is a solution to the Middle East, not playing domestic politics during a by-election in order to secure a so-called advantage.
Order. I give the call to the member for Bruce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. At the last election, Australians sent a strong message that they wanted action to get wages moving, get more Australians skills and training and tackle the rising cost of living. How is the Albanese Labor government's first budget cleaning up the mess that the government inherited and delivering on what Australians voted for?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Very much. I thank the member for Bruce for his question about the budget on Budget Day. On Budget Day, those opposite wasted a decade, but we are not wasting a day. And in tonight's budget, you will see being delivered what Australians voted for: cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, paid parental leave, more affordable housing, fee-free tape. A responsible budget, right for the times and ready for the future.
Cease interjecting.
These reforms take pressure off family budgets without adding to inflation. Now, Australians have been waiting.
Members on my left will cease interjecting. Member for Groom.
Australians have been waiting for a responsible reforming budget for a decade, and tonight they will see one. After 9 years of deliberately keeping wages low, we're getting wages moving again. You'll see some more action on that at the end of the week. After 9 years of division and denial and dysfunctional energy policy, we're lifting Australia's ambitions on climate change and we're investing in renewable energy. After 9 years of telling Australia's manufacturers to leave the country, we want a future made in Australia and will support manufacturers in this country. After 9 years of shameful neglect in aged care, we're taking action to fix the crisis. After 9 years of sordid scandals from those opposite, we're going to have a National Anti-Corruption Commission funded in this budget. After 9 years also, we're working to bring Australians together. That's why we did the Jobs and Skills Summit, to move towards having solutions, not look towards just having arguments. Those opposite were obsessed by conflict, trying to divide people. They acted like an opposition in exile while they were on the government benches. And now what's very clear is that they've learnt absolutely nothing. Just before question time, we were dealing with the childcare legislation, and those opposite are just beside themselves, saying we weren't listening. Well, they attacked it the whole way through, and then they said, "Oh, but maybe we won't oppose it." Well, they should get out of the way, because what you'll see from tonight's budget is a responsible budget that takes pressure off the cost of living, that is family-friendly without putting pressure on inflation.
Order. There is far too much noise on my left and right. I'm going to give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. I'd ask her to be heard in silence.
My question is to the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. On 97 occasions prior to the election, the Labor Party promised to cut electricity bills by $275. Now we are told that prices will increase by up to 50%. Minister, with the energy regulator saying people are using solar fairy lights in their houses and ice bricks in their eskies because they can't afford their power bills, why won't you apologise?
The Deputy Leader will resume her seat. I specifically said I wanted the Deputy Leader heard in silence. There is far too much noise on my right. I cannot hear the question. I'm sure the Minister can't hear the question. I'm going to ask her to state the question again. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. On 97 occasions prior to the election, the Labor Party promised to cut electricity bills by $275. Now we are told that prices will increase by 50%. Minister, with the energy regulator saying people are using fairy lights in their houses and ice bricks in their eskies because they can't afford their power bills, will you apologise to struggling Australians for shamelessly misleading them?
I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
To Dixon.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And I can confirm that the Australian Energy Regulator is advising ministers, federal and state, that the energy market and energy prices continue to be under pressure because of the war in Ukraine, and also, Mr Speaker, and also because of 10 years of denial and delay.
Members on my right,
4 gigawatts of power came off under them before 4 gigawatts came off and only 1 gigawatt came on.
Order. The Minister has been going for 22 seconds. I haven't given you the call, and when members on my left cease interjecting, I will give the call to the Leader of the Opposition. I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
It's on relevance, Mr Speaker. The government made a promise of $275.
Resume your seat. That is not a point of order. I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I can also confirm the Australian Energy Regulator gave similar advice to my predecessor, the now Shadow Treasurer, Mr Speaker. Advice that in New South Wales residential prices will go up $227, or for a New South Wales small business, $1,130. But the difference is, Mr Speaker, I can confirm this government will not hide the facts from the Australian people like my predecessor did. I can confirm I won't be changing the law to hide that fact from the Australian people like the member for Hume shamefully did. Shamefully did. I'll also confirm that we'll be getting on with the job of delivering cheaper energy, because the cheapest form of energy is renewable energy, Mr Speaker. We'll be getting on with it like last week when the Prime Minister announced the largest investment in energy by a federal government since Ben Chifley was the Prime Minister of Australia, and he announced the original Snowy Mountain scheme. When the Prime Minister announced the investment in the Meredith Link and in renewable energy in Victoria and Tasmania, Mr Speaker, because we know that we need to upgrade the electricity grid. What did the opposition say about that? The Shadow Minister issued a release saying that this was a sweetheart deal between us and the Victorian government. This was an announcement made by the Prime Minister and I in Hobart with the Liberal Premier of Tasmania, Mr Speaker. With the Liberal Premier of Tasmania, the Shadow Minister said this was a sweetheart deal with Dan Andrews. He wasn't there. I'm not sure where the opposition thinks the Marinus Link goes from Victoria. The Antarctic, maybe, Mr Speaker. I'm really not sure what they think. We don't know what they think about many things. We know what this government's getting on with. The task of rebuilding the energy system in our country after 10 years of denial and delay is what we're getting on with.
Order. I give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development. How is the Albanese Labor government changing policy to deliver for regional Australia, providing fair and transparent investment and building and protecting the infrastructure and services
The member will resume
communities?
his seat. I want to be very clear. I need to hear the questions. There is far too much noise on my left. I'm going to give the call to the member for Hunter. We can keep doing this until we get it right. So I'll give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you again, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development. How is the Albanese Labor government changing policy to deliver for regional Australia, providing fair and transparent investment and building and protecting the infrastructure and services our communities rely upon?
I give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, tonight you will see a budget that delivers for our regions. It will deliver responsible reform for regional programs and delivers on our commitments that we made to regional Australia right the way across this country. The budget
Manager
will
Opposition
include
Business
over
will cease interjecting.
760 initiatives for regional Australia. In my own portfolio, it will include the Bass, Tasman and Tamar highways in Tasmania, freight roads in Western Australia, South Australia and the Northern Territory, Mandalong Road and the Muswellbrook Bypass in the Hunter, jetties up in the Torres Strait, logistics and industrial hubs in Gippsland, in Townsville, I see the member interjecting, and in the Northern Territory, cultural and sporting precincts in Alice and in Kalgoorlie. It will include 2 new regional programs, the Growing Regions programs and the Partnerships and Precincts programs, $1 billion to be invested over the next 3 years into regional communities across this country. The budget, of course, ends the decade of waste and rorts and cleans up the mess that have been left by the Liberal and National Party. It fixes the legacy of infrastructure projects that the previous government announced with great fanfare but was actually unable to deliver. It ends the mess of grants programs that we saw rampant politicisation and deserving communities across this country miss out. And it cleans up projects dating back to 2016 that remain undelivered and uncontracted and in some cases without any proponent. Unlike the National Party, we don't believe that regions are only worthy of funding if they elect a National Party member. Our fairer and transparent regional investments will make sure they are delivered across the country.
Leader of the
we know
Nationals
that
will
it
cease
isn't only
interjecting.
grants and infrastructure that matters to our regions. Every single portfolio has a role to play. And that's why the budget tonight will deliver amongst the largest investment in regional communications that we have seen, along with powering the regions, the Regional First Home Buyer Guarantee, investments in First Nations communities and, of course, defending and protecting the sustainability of the NDIS and Medicare on which our regions so fiercely rely. And through it all, we will, of course, continue to deliver flood and disaster-affected communities with the support that they need, helping them become more resilient and to build back better, something the previous government did not do. This is a budget that delivers for all Australians, and it will certainly be a budget that delivers for our regions.
Before I call the member for Kennedy, I'd like to inform the House and the gallery today is Professor John Langmore AM, the former member for Fraser, which is now known as the division of Fenner, Mr Stuart Henry, the former member for Hasluck, and the Honourable Bernie Ripoll, the former member for the mighty electorate of Oxley. Can I give the call to the welcome to you all? Can I give the call to the member for Kennedy?
To Prime Minister, would you say the North-West and its mineral province is the homeland of new age energy? Are you aware of Hewenden with Twiggy's giant wind farm and IPCO's pump storage hydro, the world-class minerals province of copper, nickel, cadmium, lithium, cobalt, vanadium? Won't a small input of development monies produce billions of dollars of government revenue and, more importantly, real jobs and wealth for working Australians?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much. I thank the member for Kennedy for his question and his ongoing engagement with the government and his strong representation for Queensland's northwest in particular. And we certainly understand the potential of the Northwest Minerals Province. To go to the specifics in his question, I had a meeting with Andrew Forrest just last week, and he is very passionate, as are other people in the business community, about the opportunities that are there from new critical minerals as well, right around the country. But northwest Queensland in particular has an extraordinary opportunity to advance. Last month I was very pleased to see the Queensland Government's Energy Jobs Plan, which included the biggest pumped hydro scheme in the world and building transmission infrastructure from Townsville to Hughenden and eventually Mount Isa. As you know, I've visited the Hughenden pub with the member for Kennedy twice. That's right, that's twice. You've got to go back there because it's unforgettable in terms of as a location. That new link will spark significant investment along the transmission corridor, like the $2.6 billion Mount James wind farm already proposed for Hughenden, and we look forward to working with the Queensland Government on how we can best support the Queensland Energy Jobs Plan. Just last week as well, the Minister for Resources and I announced the development of a new national critical minerals strategy, which will set out a clear vision for growing our critical minerals sector. Critical minerals, including rare earths, are crucial components in batteries, electric vehicles and solar panels, and Australia has some of the largest reserves. Since we were elected, the government's committed $100 million to directly support new critical minerals projects, including Alpha, HPA, EQ Resources and Lava Blue in Queensland, and will also invest $1 billion in resources value-adding and mining science through the National Reconstruction Fund. And I think many of the proposed initiatives in northwest Queensland will be eligible for that and will benefit from this investment. I want to see our critical minerals processed onshore as well. I don't want to see them all shipped off, then the value added and then them imported back. We need to look at ways in which we can value add here, taking advantage of the fact that we can be a renewable energy superpower for the world. That means not only investing in transmission in solar, wind generation, but also developing the regions, including manufacturing in northwest Queensland, that absolutely hold the key to our clean energy future. And I very much look forward to continuing to work with the member for Kennedy in a constructive fashion.
Give the call to the member for Solomon.
Early childhood education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to make early childhood education more affordable, providing cost of living relief to families and boosting the economy through workforce participation?
The call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and Minister for Youth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Solomon for his question. I know that he's very committed to relieving the cost of living for Australians by reducing the cost of early childhood education and care, and making sure that children in the electorate of Solomon, for example, particularly First Nations children in the electorate of Solomon, get the very best possible start to life. Access to affordable early childhood education and care is a vital part of a child's early years of development, but it's also critical to our economy, Mr Speaker, and that's why a Labor budget will deliver on our commitment, the commitment that we went to the election with, to make early childhood education and care more affordable for 1.26 million Australian families. Our reforms come after years of inaction from those opposite, with fees going through the roof, 41% over the past 8 years. We've listened. We've listened to Australian families. We've listened to parents. We've listened to the mothers who want to go back to work, who want to take on extra hours, who want to have career progression, who want to go back to study. And we are delivering on cost of living relief directly in this family-friendly budget. This is not welfare. It is meaningful economic relief that gives families greater choice. In the words of the Premier, former South Australian Premier and the Director of Thrive by 5, Jay Weatherill, and he says, for our economy, more affordable childcare will help unlock the power of parents' workforce participation, particularly mothers, which would in turn help address the labour shortages we're currently experiencing across the country. And that includes workforce issues in early childhood education and care as well. Now, Treasury estimates that these measures will increase the hours worked by women with young children up to 1.4 million hours per week in 23-24. That's the equivalent of around 37,000 full-time workers. That's going to make a real difference to our economy. We know that these reforms will only be possible if we are retaining, recruiting and training a high-quality early childhood education workforce. And the Albanese government is committed to wage growth, including the critical early childhood education and care workforce. That's why we successfully argued for a pay rise for the lowest paid workers in Australia, and I remind the House that those opposite opposed that. They didn't want that. That's why we're committed to addressing the gender pay gap, and we'll strengthen the ability of the Fair Work Commission to order pay rises for underpaid women workers. But Australians understand this. They understand that we didn't create the challenges ahead of us, but they elected us to take responsibility for addressing them, and that's exactly what we're doing.
I give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. How many hectares of prime agricultural land and national parks will be impacted from the construction of 28,000 kilometres of poles and wires in communities as a result of the government's energy policies?
I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Order. The House will come to order. The Minister will be heard in silence, just like the Deputy Leader was. The Leader was heard in silence.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. In relation to the announcement made by the Prime Minister and I last week, Marinus Link goes under the Bass Strait. So that's the biggest investment we've made in transmission, and we will be working with.
Just members on my right, I'll give the call. Order. The member for Kingswood Smith is not helping. I'll give the call to the Leader of the Nationals on a point of order.
Relevance.
Members on my right, I give the call to the Leader of the Nationals, who is rising on a point of order.
Relevance, Mr Speaker. The question.
Order.
The question was very tight. It was around. It was around poles and wires and the 28,000 kilometres of them. That is above ground, not below it, just to help him out.
Then the Minister is 20 seconds into his answer. He is in order on my left. The Manager of Opposition Business will cease interjecting. So will the Leader of the Nationals. The Minister is entitled to a preamble. I'll ask him to return to the question, and I give the call to the Minister.
I do thank the honourable member for his question, Mr Speaker, and I understand his sensitivity, because they talked about Marinus Link for 6 years. We're delivering it in 6 months, Mr Speaker. That's the difference. And Marinus Link is an important link between Tasmania and the mainland, the second and third links, because we believe that Tasmania can become a 200% renewable economy.
The Manager of Opposition Business, it will not be a point on relevance because that's already been taken. I will hear from him.
Speaker, you made a very clear ruling that the minister needed to return to the question. He is ignoring your ruling.
Thank you.
He's talking about
resume your seat, Manager of Opposition Business. You may resume your seat. Order. The minister is being relevant, and I would like to hear what the minister is saying. If members on my left will cease interjecting, I'll give the call to the minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. More than happy to deal with the issues raised by the opposition because they're important ones. They're important ones, and they're important because Marinus and other transmission projects, which it's connected to, like the North West Transmission Link, which the Prime Minister and I announced with the Premier of Tasmania and the Energy Minister last week, with the Kerrang link in Victoria, which was also announced, as we are working on with other states, And I presume, given the tone of questions from those opposite are very annoyed with the announcements from New South Wales in recent days. Very annoyed by the announcement of the Treasurer and Energy Minister of New South Wales and the Deputy Premier about compensation for above-ground wires that have to be built in New South Wales by the New South Wales government as part of the Rewiring the Nation plans, because we know that transmission is necessary for transition. That is what's necessary. We've made it very clear, Mr Speaker, as part of our election commitment that we will roll out this transmission. But we've also made this clear. We will reform what is known as the RIT process, which is the regulatory process for above-ground wires, which they left in place for 9 years, because it is not fit for purpose, is why we will reform it, because it does not provide for adequate compensation for people who are impacted, as the member for Ballarat and the member for Hawke well know and well understand, because they've actually taken the time to engage in these issues. They actually understand these issues, unlike, it appears, the Leader of the National Party.
Will cease interjecting. I give the call to the member for Holt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer. In the face of growing economic headwinds, what is the importance of a responsible budget?
Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
Speaker, I thank the member of Holt for a question, and I want to acknowledge at the outset her many years of representing low-paid workers and attempting to get wage increases for low-paid workers, an aspiration that everybody on this side of the House shares. I'm asked about the importance of having a responsible, well-managed budget. Well, Speaker, the answer is up there in the gallery. I want to acknowledge the students from Albion Park High School in my electorate who have come down to Canberra today to witness the passage of the first Albanese Labor government's budget. The reason that we need a responsible government is there in the gallery. It's about their future, not about our future. It's about ensuring that they inherit a society in which they can put their aspirations and their dreams into practice. Framing a budget in 2022, in October 2022, is not going to be easy. International headwinds are against us. In the United States, in Europe, in Great Britain, we see inflation galloping ahead and we see economies sliding into recession. Australia is better set than most of those economies, but we are not immune. We are not immune to the impacts of what goes on amongst our major trading partners. Of course, it's not just the international economy and the international impacts that is going to make it challenging for us to frame a budget, because we have inherited an absolute fiscal mess from this mob on the other side. An absolute fiscal mess from this mob on the other side. And I hear them shrieking like a mob of political bin chickens scratching around for relevance, but the fact of the matter is $1 trillion worth of debt and the biggest budget deficits that this nation has ever seen.
The member for Groom will cease interjecting.
We will not shrike the responsibility of ensuring we frame a budget for the future of the people here in the gallery. Our investment in skills, our investment in manufacturing, our investment in education, our investment in energy and a clean energy future will set this country up for the future. And we will also do the hard work that this mob over here couldn't do, and that is ensure we start to pay down the debt and deal with the structural deficit that this mob over here, squawking like political bin chickens, this mob over here left us to fix up. Mr Speaker, the job is tough, but we are good for it. They talk about economic management, but over 9 years did none of it.
Order. The House will come to order. Members on my left, when you cease interjecting, I'll give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. On the 10th of October, the Minister said in a speech, "We will need to install about 40 7-megawatt wind turbines every single month and more than 22,500-watt solar panels every single day to meet the government's 82% renewables target by 2030. How many wind turbines and solar panels have been installed since you've come to government?
I give the call to order. Members on my right and left. There is far too much noise in the chamber. I will give the call. Member for Barker. The member for Petrie will cease interjecting when the House comes to order. I'll give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
I really do thank the honourable member for that question, Mr Speaker. I really do, because it gives me an opportunity to remind the honourable member and remind the House of our plans to get us to 82% renewables by 2030, of our plans to reduce emissions by 43% by 2030. And yes, I thank the honourable member for quoting my speeches. He's welcome to do it as much as he likes, Mr Speaker. And I was making the point in that speech. That we have a lot of catching up to do after a decade of denial and delay.
The member for Fairfax.
We are walking out to the crease late in the match, Mr Speaker, because we are making up for a decade of doing nothing when they were in office. So now we have to work faster to reduce emissions by 2030. And yes, those figures I quoted were correct. It underlines the size of the task, and it underlines the size of the task of transmission. And I welcome questions on transmission, because this government has actually delivered a deal with the Government of Tasmania and the Government of Victoria, which they talked about for 6 years, and we delivered in 6 months. And you're going to see more of that type of action tonight and tomorrow and next week as well.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering cheaper medicines, and how are life-changing drugs being made available to Australians? Great question, Chair.
I give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Newcastle for her question, because she was one of dozens of Labor candidates and members who promised at the last election to cut the price of medicines for millions of Australian patients. And, Mr Speaker, tonight we will deliver on that promise. Tonight's budget will deliver the largest ever cut to the price of medicines in the 75-year history of the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, bringing the maximum co-payment for millions of general patients down from $42.50 to just $30 per script. For households that fill 2 or 3 scripts every month, and there are many of those, Mr Speaker, that will deliver a saving of as much as $300 or even $450 each and every year. It's not just good for their hip pocket at a time of enormous cost of living pressures. We know it's also good for their health, because almost 1 million Australians every year go without filling a script that their doctor has said is important for their health because they simply can't afford it. Pharmacists tell stories of their customers coming in with a handful of scripts, asking for advice about which script they can go without because they can't afford to fill them all. Well, our delivery of that promise tonight will make that choice redundant for millions of Australians. And on top of this responsible cost of living relief measure, we'll also continue listing life-saving, life-changing medicines onto the PBS. On the weekend, I announced 4 new listings of medicines like that. From next week, around 1,000 skin cancer patients will be able to access Libtayo at PBS prices rather than $144,000 per course of treatment. More than 500 lung cancer patients will access 2 new life-saving, life-changing medicines. But I was especially delighted, Mr Speaker, to be able to announce the listing of Cisvita, the first new treatment in decades for a rare but debilitating condition, X-linked hypophosphatemia, or XLH, which affects more than 200 Australians. I was joined at the announcement by Talia, who's 11, by Noah, who's 12, their families, and Sandy, the President of XLH Australia, an outstanding advocate for her community. Talia has had access to Cisvita on the Community Access Program, and it has completely changed her life. Her family told us about being able to witness her deliver the first 100-metre sprint at her school, and how proud they were of that. Noah, who's 12, an avid Crows fan, hasn't had access on the Community Access Program, but for next week he will be able to access this medicine that will give him an enormously different life to what he was facing before this listing. The lives of those families and more than 200 will be profoundly changed by this listing at PBS prices rather than $360,000, which is what this medicine would have cost without the PBS.
Give the call to the member for Longman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. RGS, a proudly Australian-owned and operated manufacturer in my electorate, had a power bill under the coalition of around $39,000 last year. Now, this year their power bill under Labor will spike to around $73,000, an increase of $43,000, just one of the many cost increases seen by businesses in Longman this year. When will the government deliver on its promise to cut power bills?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I'm sure that the figures provided by the honourable member are correct, because they reflect the DMO, the default market offer, which was promulgated in May but hidden by the previous government, which outlined an increase on average of a Queensland small business of energy prices of $705 or 12.8%. That's what the previous government knew about and wilfully misled Queensland businesses, small, medium, large, about, in a matter of fundamental and direct and deliberate dishonesty. And I welcome the fact that honourable members opposite are now somehow interested in energy prices. They weren't very interested when they were changing the law to hide the increase in energy prices for Queensland businesses. Queensland businesses will benefit from our policies to introduce renewable energy and introduce the transmission, which are now apparently the opposition is opposed to, the Integrated Systems Plan, which we are actually getting on and delivering to reduce power prices for businesses in Queensland and around Australia.
Give the call to the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening and expanding the paid parental leave scheme, and how will this support Australian families?
Give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Hawke for his question and recognise that, along with many families, he is acutely aware of both the challenges but also the joys as a result of the recent arrival of baby Macaulay. So take this opportunity to congratulate him. But supporting families is a key plank of the Albanese government's first budget. Increasing paid parental leave was one of the most frequent proposals raised to boost workforce participation at our most recent Jobs and Skills Summit. Because not only does boosting paid parental leave better support families at a time of birth of a newborn baby, but is also critical to supporting women's workforce participation. And of course, the Albanese government has listened and responded in this budget to be delivered tonight, which will include the biggest expansion to paid parental leave since Labor introduced it in 2011. But in addition to this, the government has responded to the calls of many families to make sure that this scheme is both modern, strengthened and actually meets the flexibilities that many families need. And that's why the changes that we will make in the budget tonight will give more than 180,000 families more choice about how they balance work and family. Now, from the 1st of July 2023, we will implement changes to modernise paid parental leave and make it more accessible for both parents. We will move to a single scheme that will allow all parents to access government-paid leave at the same time as employer-paid leave. Currently, this is only available to mums, not dads. We will encourage families to share care with an easier claiming process that will allow either parent to take leave first and removes the assumptions about mothers and fathers being both primary and secondary carers. We will expand the eligibility with a more generous household income test of $350,000, which families can be assessed under if they exceed the individual income test of around $156,000. And then, from the 1st of July 2024, we will add 2 additional weeks a year until the scheme reaches 26 weeks in July 2026. These are positive changes that will make families' lives better. The Albanese government's new paid parental leave scheme will be good for parents, good for kids, good for women, good for employers and good for the economy. This is just one of the many measures that the Albanese government is taking through our budget to make it better, fairer and stronger for Australian families.
Give the call to the member for Clark.
Speaker, my question is to the Housing Minister. Minister, the housing crisis is getting worse, particularly in Tasmania, with increasing homelessness, too little crisis social and supported accommodation, unaffordable rents and unattainable home ownership. Clearly this is not good enough and we need to act now. So will the government commit to working with all levels of government to remedy things and, for starters, to extend the National Rental Affordability Scheme, increase Commonwealth rent assistance and revisit investment property tax reform?
Give a call to the Minister for Housing and Minister for Homelessness and Minister for Small Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Clark for his question. I know that he, like many people in this place, is concerned about those Australians who are struggling to find safe and secure housing, particularly affordable housing at the moment. And certainly we understand that safe and affordable housing is central to the security and dignity of all Australians. We want every Australian to have the security of having a roof over their head, but of course we're dealing with increasing housing affordability costs. Far too many Australians are being hit by increasing rents and far too many Australians are struggling to purchase a home still. And sadly, far too many Australians are facing or at risk of homelessness today. The situation is completely unacceptable, which is why, of course, we've hit the ground running to deliver on our ambitious housing reform agenda that we took to the election. It was a very significant reform right across the housing system. Indeed, we want to make it easier for Australians to buy a home. We want to increase the supply of housing to reduce overcrowding and to reduce rents. We want to improve access to social and affordable housing. And we want to address the needs of those who find themselves at risk of homelessness or who are indeed homeless. Importantly, we want to ensure that investments and reforms are both long-term and sustainable. To this end, we brought forward the start of the regional first home buyer guarantee to 1 October. That will allow up to 10,000 eligible Australians into home ownership sooner and help ease the pressure in the rental market in our regions. We've acted quickly to unlock up to $575 million through the National Housing Infrastructure Facility to invest in more social and affordable housing sooner. And of course we're doing that while we wait for the Housing Australia Future Fund, which is our significant $10 billion investment that will build 30,000 new social and affordable homes in the first 5 years.
The Minister will just take a break. I'm going to give the call to the member for Clark on a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. On relevance, the community is very keen to hear the answer, in particular regarding National Rental Affordability Scheme, or NRAS, Commonwealth rent assistance, and whether there's any possibility of investment property tax reform.
Thank the member. The question was broad and the minister is being relevant. I'm listening to her carefully. I'll give the call to the minister.
Thank you, and I thank the member for Clark. We also, of course, want to develop a national housing and homelessness plan, and we do want to work with the other tiers of government. There's no one tier of government that's going to be able to solve this alone. We've had 2 meetings already of state and territory housing ministers. The first that we had in July was the first meeting in almost 5 years, because, of course, we inherited a system where those on the other side did very little when it came to housing affordability across this country. We're also going to introduce a National Housing Supply and Affordability Council to ensure that the Commonwealth does play a leadership role in ensuring that housing supply and improving housing affordability. There will be details on these reforms in the budget tonight. Importantly, initiatives and reforms need to be sustainable and lead to long-term permanent housing for those that need it most. We learned the lesson the hard way from those opposite when we saw important housing programs abolished like one of the ones the member refers to. It was abolished, of course, by Tony Abbott back in 2014, NRAS. The reforms that we're proposing will be permanently boosting the supply of affordable housing and take pressure off the rental market as well as the social housing problems. When too many Australians don't have a safe place to call home, we can't afford to waste a day, and we absolutely won't.
Good. Give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. Why have Australian wages been stagnant for nearly a decade? What is the Albanese Labor government doing to get wages moving?
Great. The call to the Minister for Employment.
Thanks very much, Speaker. And I thank the member for Chisholm for the question. Somebody who, before she came here, was fighting for people's wages to get moving and continues that fight now she's here as a member of Parliament. We're delivering this week on exactly what we said we'd do, which was that we would get wages moving after a decade where they had been kept deliberately low. When those opposite and anyone wants to talk about cost of living deals with both prices and wages. And when wages are stagnant, people don't have a chance in being able to keep up. The first action when this government was elected was to put in the submission to the annual wage review. Those opposite were outraged when the Prime Minister during the election campaign answered that one word, absolutely, as to whether he would support pay rises for the lowest paid. But those opposite couldn't even bring themselves to support $1 an hour for the lowest paid. They said it'd be economy wrecking. They said it'd be a disaster. They said leave it to the experts. And what did the experts say after the government had put in a submission? They agreed and they said absolutely as well. This week we will introduce the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill. This week we will make sure that we get wages moving for people who rely on the bargaining system as well. Enterprise bargaining has always been the best way to both get wages moving and to be able to get productivity outcomes. Those opposite don't want bargaining. Those opposite don't want to see wages get moving. And why? Because for them it's always been a deliberate design feature to keep wages low. Now, they haven't read the legislation yet. The only words of the legislation they're sure of is the name, Secure Jobs Better Pay. And that was enough for the Leader of the Opposition to say vote against it. Can't have that. Secure Jobs Better Pay was enough for it to be vetoed. And that's because at least they're being consistent. In opposition, they are intending to do exactly what they did in government, which is to suppress wages, to try to prevent wages from going forward, to try to prevent there from being improvements in people's pay. The Leader of the Opposition had a moment of clarity when he said, with reference to the government, they've been elected to make a bad situation better. Well, he's right. They left us with a bad situation. He's right. Wage stagnation for a decade has been a terrible outcome for households. This government's determined to make that better, and if those opposite don't support secure jobs or better pay, they should continue on their current course.
Give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. 22,000 small businesses in south-east Queensland, including many businesses in my community, are currently on electricity standing offers. Instead of their electricity bills falling, as you promised, they are set to increase by up to $1,700. Why is the government making the cost of living crisis worse for small business owners?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks again, Mr Speaker. I welcome the honourable member's interest in the energy costs of small business in Queensland. I imagine she was outraged by my predecessor hiding the 12.8% increase in energy prices for Queensland businesses prior to the election. I imagine she is outraged that the minister actually changed the law by signing a regulation to hide this increase, which he was told was inevitable by the Australian energy regulator. I'm sure she shares my anger. I'm sure she shares my disrespect. I'm sure she shares my disdain for such an action, to be so fundamentally dishonest to Queensland small businesses, Mr Speaker.
The minister will pause. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
The point of order, Mr Speaker, is it's very clear that all imputations of improper motives to a member are highly disorderly. We keep hearing this, the minister attributing improper motives to the former Minister for Energy. He ought not to do that. What he ought to do is answer—
You may resume your seat. You may resume your seat. It is not a point of order. The minister is being directly relevant regarding the energy costs and energy bills. The question was broad about businesses in South East Queensland and their rising energy costs. The minister is being directly relevant. I give him the call.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And the honourable member well knows that the plan that we took the election was to take energy to renewables 82% by 2030, to put downward pressure on energy prices, to build the transmission network right across the country. She well knows that's what we went to the election. She also knows that's exactly what we're doing and will continue to do.
I give the call to the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its promise to deliver faster and more reliable broadband, particularly for regional and rural Australia?
I give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Gilmore for her question and for her ongoing advocacy right across the communications portfolio for her constituents. Mr Speaker, the Albanese government was elected on a platform of a better future for all, irrespective of whether you live in our cities, our suburbs or our regions. And we are delivering on our commitments to connect Australian families, businesses and communities better than ever before. Mr Speaker, we are investing $2.4 billion to give an additional 1.5 million premises fibre access to the national broadband network. And what this means is that 90% of homes and businesses in the NBN fixed-line footprint will have access to gigabit speeds by late 2025. And what this includes, Mr Speaker, is full fibre access for more than 660,000 additional homes and businesses in the regions currently relying on copper wire. This will boost the reliability of services and the productivity of our regional businesses and support the changes in the ways we work, study and transact since the pandemic. And what this means, Mr Speaker, is that this additional fibre-to-the-premises connections will deliver an estimated $20 billion uplift in GDP by 2030, and that enables communities and businesses to access faster broadband speeds and support thousands of jobs during the construction phase. But, Mr Speaker, expanding access to optical fibre isn't just about downloads. It's about reliability and it's about resilience. It's about our global competitiveness, and it builds on our delivery of $480 million earlier this year to upgrade the NBN fixed wireless network. And what this means is a more consistent and reliable service for more users in the household. Mr Speaker, not too long ago I had the pleasure of visiting the farm of Peter and Megan near Withally with the member for Riverina, and it was instructive to note how vital digital connectivity is to the operation of their farming enterprise, which again became all too relevant during the pandemic. But the approach taken by this government, Mr Speaker, stands in stark contrast to the masterclass in economic and technological incompetence by those opposite. Mr Speaker, those opposite rolled out a second-rate copper network beset by delays. They promised to build it for $29 billion.
The Manager of Opposition Business
went up
will cease
to $41
interjecting.
billion, then $49 billion, and finally came in at a staggering $58 billion, double what they promised. They ordered 60,000 kilometres of new copper, enough to wrap around the planet Earth 1.5 times with taxpayers' money. In contrast, Mr Speaker, we are delivering better connectivity right across Australia.
Members, Mrs. Time has expired. Order. Give the call to the member for Griffith.
My question is to the Minister for Education. As per the letter I sent you in July this year, is the minister aware that East Brisbane State School stands to be demolished as part of plans to demolish and rebuild the Gabba Stadium to provide an extra 8,000 seats for the 2032 Olympics? With the federal government still considering whether to provide 50% of the funding for the project, Do you believe that spending up to $2.5 billion to demolish a growing and thriving public school for a 2-week sporting event is a good use of public funds?
I give the call to the Minister for Education.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I haven't seen the letter, but I'm happy to meet with the member and talk about that in detail.
Order. Members on my left. The House will come to order. I give the call to the member for Swan.
My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs and Cyber Security. What is the government's response to the Medibank cyber incident?
Give the call to the Minister for Home Affairs and Cyber Security.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I really appreciate this question from the member for Swan, an issue that is of great concern to her constituents, to my constituents and to the Australian government. The member might be aware that today Medibank provided an update on the consequences of the breach on their networks and confirmed that cybercriminals have taken more data than was previously reported. And the data that has been taken not just from the AHM and International Student Customer Database, as they had previously thought, but from the broader Medibank systems. So this is really not good news, and it's of great concern to the Australian government. Speaker, one of the reasons why the government is so worried about this is because of the nature of the data that has been held here. In a lot of cyber attacks, our big fears are around identity theft and financial crime, and those are very difficult, complex and important cases. But ultimately, something can usually be done to protect consumers. We can put in place credit monitoring, we can replace ID documents, we can replace bank cards. When it comes to the personal health information of Australians, the damage here is potentially irreparable. Australians who are struggling with mental health conditions, with drug and alcohol addiction, with diseases that carry some shame or embarrassment, they are entitled to keep that information private and confidential. And for a cybercriminal to hang this over the heads of Australians is a dog act. It is scum of the earth, lowest of the low territory. Now, we are taking this incredibly seriously, and the work that is being done is being undertaken by the smartest and toughest people who work for the Australian government. I want to thank the Australian Signals Directorate and the Australian Federal Police on the intensive work that is underway to hunt down the attacker. They are undertaking a very significant operation. The AFP are leading a criminal investigation into this matter. Services Australia and the Department of Health are working to protect the government information that may be exposed here. Services Australia has done an immense amount of work to protect their own network, which of course has an interaction with Medibank as a health insurer. We are putting in place substantial supports to Australians should the worst come to the worst and some of this information be made public. Because of the way that this situation developed over the weekend through Friday and Saturday, on Saturday I asked my department to activate the National Coordination Mechanism to coordinate the work that's being done on Medibank. So, as the parliament will know, the NCM was set up by the former government as a crisis response mechanism to deal with the most difficult and complex aspects of managing the pandemic. We are picking up that model. What we can see is that Medibank is just as complex and just as urgent as some of what we dealt with there. The NCM has already met, I believe, 3 times now and will work across state and federal agencies to coordinate the response. And I just say finally, combined with Optus, this is an enormous wake-up call for the country here. Cyber criminals are the thugs of the 21st century, the bag snatchers and the armed robbers. We need to do more as a country to step up, but in the meantime, this government is doing everything it can to protect Australians against this breach.
I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. I refer to the recent statement from Alinta Energy Chief Jeff Dimery that retail energy prices will rise a minimum of 35%. Given the fact of rising power prices facing Australian families, when will the government apologise for telling families that this government would cut power bills by $275 for every family?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. And the opposition knows but doesn't like to acknowledge that the Powering Australia plan we took to the Australian people and received a mandate for was very clearly in the documents outlined, and the Deputy Leader of the Opposition knows it because she's attempted to table it, outlines a plan to roll out our renewable energy investments, our transmission, over coming years to 2030. and models the impact of those prices in 2025 and beyond. Not 2022, not 2023, 2025 and beyond. Now, that is the fact, Mr. Speaker. Never did the then opposition and our government say we would come into office and we would be able to fix 10 years of delay and denial overnight. These guys, Mr. Speaker, these guys—
Order. Members on my left.
Like the rock band. These guys are like the rock band, Mr. Speaker, that trashes the hotel room and then complains that the cleaners don't have it spick and span before breakfast, Mr. Speaker. These guys trashed the energy market for 10 years, now complaining that we're not cleaning up the mess quick enough. We're the cleaners who've come in when you've trashed the hotel room and we're cleaning your mess, and you're complaining we're not doing it fast enough. Well, I think the Australian people have a view about your record and they'll have a view about ours as well.
Order. Order. I give the call to the member for Parramatta.
My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How will the Albanese Labor government's investments in the vet sector help to relieve cost of living pressures, tackle the skills shortage crisis the government inherited, and provide Australians with the skills and training they need to harness the jobs and opportunities of the future?
With the call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Well, can I firstly thank the member for Parramatta for his question and his long interest in this area of public policy. He understands how important it is to invest in skills, which of course delivers to our economy, to businesses, to workers. And it's of course clear to this government. Upon election, it was clear that we needed to address this matter urgently, and we were very conscious of the fact that the acute skills shortage was as bad as it possibly could be. In fact, the National Skills Commission report, the final Skills Commission report that was only released recently, showed that the occupations on the shortage list had almost doubled in 12 months, from 153 occupations to 286, which really is an indictment on the failure of those opposite to properly plan in the labour market. Now, of course, the pandemic had something to play in relation to shortages, but the reality is so too were some of the policy prescriptions of those opposite, namely the failure to provide any support, JobKeeper or JobSeeker, to hundreds of thousands of visa workers meant that they left the country in droves. That compounded the problem. And of course, so too did the failure to plan for the economy, identify more clearly the existing shortages in the labour force, and also, of course, anticipate the areas of emerging demand. We understood that. It was why the government convened the Jobs and Skills Summit very quickly, convening a meeting of businesses and unions, of state and territory governments, of civil society, working through these issues, discussing and then moving on to respond immediately. And respond we will. For that reason, we've announced the delivery of 180,000 TAFE and vet fee-free places for 2023. That's absolutely critical to supply the skills to the labour market, to those businesses crying out for workers with relevant skills, to those workers who are wanting to have secure employment but need skills in demand. And for that reason, it's absolutely vital that people work together. That's the difference between those on this side, the government now, and the government that we saw before the election. A failure to engage properly with the business community, with unions and with others. That's the reality. Now, the fact is we need to do this, and we'll do this as a matter of urgency. We know, of course, we are seeing the transformation, for example, in the energy sector. That's why we're investing in energy apprenticeships, to make sure that we have the skills and we are ready for that transformation, working together across government, with employers, with industry, to deliver the skills that our economy, our labour market, this country needs.
Give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. 62,000 residential customers and 14,000 small businesses in my state of South Australia are on electricity standing offers. You promised their electricity bills would go down by $275 if Labor was elected. Instead, they have gone up and will continue to go up. When will the government apologise to the people in my state for breaking your promise?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the honourable member's question about apologies. We're still waiting for the apology from those opposite for changing the law in this regulation to hide power price increases from the people of Sturt and from everybody in the national energy market. This regulation signed Angus Taylor, Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction. Signed 4 days before the election was called, Mr Speaker. That's what the Australian people deserve an apology for. The Australian people deserve an apology for 10.
And I'll hear from the order on my right. Give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Question
the
on
Minister's
relevance.
completed his answer.
Prime Minister has nothing to say.
You don't have the
There's
call.
nothing.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Order. I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories. Minister, many communities across Australia are being impacted by flood, in some areas for the second time this year. What is the government doing to support flood-affected local governments in these areas?
Give the call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Bendigo, who is experiencing floods in her own region, and for the work she's done with her community. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank Minister Murray Watt for the work that he has done. Since entering government, we've had multiple natural disasters, we've had agricultural issues, and his swift response in mobilising the ADF and getting payments out so quickly should be congratulated. As a former mayor who experienced 9 declared natural disasters in 4 years, I'm very aware of the important role that local government plays in supporting their communities through disasters, but also into recovery. We're thinking of all those communities, particularly those in and around Lismore, those who have felt multiple floods on numerous occasions already this year. We know you're fatigued, and we know it takes a toll on your communities. The former government stood on the hose of disaster relief payments. They slowed financial assistance down to a trickles to local government.
Absolutely.
Especially when local governments were struggling to help their communities through very difficult times.
Order.
The Albanese government is providing financial help for—
The Minister will resume her seat. The Manager of Opposition on a point of order.
That was a simply appalling statement, Mr Speaker, and she should be asked to withdraw.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Order. The Minister's on my right. The Minister was asked a question regarding communities impacted by floods and what is the Minister doing for flood-affected local areas. I asked to return to that question.
Thank you. The Albanese government is providing financial support to people in Victoria, Tasmania and New South Wales affected by extensive and ongoing flooding, and we are doing so quickly. More than 100 local governments have been activated for the disaster recovery allowance since the 14th of September, and a further 30 local government areas have been activated for the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment. I've called numerous mayors in flood-affected areas to let them know the Albanese government stands ready to help. As heavy rainfall eases across north-east New South Wales, additional rainfall is now moving down towards the south coast of New South Wales and eastern Victoria. The rain is impacting already saturated landscapes, including many that are already had floods in their areas.
Interjecting.
There is evacuation orders in place for lower North Lismore, with multiple emergency warnings across New South Wales. My message is simply, please listen to the authorities, heed their warnings and advice. We are working closely with state and territory governments to support those impacted local government areas and their communities, to provide practical and timely on-ground assistance. People in local government areas affected by these floods can access disaster assistance payments through Services Australia. We currently have a bill before Parliament that would transform the former government's failed emergency response fund into a dedicated, ongoing source of funding for natural disaster resilience and risk reduction initiatives. Not only is it important to be there for communities at the time of disasters, it's important to be there to assist them to prepare for what's coming in the future, and that is what the Albanese Labor government is doing.
Give the call to the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. Australian Energy Regulator Chairwoman Claire Savage has said the number of households facing bill stress will rise over the next few years as customers are slugged with rapidly increasing electricity costs. What is the government's plan to deal with rising electricity costs?
Give a call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Our plan to help people with energy costs is to implement our energy policies. That's what we're going to do, Mr Speaker. The previous government promised energy prices of $70 a megawatt hour. If you want to talk about energy prices, we'll talk about it all day. I'm free till 7:30, Mr Speaker. I think the Prime Minister's up for it as well, by all indications. And we're very happy to keep debating this, Mr Speaker. We're very happy to keep explaining our plans. We're very happy to keep pointing out the decade of denial and delay on the other side and the dishonesty of the previous Minister for Energy and Emissions Reduction. We're very happy about this because the energy regulator is pointing out the pressures and strains in the system. She's pointed out that our traditional energy sources are becoming more unreliable. She's made that very clear. She made that very clear today, Mr Speaker, in the Australian Financial Review. And she said this: leaning into the transition and getting the investment in place is the best thing we can do for consumers. Guess that? Guess what? That's what we're doing. Leaning into the transition, getting the investment in place. That's what we were doing last week in a place called Tasmania, which is a state which exists under Liberal Party management, Mr Speaker. That's where we were, making those announcements with the Tasmanian government, working with governments across Australia. And we have another meeting on Friday of Energy Ministers where we'll also be working to implement our policies in close cooperation with the states and territories, because we're getting on with the job, fixing a decade of denial and delay, which you should apologise for.
Give the call to the member for Fraser.
My question is to the Minister for Small Business. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support small business owners who are facing serious challenges across the country, including those who have been impacted by the ongoing flood disaster?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing, Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Small Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and of course I thank the member for Fraser, and I also want to thank him for the work he's been doing in his community in light of recent floods, and also his long-standing commitment to supporting small businesses in his community. We all know that small businesses are indeed the engine room of our nation's economy. They're at the heart of our local communities right across the country, and they employ millions of Australians. But not only do small businesses help put paychecks in people's pockets, Mr Speaker, they contribute more than $430 billion to the nation's economy every single year. But of course, the Albanese Labor government knows that COVID-19 pandemic and ongoing natural disasters have hit our small businesses hard. Right across Australia, including in the member for Fraser's home state and my home state of Tasmania, and of course in New South Wales and Queensland, the recent floods have just been devastating. As we sit here, some people are still bracing themselves to see what can be salvaged. Our thoughts are with them, and of course our support is with them. We've already announced individual relief in states, but of course we've also announced just recently relief for small businesses in my home state of Tasmania, and we are working with the New South Wales and Victorian governments in terms of additional support that may be required for small businesses in those states as they come into the recovery phase. But even for small businesses that have escaped the wild weather, we know that rising inflation and ongoing staff shortages have added to their daily pressures. We've focused on helping them get through these challenges, Mr Speaker. We've already announced that we'll be providing more than $15 million in the budget for small business owners to access free mental health and financial counselling support. That's more than $10.9 million that will go to the New Access for Small Business Owners program and $4 million to continue the Small Business Debt Hotline. We know that this new funding will build on measures that we've already put in place, including $18.6 million to help support small businesses adapt and build resilience through digital technology. We've updated the Commonwealth procurement rules, which mean that small businesses will get a bigger slice of the $70 billion in contracts that the Australian government spends every year, with a 20% target for small businesses of procurement. We've introduced legislation to make unfair contract terms illegal, so that small businesses can negotiate fairer agreement with larger partners. And of course, these measures sit alongside the Albanese government's wider agenda that will benefit small businesses, including our increase in the skilled migration program to address skill shortages, our cheaper childcare that will mean, of course, that more parents will be able to do more hours and work in the small businesses. will provide a one-off income credit to older Australians to give them the option to work and keep more of their money, immediately helping to boost the labour market supply. And of course, we're accelerating the delivery of 465,000 additional fee-free TAFE places, with 180,000 to be delivered in 2023. We know that small businesses are vital to Australia and will continue to support them.
Has expired. I give the call to the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. Can the minister explain why the government is committing $2.2 billion to the suburban rail loop, a project which has not been endorsed by Infrastructure Australia and which has been criticised as not being a worthwhile investment by such bodies as the Grattan Institute and the Victorian Auditor General?
Order. The member for Latrobe has asked his question. He remains silent. I give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much. And can I say that the investment in the suburban rail loop is a once-in-a-generation infrastructure project. We are honouring our election commitment to provide $2.2 billion towards the early works of Suburban Rail East, the first early works of Suburban Rail East. And that project will actually not only just benefit the suburbs of our great city of Melbourne, it will actually benefit Victorian regional communities as well. And let me tell you about that, because what it will in fact actually do, because the Victorian government are making Clayton a super hub, it actually means people who live in Gippsland will actually be able to get to Monash Hospital, to the Children's Hospital, to Monash University, saving 1 hour in a round trip. So it is not just a project for the Victorian suburbs, it is a project for Victoria's regions as well. Now, of course, what we also know is that the detailed business and investment case for Suburban Rail East, released by Victoria last year, demonstrated a benefit-cost ratio of 1.7, meaning for $1.70 would be returned for every single dollar invested. But of course we do know also that suburban rail will be assessed by Infrastructure Australia, and of course under the National Land Transport Act, which you guys seem to ignore that actually exists, that the project will also be subject to rigorous assessment process between the Commonwealth and Victoria. We will respect those processes because that is what a responsible government do. But this is a transformational project for Victoria. We've seen over in Western Australia what Metronet has done, creating new suburbs, creating new community hubs, creating more affordable housing across the entirety of Perth.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Rail will transform the rail network in Victoria in the same way, not just for suburban Victorians, but for people, including in your own electorate, being able to move around much better and be able to actually be able. Well, you should have asked me a question about that. Why didn't you ask me a question about that? That this will mean a project that will transform the way in which regional communities also access Victoria, access Melbourne. It is a very important project, and I am proud of the $2.2 billion we're investing in partnership with the Premier of Victoria, Dan Andrews, who we hope to see returned as Premier soon.
Order. Members on my left. Member for Page. I give the call to the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Why is it important to invest in Australia's future energy needs, and how do recent announcements and policy changes deliver on this priority?
I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question and his strong support of better renewable energy in Tasmania and links to make it happen. And as I said before, Mr Speaker, I'm pleased to report and confirm to the House that last week the Prime Minister made an announcement of the biggest federal investment in energy since his predecessor Ben Chifley announced the Snowy Mountains scheme. And I'm also pleased to report to the House, Mr Speaker, that every single dollar of that investment goes to renewable energy and renewable energy transmission, Mr Speaker. We're investing in renewable energy zones in Victoria. We're investing in offshore wind in Victoria, which we will make a reality. We're investing in a better connection between Victoria and New South Wales, working in conjunction with both governments. And we're investing in Tasmania as well, Mr Speaker. $1 billion of concessional finance to make Battery of the Nation a reality. Support for the North West Transmission Link, and most importantly of all, the Marinus Link. Now, honourable members would know about the Marinus Link because they've heard about it for 6 years. Like clockwork, every couple of months the previous government, the previous Prime Minister, the previous Minister will go to Tasmania and they'd make an announcement of a couple of $1 million here, a couple of $1 million there. Last week this Prime Minister announced $2.5 billion of support to make this project a reality. And what this project means is that Tasmania, which is already at 100% renewable energy, will get to 200% renewable energy and export that energy to the mainland, which is good for Tasmanians, creating jobs, unleashing investment, unleashing jobs and unleashing cheaper renewable energy for all Australians on the national energy market, Mr Speaker. That's why this project is so important. It's so important because there's no transition without transmission, and we understand that on this side of the House. We understand that we are lucky in Australia to have a document called the Integrated Systems Plan, which outlines a roadmap for better transmission. The only problem with the Integrated Systems Plan is that there hasn't been dollars attached to it, hasn't been investment in it. We dealt with that in the then Leader of the Opposition's first budget reply as Leader of the Opposition when he announced rewiring the nation, to actually make that transmission a reality. But now we can only make it reality because we are implementing that policy in government. And we continue to be in discussions with other state governments right around the country in relation to rewiring the nation, and that fund will be confirmed this evening in the budget, and I look forward to further announcements with the Prime Minister, because we know that the world's climate emergency is Australia's jobs opportunity with the right policies to seize those opportunities, and that's what we're going to continue to deliver.
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given that I've failed to get a single question from those opposite about the budget or the economy, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. Before members leave the House, I have a statement to make, and it might be particularly of interest to newer members. I ask all members to note the usual arrangements are in place for Budget Week, and importantly the courtesies that will apply to the Treasurer's budget speech this evening and equally to the Leader of the Opposition's speech in reply on Thursday evening. As with all proceedings of the House, the member with the call is entitled to speak without interruption. In accordance with the precedent, should I determine that a member be required to leave the House, understanding Order 94A, the member will be advised by handwritten note. I ask all members to ensure that their guests arrive at the galleries in good time to undertake the secondary security clearance and be seated by 7:10 p.m. I trust there will be cooperation from members and their invited guests in the galleries for whom they are responsible. It should be the aim of all members that both nights proceed smoothly for the benefit of the House and for those watching and listening to proceedings. To finish off, for the information of members, the speech clock will be on, but only as a guide. Standing Order 1 provides that there is no time limit for the Treasurer or the Leader of the Opposition for this debate. I thank the House. Pursuant to Section 65 of the Parliamentary Service Act 1999, I present the annual report of the Department of House of Representatives for 2021-22, and I also present the Auditor-General's Performance Audit Report No. 6 of 2022-23, entitled Implementation of the Export Control Legislative Framework, Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. We give the call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
The member for Moore has requested the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to make a personal explanation.
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
Most grievously so.
You may proceed.
Speaker. Mr Speaker, on Friday the 14th of October, I was contacted by Josh Zimmerman, a journalist from the West Australian newspaper, in relation to a screenshot of a text message exchange purported to be attributed to me. The message contained a threat that I would quit the Liberal Party and sit on the crossbench. I can categorically deny that the screenshot was a forgery and a fabrication. Impersonating a Member of Parliament with intent to cause false belief and detriment is a serious criminal offence. I wish to advise the House that I have reported the matter to the Australian Federal Police for investigation. The Australian Federal Police have provided me with a reference number for this matter, 7246165. Thank you.
I thank the member for more. I've received a letter from the honourable member for Bradfield proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's decision to reverse the I've received a letter from the honourable member for Bradfield proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's decision to reverse the recognition of West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In December 2018, Mr Speaker, the then Prime Minister announced that the Australian government would recognise West Jerusalem, the seat of the Knesset and many of the institutions of government, as the capital of Israel. The decision respected both the commitment to a two-state solution and long-standing respect for relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions. The government committed to moving the Australian Embassy to West Jerusalem when practical and in support of, and after the final status determination of, a two-state solution. In making this decision, Australia acknowledged the aspirations of the Palestinian people for a future state with its capital in East Jerusalem. The announcement followed a review by the Secretaries of the Departments of Prime Minister and Cabinet, Foreign Affairs and Trade, Defence and Home Affairs, which included consultation with community representatives, former heads of relevant agencies and Australia's international allies and partners. Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the United States recognised Jerusalem as the capital of Israel in December 2017, and its embassy was located in that city from May 2018. I confirm, Deputy Speaker, that the Coalition maintains the principle of our position of recognising West Jerusalem and, if elected, would follow proper processes, including consultation with stakeholders, allies and partners. Our position has not changed. We remain a strong supporter of the two-state solution in which Israel and a future Palestinian state coexist in peace and security within internationally recognised borders. Our recognition of West Jerusalem did not in any way preempt peace negotiations or undermine prospects of a peaceful settlement of the Israel-Palestinian conflict. Since 2020, Deputy Speaker, 5 Arab nations have normalised relations with Israel, disproving arguments made in 2018 that the government's decision would make the conflict worse. Deputy Speaker, our relationship with Israel is enormously important. Australia is a great friend of Israel. Israel is our closest and most reliable partner in the Middle East, a region home to many threats, including threats to Australia. Other than the United States, Israel has no greater friend than Australia anywhere in the world, and the Coalition will always be consistent about maintaining that friendship. Our friendship is as old as the State of Israel. We were the first country to vote in favour of the 1947 United Nations Partition Resolution adopted by the General Assembly, which led to Israel's establishment in 1948. Our contribution was noted by Israeli Representative Abba Eban, who said, "The manner in which you steered to a vote this second historic resolution, the warmth and eloquence with which you welcomed Israel into the family of nations, have earned for you the undying gratitude of our people." Deputy Speaker, there are proud people-to-people links between Australia and Israel. Israel is a vigorous multi-party democracy, a beacon of freedom around the world. Our two nations have close economic, business and people-to-people connections. Our nations are united by shared values, a commitment to democracy, to freedom and the rule of law. And of course, I particularly want to acknowledge the Jewish Australian community, over 100,000 strong, and the very significant contribution which has been made by that community to the prosperity and success of Australia. And of course, that community, along with others, has been heavily involved in the work of progressing technology partnerships with Israel and companies based in Israel, including on matters such as energy, water and finance technologies. It is a multi-dimensional relationship, and a relationship that on this side of the House we are deeply committed to. Deputy Speaker, I turn from the position taken and consistently taken by this side of the House to the disastrous process followed by the Albanese Labor government. The process was executed with shocking timing. On 17 October, media reported that the Department of Foreign Affairs website had removed references to the recognition of West Jerusalem as Israel's capital and had removed references to the commitment to move the Australian embassy. A spokesperson for the Foreign Minister, Senator Wong, was asked for clarification. That spokesperson said, quote, "The former government made the decision to recognise West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. No decision to change that has been made by the government." Close quotes. The very next day, the Foreign Minister announced at a press conference that Australia would reverse the recognition of West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Amazingly, this announcement occurred on the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah and just 2 weeks before the Israeli election. Senator Wong was unable to point to how this abrupt reversal was in the national interest, and indeed it clearly was not. It was contemptuous of many important stakeholders. The Israeli ambassador, the Israeli government were not informed of the decision before it was announced by the Albanese Labor government. And this is what Israel's Prime Minister Lapid had to say, quotes, "In light of the way in which this decision was made, as a hasty response to an incorrect report in the media, we can only hope that the Australian government manages other matters more seriously and professionally." Close quotes. The Israeli government took the extraordinary step of summoning our ambassador to Israel to explain the Australian government's change in policy. The Albanese Labor government largely ignored speaking with Australians who care about a two-state solution that provides peace and security for Israel and a future Palestinian state, and instead informed them of the government's decision only after it was made. The Executive Council of Australian Jewry said the decision was made in a, quotes, shoddy manner, close quotes. It was, quotes, poor policy, close quotes, and that it, quotes, was no way to treat an ally, close quotes. One member of this place had this to say, quotes, that he was, quotes, disappointed by the decision. Capital cities are sovereign matters for sovereign states, close quotes. Who was that? That was the Labor member for Macnamara, disappointed by the decision. The former Labor member from this place, Michael Danby, described the government's decision as chaotic and unprofessional. And, Deputy Speaker, this House should not avoid noting that this decision was welcomed by two listed terrorist organisations in Australia, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Now, Deputy Speaker, this would be bad enough if this government had taken this policy to the last election. But the truth is that this decision was never mentioned during the recent election campaign. Indeed, on the contrary, senior Labor members of Parliament prior to the election assured concerned stakeholders, including readers of the Australian Jewish News, that on the question of Israel it didn't matter which way they voted. How wrong that proved to be. The Attorney General wrote in the Australian Jewish News on March 4 this year, attacking the member for Cook, the former Prime Minister, for suggesting that there was any difference in the policies of the two parties. What an appalling suggestion, apparently. Except we had to wait only a few short months before Labor confirmed, this government confirmed, there was in fact a stark difference in the policies of, on the one hand, the Liberal and National parties, and on the other hand, the Labor Party. The Attorney General claimed that across domestic politics, Australia, quotes, spoke with one voice, close quotes. The member for Macnamara did likewise in the Australian Jewish News on March 18. saying that Australia's Jewish community should feel proud that its interests would be safeguarded, quotes, irrespective of whoever forms government, close quotes. I'd suggest that the Attorney-General and the member for McNamara have a lot of explaining to do. And I note the wise words of Australia's former ambassador to Israel and former member for Wentworth, who observed that, quotes, Labor's policy provides a tailwind to extremists and states such as Iran who would like to see Israel wiped off the map and who insist that Israel has no rightful place in the region. Hezbollah will be cheering this Labor announcement, close quotes. This was a disgraceful decision, disgracefully executed. Australia's Jewish community and many other right-thinking Australians have every reason to feel deeply disappointed, indeed abandoned by what this government has done.
Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on this MPI more in sadness than in anger. Tonight, the Treasurer will begin the task of cleaning up the mess that the previous government left to us on the fiscal front. We'll be helping with cost of living pressures facing the Australian public and building a better future for our nation. Now, I understand why those opposite don't want to talk about the budget in this MPI tonight, why they don't want to talk about the $1 trillion of Liberal debt that they leave this nation as a legacy with very little economic dividend to show for it. I understand why they didn't ask any questions extraordinarily about the budget in question time today. But it's disappointing that instead of talking about the budget on Budget Day, those opposite have chosen to continue the Morrison government's legacy of putting short-term domestic politics ahead of the long-term national interest on foreign policy. Let me be very clear. The Albanese government does not and will not use sensitive foreign policy issues to play political games. It's not in the national interest, and the last election result shows that the Australian public are over it. They're sick of the politics of division. Now, on 18th of October, Foreign Minister Wong reaffirmed Australia's previous long-standing bipartisan position that Jerusalem is a final status issue and should be resolved as part of any peace negotiations between the Israeli and Palestinian people. This isn't an extreme position. Far from it. We're not talking about a fringe view from the Labor Party here. We are talking about a considered position of like-minded nations and of all major Australian parties since 1948. Let's be very clear. Let's reiterate that. It's the position of 70 years of successive Australian governments that there can be no lasting peace that does not address the status of Jerusalem, and the Albanese government will not undermine that approach. It's the position of the Gorton government, the Fraser government, the Hawke government, the Keating government, the Howard government, the Rudd government, the Gillard government, the Abbott government and the Turnbull government. Foreign Minister Bishop said plainly, quote, matters relating to Jerusalem are subject to final status negotiations between Israel and the Palestinian Authority. Former Prime Minister Turnbull said that about this decision, the conclusion I took and my government took after very careful and considered advice was that a policy that is well over 40 years old, 50 years old, should remain exactly as it is. Australia's position remained consistent for decades. It wasn't changed by the Gorton government following the Six-Day War in 1967, and all through the subsequent events it wasn't changed by Fraser, Hawke, Howard, Gillard, Turnbull, Rudd. The Liberal Party broke 70 years of bipartisan consensus, and they broke with international mainstream views to play short-term domestic political games in a by-election. The only exception to this consensus has been Prime Minister Morrison, who exploited the sensitivity of this issue for his own political purposes. On the 15th of October 2018, Prime Minister Morrison dropped to the media that he was overturning decades of bipartisan policy on the Middle East by including with his intention to move Australia's embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He dropped this to the media the same day he gave a heads-up to DFAT, and only a day after telling his then Foreign Minister, who had kept in the dark on this extraordinary foreign policy shift. This was a mere 5 days before the by-election in the seat of Wentworth took place. Now, Prime Minister Morrison said he was persuaded by the views put forward by his political candidate in Wentworth, Dave Sharma, leaving no doubt that this was a cynical attempt to get Mr Sharma elected. At the time of the vote, the then Foreign Minister Penny Wong said presciently, floating a change in Liberal foreign policy just to try and hold on to the seat of Wentworth, does anyone believe he'll actually carry it through? This is just posturing in the head of a by-election. John Roscombe, the director of the IPA, a familiar figure in this chamber for those opposite, said at the time, if this week's announcement from the government truly was based on principle, the test will come not if the Liberals hold Wentworth tomorrow, but if they lose it. If the Liberals lose Wentworth and we never hear again about the embassy being moved, the PM will have succeeded in revealing that the Liberals' commitment to furthering democracy and freedom around the world is as skin-deep as a by-election campaign promise. Remarkably prescient, because we all know what happened next, or rather what didn't happen next. We all know that Prime Minister Morrison was only posturing as an announcement on this issue because he didn't move the embassy, did he? After the by-election, just 2 months later, he announced that he was backing down and not moving the embassy. How cynical can you get? He didn't make the announcement out of conviction. It was just a political tactic, playing with a sensitive topic, the hopes and aspirations of Israelis and Palestinians. Now, it was doubly cynical because before the Speaker that just appeared in front of us today, the opposition wouldn't confirm its position on this issue. This week, the opposition leader said that the coalition would make its announcement about policy, quote, in the run-up to the next election. Senator Birmingham, the spokesman on Foreign Affairs, said, quote, well, that proposition is at least a couple of years away until the next election. Whether we will reconsider that position in the future is something, of course, that we will look closer to the next election, cognizant of events as they unfold. That's not the position that the first speaker in this debate just articulated. Their cynicism is only matched by their incompetence. As Minister Wong has reiterated, what occurred here was that the DFAT website was updated ahead of government processes. She took responsibility for resolving the situation and moved to clear up confusion as quickly as possible. She's expressed regret that the shift away from Australia's long-standing position and the shift back have been distressing for communities that have deep-rooted and keenly felt stakes in the cessation of conflict, and particularly the Australian Jewish community. She's also said the timing of the announcement, falling as it did on the high holidays, was also deeply regrettable. The Prime Minister has acknowledged that we can always do better on process. We're a grown-up government. We've acknowledged it. That's what adults do. The Albanese Labor government is committed to a two-state solution in which Israel and the future Palestinian state coexist in peace and security within internationally recognised borders. We share this position that Jerusalem is a final status issue with like-minded countries like France, Spain, South Korea, New Zealand, Germany, the European Union, Singapore, Canada, the United Kingdom, Japan, Sweden, Finland, Norway. Those opposite make the position held by these countries is equated to a position held by a terrorist group. It's absurd. These are serious times for Australia's international circumstances, and they call for serious political leadership. It's no secret that diplomacy was deprioritised and disregarded by the previous government, and that's harmed our national interests. In contrast, the Albanese Labor government has hit the ground running, renewing Australia's closest relationships and advancing our interests and values overseas. We're in a race for influence, and we're running that race internationally. We're reversing 9 wasted years of the Liberals and Nationals slashing Australia's development assistance, reducing our influence and leaving a vacuum for others to fill. We are working to make Australia a partner of choice for countries in our region, to ensure our security, our economic strength, and to shape the world for the better. Tonight's budget will be a major step towards the goal of making Australia stronger and more influential in the world. We're building a stronger Pacific family, a massive increase in support for development, infrastructure and security, including more than $147 million over 4 years for advancing Pacific security and engagement priorities, expanding and improving Pacific labour mobility to reinforce that we are part of the same Pacific family. Our assistance will help our regional partners to become more economically resilient, develop critical infrastructure, provide their own security so that they have less need to call on others. Under the Albanese Labor government, Australia is now supporting our Pacific family more than ever before, with the Foreign Minister already having visited 11 Pacific countries and the Minister for the Pacific who will visit every Pacific Islands country in this year. We're also deepening our engagement with Southeast Asia, with more support for economic development, an office for Southeast Asia and developing a Southeast Asia economic strategy. The Foreign Minister has shown this renewed commitment by visiting 6 Southeast Asian countries already. We're strengthening key relationships, including the US alliance and the Quad. Just this weekend, strengthening our joint declaration on security cooperation with Japan. We're supporting the people of Ukraine, with the Prime Minister showing his personal support by visiting Ukraine, as well as being one of the biggest non-NATO contributors to the Ukrainians' defence of their homeland and advocacy for Ukraine around the world. And we're restoring Australia's global climate leadership, as well as restoring Australia's reputation and rebuilding our relationships We're cleaning up the Liberals and Nationals' failures on Australia's defence capability, which have left 28 projects running more than 97 years late. Now, we understand that there are few issues more central for many Jewish people than the status of Jerusalem. As Senator Wong has said, it's more than a political issue. It's definitional, it's about history, faith and identity. It's the heart of Israel's origins and its future, and there can be no lasting peace that does not address its status. Its sensitivity is so deep for the overwhelming majority of the international community that it has always remained a final status issue that should be resolved as a part of any peace negotiations between the Israeli and Palestinian people. It should not be the subject of political games. When Australia first recognised the State of Israel, Labor's then Foreign Minister Doc Evatt defined our objective as being to reach a just and fair solution. And as Gideon Haigh noted in his biography of Doc Evatt, quote, "No task so consumed Evatt's energies," which is remarkable for there being almost no incentive for him to do so. Populated by fewer than 40,000 Jews, Australia had no Jewish vote to be courted. He did it for national interest reasons.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Barawa.
Deputy Speaker. In the history of Australia, it's hard to think of a more shambolic piece of foreign policy making than Labor's position on Israel's capital. In the space of 24 hours, they had 3 separate positions on it. Labor took a major foreign policy position with no consultation,
and I don't need the member for Herbert
a decision
to tell me
that
how to
caused
do my job.
deep offence to a long-standing and significant friend and ally in the State of Israel. It was a decision that sends a bad message to all other countries with whom we have long-standing friendships and alliances. And while it was rightly condemned by the only democracy in the Middle East, it was welcomed by Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, 2 organisations that we in Australia have listed as prescribed terrorist organisations. You know, Deputy Speaker, you're making bad public policy when the endorsement comes from listed criminal terrorist organisations. Reversing the decision of the coalition government in 2018 to recognise West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel was no small decision. It was a decision to ignore and disrespect the decision of a sovereign nation to choose its own capital. Labor's decision would be like another nation saying they didn't recognise Canberra as our capital, it should be Dubbo. Let's be clear. West Jerusalem is Israel's capital. Its parliament is there, its Supreme Court is there, the president lives there. It looks like the capital of a country, the capital city of any other country, and yet Labor is lending credence to the fiction it's not. This decision undermines Israel's status in a volatile region, and it signals to those who oppose Israel that Australia's friendship actually depends on who's in government here, not on any deep-seated support for the shared values of democracy and the rule of law. Israel is a country whose intelligence helped us to foil major terrorist attacks on our own soil, and yet this bad decision gets the support of terrorists. When we have the Prime Minister of Israel condemning the decision and the Israeli Foreign Minister registering its deep disappointment after not even having been consulted on this matter, we should all be concerned. Labor, in making this decision, has chosen to pander to the left of its party and in the process has done lasting damage to a significant international relationship for Australia. What's perhaps most distressing in all of this is the way Labor has done all of this while speaking with a forked tongue. They've tried to convince Australians that there's no difference in the foreign policy between Labor and the coalition when it comes to Israel, but that just isn't true. In March of this year, in the lead-up to the election, the Attorney-General and the member for Macnamara were busy trying to reassure the Jewish community that Labor stands with Israel and there's no difference between the position and the coalition's position. Let me quote the Attorney-General. He said, "Australia has for generations spoken with one voice in support of Israel. Labor's own history of steadfast support for Israel extends back to well before the founding of the modern state in 1948. The truth is you don't have to look too far to see the reality and value of bipartisanship when it comes to Israel." Well, it took less than a year for Labor to demonstrate that this was untrue. I note the Attorney-General has been remarkably silent on this matter over the past week as compared to the member for Macnamara in his brave comments. Labor's only expression of regret has been about how the politics of this issue has gone down. There's no serious willingness to listen to stakeholders and to consider their views. There's no appetite for meaningful consultation, only a pseudo-apology about timing that this decision coincided with the Jewish festival of Simchat Torah, the joy of the law. The timing was atrocious, but there's no good time to declare to an ally that you do not support their decision as a sovereign state. Labor haven't recognised the serious damage they've done to Australia's international reputation, And the way that the Assistant Minister suggested that on Budget Day we should somehow ignore this particular issue, I think underscores the fact that Labor are not taking this issue seriously. I want to make a few matters plain regarding West Jerusalem, as the claims made by the Minister for Foreign Affairs are misleading and deserve a response. West Jerusalem is not the subject of final status negotiations. West Jerusalem is territory that has not been disputed and is not disputed. It has been part of Israel's sovereign territory since the state was established in 1948 and is not part of the territory which Israel captured during the 1967 war. It's outside the scope of UN resolutions since 1967, which are expressly limited to territory occupied by Israel since that time. And while there's debate about Jerusalem, the status of West Jerusalem, which the coalition government made clear was the territory being recognised as the capital of Israel, is not under the same dispute. Israel is a sovereign nation with a right to determine where its capital lies. If this government is going to mishandle major foreign policy matters and key international relationships, then Australians have good reason to be deeply concerned. We cannot afford to let the Labor Party play reckless games on foreign policy matters as significant as our relationship with one of our key allies.
I give the call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and Youth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And may I just start by reiterating the disappointment that the Assistant Minister expressed on having to speak to this MPI today. But I also stand here to speak on this out of a sense of duty, if I may say so. The House has noted before, and I mentioned this in my first speech, I was born in Egypt in 1967, on the cusp of the Six-Day War, just a few weeks before it, as a matter of fact. That war throughout the Arab world is known colloquially as al-Naksa, or the setback. And after that war, and through all the events since that war, of which there have been many events in the Middle East, as this issue is one which is at the heart of Middle East politics. Through all of those events, our position has not changed. It wasn't changed by Malcolm Fraser. It wasn't changed by Bob Hawke. It wasn't changed by John Howard. Wasn't changed by Julia Gillard or Malcolm Turnbull. And the Assistant Minister quoted some of those former Prime Ministers in their response to why our position has not changed. But I particularly want to point to the event in which the former Prime Minister John Howard, in a joint press conference with the PLO chairman Yasser Arafat, who many will know is much loved for his dedication to the Palestinian cause, and in a joint press conference with Yasser Arafat said very clearly, the status of Jerusalem is something that will be resolved by the parties in the discussion. That sentiment has been echoed by various Prime Ministers since. That sentiment that, in the words of the former Foreign Minister Julie Bishop, is that matters relating to Jerusalem are subject to final status negotiations between Israel and the Palestinian Authority. Now, Deputy Speaker, I understand very well, perhaps more than most in this place, the sensitivities around this issue. The sensitivities among the Jewish Australian community, among the Palestinian Australian community and Arab Australians more broadly. And it hurts, and it is very disheartening to see that sensitive issues such as this are used to play political games. And we on this side have very clearly said that we do not and will not use sensitive issues to play political games. As a responsible international actor, we will not impose our views. We will instead encourage all parties to engage in negotiations towards a just and enduring two-state solution, as Prime Ministers and Foreign Ministers before us since 1967, since I was born, have done. Now, let me just go through how it is that we have come to this situation. Because through all the years that we have had a position on this that very clearly states that matters relating to Jerusalem are subject to final status negotiations. There has been one exception, and that exception was former Prime Minister Scott Morrison, who exploited the sensitivity on this issue for political purposes. On the 15th of October 2018, Scott Morrison dropped to the media that he was overturning decades of bipartisan policy on the Middle East, including with his intention to move Australia's embassy from Tel Aviv, where it now is, to Jerusalem. He dropped this to the media on the same day that he gave a heads-up to DFAT, and only a day after telling his foreign minister. And all of this was 5 days before a by-election in the seat of Wentworth. Australians are rightly cynical about our politics at times, and we are trying very hard to turn that around. But there is something particularly cynical, particularly distasteful to the Australian people when their elected representatives seek to exploit such sensitive issues for their own gain. I think that's all that needs to be said about this issue, Deputy Speaker. And I'll stop there, but just to reiterate that this is decades-long bipartisan policy.
Time. I give the call to the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The reason why this matter is of such importance to the House today is not because the government has changed its mind. Governments are able to do that. The government of the day is elected and duly able to make decisions that they believe in the national interest, and that is not in discussion nor in debate. What is in debate is the manner and approach that this government took this decision. That is what the debate is about today. The shambolic, the dishonest and the broken promise approach that has taken part. Now, personally and passionately, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe the State of Israel has the right to exist in peace within secure borders with Jerusalem as its indivisible, eternal capital. That is my view. The previous government took the view under Prime Minister Morrison on the 18th of December in a speech to the Sydney Institute that Australia would recognise West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. West Jerusalem, of course, is not in contention, having been part of the State of Israel since its foundation. Mr Morrison at the time, the member for Cook, said the announcement followed a review by the Secretaries of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, Foreign Affairs and Trade, Defence and Home Affairs, which included consultation with community representatives, former heads of relevant agencies and Australia's international allies and partners. That is who was consulted in the government making a lawful decision. The starting points for the review were our commitment to a two-state solution and meeting all of our obligations under international law. The review team recommendations were considered by the National Security Committee of Cabinet, and NSC's decision was confirmed by Cabinet. In December 18, Australia briefed allies and nations on the decision. Subsequently, in March 2019, Australia opened a new Austrade Defence and Trade Office in West Jerusalem. That is the process the former government took to making a major foreign policy decision, as all governments are entitled to do. Which begs the question, what process did this government embark on to make a decision? I, and this parliament, is not criticising the capacity to make a decision. We're not questioning whether the government has the right to make it. They are the elected government of the day. But the process and the shambolic approach to how it was made is extraordinary, notwithstanding I think the decision is poor on so many levels. If we step through how the decision was made, the shambolic nature of it and the contrived sop to the left becomes self-evident. Because prior to the election, senior Labor members of parliament assured concerned stakeholders there was no difference in position between the government and the opposition. Indeed, the member for Isaacs, the Attorney-General, on the 6th of March, that across domestic politics Australia spoke with one voice. With one voice. The member for McNamara on the 18th of March said Australia's Jewish community should feel proud that its interests would be safeguarded irrespective of who forms government. Irrespective of who forms government. And then, on the 17th of October, media reports the Department of Foreign Affairs website had removed references to the recognition of West Jerusalem, and we have the Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs coming in saying it was an administrative error. It'd be one of the first I've seen publicly for DFAT to make, but let's run with that administrative error, should we? On the 17th of October, though, a spokesperson for the Foreign Minister told media the former government made a decision to recognise West Jerusalem. No decision to change that has been made by the government. Really? Really? So the Department of Foreign Affairs, of its own volition, decided on one of the more contentious issues that they would change the website prior to the Foreign Minister saying no decision had been made. And those opposite expect the Australian people to believe that rubbish. Absolute and utter nonsense. Stakeholders, including the Australian Jewish community and Israel's ambassador to Australia, were also assured on the same day, apparently when DFAT was on a frolic, there'd be no change. And then less than 24 hours, on the 18th of October, the Foreign Minister announced at a press conference Australia would reverse the decision. The announcement occurred just prior to the budget on a Jewish holiday, just 2 weeks out from a heavily contested Israeli election. No consultation with communities, no consultation with allies and partners. The Israeli ambassador to Australia and Israel's government found out about the announcement from the media. That is what this discussion is about, the shambolic, appalling and pathetic nature in which this decision was made.
The member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Fadden for confirming for us that a shambolic, contentious decision was made by the former government. It certainly was. And it was made cynically for domestic political purposes. That's the only way the Australian public can possibly read the decision that was taken by the former government. It's the only way they can read it. Because unlike many of the members here today that will be speaking on this, and very raucous members during question time when on budget day this was the first question asked, many Australians are students of history. And when it comes to the two-state solution and to the creation of the State of Israel, many Australians understand the history because they've lived it. Australians understand that when it came to that vote at the United Nations, Australia was the first country to vote yes for the creation of the State of Israel. Australians understand that the question of Jerusalem has been respected to be something that will be determined as a status issue, because it is the most contentious thing and could have gotten in the way of peace talks, of finding a workable two-state solution. So everybody has respected that over decades. People on that side, people on this side, whether in government or in opposition, have respected that that was what common sense asked for, and not just in this country, but around the world. But then along came Prime Minister Morrison, who decided to throw that out the window and make a shambolic, contentious decision 5 days out from a by-election, on the advice of the candidate running in that by-election for the Liberal Party. Absolute cynicism. And the fact that today we are here, I welcome that we're here, so that we can put back on the record, Australia's support for a two-state solution and Australia's support that the question about Jerusalem is a status issue that will be dealt with by the parties involved. Put us back in line with most other countries. And, Deputy Speaker, we shouldn't be surprised that former Prime Minister Morrison made this shambolic, contentious decision. After all, he's also the first Australian Prime Minister to give himself 5 portfolios. There were things that this Prime Minister did that appeared to the Australian public to be on a whim, to not be thought through, to not be considered in terms of the ramifications, only short-termism, no thought to what would happen with the change of government, even though Labor's stated position was clear, no thought to what that would mean, just short-term politics, trying to get a short-term edge in a by-election. This is our foreign policy. Decades of Australian foreign policy ministers and prime ministers have agreed on this position. But we shouldn't be surprised. We shouldn't be surprised because the previous government did several things in foreign affairs across 9 years that were concerned to Australians. Australians travelling overseas who noticed these things. I noticed them myself in visiting countries in Asia. No signs about Australian aid anywhere. All gone, whereas 10 years prior, Australian aid was front and centre in our region. We were respected. We were seen as helpful. Well, this government is committed to ensuring that a sensible foreign minister, a sensible prime minister and a sensible government will put Australia back into the right places in foreign affairs and regain the respect that we held for decades internationally, not just on this issue, but on many others. Deputy Speaker, it was shambolic and contentious, and Labor will not make shambolic and contentious decisions like the former Prime Minister, Scott Morrison.
Thank you. Member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many speakers have spoken about the sensitivity of this particular point, and it is. It is a sensitive issue. For those that are listening in on broadcast and those that have the privilege of sitting in the gallery, one should not make the assumption that this side is pro-Jew Egypt and the other side is Palestinian. That is not the case, and that is not what we are debating here today. There are good people that sit on either side of the chamber, and there is a healthy respect in this parliament for both cases. Not only is it sensitive, it's a complicated issue. It is a complicated issue. So to try and better knowledge myself in this place, more recently, some 3 or 4 weeks ago, I travelled to Israel, sponsored by the Ajax, to go and better understand. And since returning, I have met and spoke at length with those on the other side of the chamber to better understand the Palestinian perspective, because the view that was put to us was through a particular prism. What we hear today in the MPI debating is the government's ill judgment and the mishandling of the decision to reverse the capital state. Now, I just, out of interest, did a really interesting Google search and just Googled what the capital of Jerusalem was, what the capital of Israel, was, and it came up as Jerusalem. It didn't preface it with West Jerusalem. It just came up and said that it was Jerusalem. But the moral of that story is you may not believe everything that's on Google. What we're debating is whether or not, during the election campaign, when Labor suggested to the Australian public that they had a plan, and it was a very good plan. None of us seem to know what the plan is at the moment, but I don't remember a broad outline plan for in the foreign policy space of talking about shifting the capital. I just don't recall that. So it's fair enough that on behalf of the 1,000-strong Jewish community that I stand to my feet and call out what I see. I think what's also salient that while I was in Tel Aviv, some interesting fun facts. Tel Aviv recently just passed New York, London and Rome as the most expensive city in the world, showing the advancement of Tel Aviv. We spent considerable amount of time in Jerusalem as a part practising Catholic. I found the historical content there overwhelming. It was, from an archaeological perspective, from a religious perspective, through the prism of Christians, your guidebook around Jerusalem is a Bible, and you sit there where, and your guide says to you that's where Jesus was portrayed by Judas. That is the place where he was marched off. That's where he was incarcerated. It was very moving from the prism of Catholicism. We were also, so that it wasn't seen to be just a Jewish threat, we were taken and we had the opportunity to meet with the Palestinian Prime Minister. Interesting, while we were waiting in a cafe, we had the opportunity to catch up with some Palestinian youth at a cafe, and we were suited up, and they said, clearly through our interpreter, what are you doing here? And that's why we're meeting with your Prime Minister. And I said to one of the youth, which there were 3 well-dressed kids, 15-year-old, mobile phones. My first question was, why weren't you in school? And the second, and they said, oh, you're meeting with our Prime Minister. Could you deliver a message for us? No, we said, if we're meeting with your Prime Minister, what's the message you want us to deliver on your behalf? And they said, if you're meeting with our Prime Minister, I'll give you something, and you deliver it to him, but don't open it. Only the Prime Minister. I said, I just don't think the level of security is going to allow that to happen. But there was a high level of disdain from the youth, and what they planned to do was something untoward. Because of a daytime, they like to get on a bus, go down to the border, and they go and work construction, because I was in awe of the way that they kept themselves, well-dressed, well-groomed. Palestine is a country that's looking to advance itself. Israel is a country that needs to be supported. Thank you.
The member for McNamara.
Thanks, Acting Speaker. I'll begin my remarks by talking about my grandfather, who was in Israel in its early inceptions in 1948, and then lived on a kibbutz with my grandmother in the 1950s. And they were one of the first generations of people who were trying to turn a barren desert into a country, and my grandfather was an extremely good man, and he was a kind man, and he told me a story about his time in the 1950s in Israel. And it was a story of an unfortunate conflict that happened between him and his Arab neighbours, and he was shattered by it. And he didn't want to raise my father in an area where there was going to be this ongoing conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians. And he said he made the hardest decision of his life to leave Israel and to find a new place to live. And even though he lived his life in Australia, and he was a proud Labor man, and he was really proud that I was at the time working for the Labor Party, he was always sad that he couldn't make his life in Israel. It was a huge part of who he was. He just watched the Holocaust happen in World War II, and he was shattered by the state of the Jewish world. And it's just one example of one family that is deeply connected to its own identity. To understand the Middle East is to understand individuals, it's to understand their spirituality, it's to understand their connection to a land that literally formed the 3 Abrahamic faiths that have dominated our civilisation for the last 2,000 years. To understand the Middle East and to talk about the Middle East, you have to do it delicately and respectfully. And you have to do it, I believe, in a way that aims to seek peace and aims to seek a cooperation and a future where people come together. And it is my dream, Acting Speaker, to see peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians. There are very few things I want to see in my lifetime, other than my daughter grow up to be happy and healthy, than peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians. It is one of the great unfinished business of our species, of humankind. And I regularly meet with Palestinian advocates here in Australia, and I will continue to do so. And we don't always agree on everything, but we have honest conversations, and I value them, and I value the fact that they stand up, and we hope to see a better future. On the topic of Jerusalem, it is a deeply contentious issue. The former government started a process before a by-election and didn't end up moving an embassy, and promised to recognise West Jerusalem, which doesn't actually encapsulate the old city of Jerusalem, the famous old city where you've got the Armenian, the Islamic, the Jewish and the Christian quarter, the part of Israel that is so deeply rooted in the holiness of all of the different faiths. That's actually in East Jerusalem. And if you were to ask an Israeli whether that's part of Israel or not, it would be inconceivable for an Israeli to say that that's not a part of their capital. So I recognise the fact that those opposite are coming at us for reversing their decision, but actually the policy that they proposed was not welcomed in Israel. It was a deeply contentious one that removed a deeply spiritual part of Israeli identity. And I don't say that to be holier than thou in this point in time. The contrary. I think we need to be humble when talking about these issues. But I say that to say that the Middle East is complex. And when coming to these debates, we must be treading carefully and lightly, for our role as Australians in this region is to play a constructive role in order to achieve peace. That is our role. And to promise matters that you don't deliver on 4 days out before a by-election is not the way, nor was it, to be honest, to deliver a policy on Simchat Torah. That was a mistake I believe that we needed to own, and we did own, and I apologise again to the people in my electorate. It's hard to explain how people would be feeling in McNamara, but I'll try to just very briefly. For those people, to understand Jerusalem as the capital is as simple as us understanding Canberra as the capital of our country. And it would be like someone telling us that Surfers Paradise is the capital instead of Canberra, which is something that doesn't really make sense. And I know that this is a final status issue, and I don't say this to demean the positions of those on the other side of this contentious debate. I'm just trying to give a perspective of what people are experiencing in my electorate and how difficult this would be for them to digest. So I come to this debate and say that I hope we have better days ahead. I hope deeply that we find, in my lifetime, a resolution to this long and protracted conflict, and we see peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians.
The member for Menzies.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Can I just begin by acknowledging the member for McNamara? That was a very moving and heartfelt address. Before I came into this place, you and I met at an event for a Jewish school, and you said something to me that I've never forgotten. When you come into this place, never forget what that feeling is like. You never know how long it will last, and use every day to make a contribution. You've just made an excellent contribution. I don't claim to know this issue as well as you do, or as well as many other people do, but I often think of a perspective that I can understand a bit better. I was born in Dublin in Ireland, and when we came to Australia in 1988, I would often hear in the following years people give ill-informed comments on the status of Northern Ireland, about whether a unified Ireland should happen or whether it should always be part of England. And like this issue, it's complex and it's difficult. But as a kid growing up, I had the same dream that Catholic and Protestant kids could go to school together, could work together, could marry and live. It just didn't make any sense to me that people who looked like family were at war with each other. I never understood that. And maybe there's some parallels here. I've come in as a new member straight into opposition, so I'm happy to be here, but I know that most of my colleagues, and I would too, would like to be where you are one day, and we've got to earn that right. But when I go to schools or when I speak to people in the electorate and they ask what it's like, one of the things I say is that it's been quite pleasant working with people from the other side in committees, in some of the training that we do. And when it comes to defence and foreign affairs, I sing your praises. I'd like to think almost all of the time the new government has done a pretty good job on defence and foreign affairs. Not perfect, and we'll keep a close watch. But I think this was a mistake, and it's a mistake in how it was handled. And I'm not going to stand here and say I have the answers on the status of Israel's capital, but I think the point that a sovereign nation can decide its capital is a seductive one. It makes sense. It just does. And was the timing of the announcement on a by-election a good thing? Probably not. Probably wasn't. But that doesn't justify this timing. That doesn't justify another mistake. And it could have been handled better. I had a note here about the Jewish holiday, and I saw when someone else read it out, you corrected them. So tell me if this is correct. Simchat Torah. Close enough, close enough. So I tried some Persian today, and so now I've tried that. Can I say this? Australia must remain a strong supporter of a two-state solution in which Israel and a future Palestinian state can coexist. We on this side do support Australia continuing to call for all parties to the conflict between the Palestinians and Israel to maintain restraint and to renounce violence. Violence never achieves anything. And Labor does need, it's made a mistake here, does need to act more professionally on major foreign policy decisions. I watched when the criticism came thick and fast about our relationship with France for AUKUS. And that was unfair. A decision as tightly held as that, of course, there was no other way than to do it in the way that it occurred. But there was no allowance for that in most of the commentary that I saw from the other side. And I think if you are sitting over here one day and we're there, if we are doing a good job on defence and foreign affairs, feel free to say so. You're welcome to do it. And as long as I am in this place, I won't criticise you for putting the national interest first, because that's why I am here. But this decision hasn't come without a cost. It's not a domestic political cost that we're seeking to get an advantage from. It's a cost to the nation. And let's look at the response from the Israeli Prime Minister. In light of the way in which this decision was made, as a hasty response to an incorrect report in the media, we can only hope that the Australian government manages other matters more seriously and professionally. And then Australia's ambassador to Israel was summoned by the Israeli Foreign Minister, which registered its deep disappointment in the face of Australia's government's decision resulting from short-sighted political considerations. We could have handled the announcement better, but so could you. Thank you.
The member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Notwithstanding the last speaker, the previous speakers and the opposition, there are three things that they have not been able to acknowledge or won't admit about this MPI. Number one, the recognition that the government's policy is actually a reaffirmation of a long-standing bipartisan policy of successive Australian governments that has been in existence for decades. Number two, it was actually under them, the opposition when they were in government under Scott Morrison, that in 2018 decided to do foreign policy on the run, breaking and breaching decades of bipartisanship for what? For a pathetic attempt at short-term political gain. And three, and this is a general point, our government's foreign policy is based, and you've seen it in the first couple of months of government, is based on sensible approach to the national interest, not a personal political interest, not a short-term political gain in a by-election, but in this case, in alignment with the international community's broad agreement that Jerusalem is a final status issue that should be resolved as part of any peace negotiations between Israel and the Palestinian people. So let's be very clear, Deputy Speaker. The position of successive Australian governments has been that there can be no lasting peace that does not address that final status of Jerusalem. And as the Prime Minister said earlier today, he will not, and his government will not, undermine that approach. This goes back in history, Deputy Speaker, and I reach back to 1967. Your own late Liberal External Affairs Minister Paul Hasluck, who's called for the commencement, I quote, of an effort to build a long-term peace, and outlined that in relation to the future status of Jerusalem. I talk about, even more recently, your former Prime Minister John Howard, who said himself in a joint press conference that the status of Jerusalem is something that will be resolved by the parties in discussion. And of course, Liberal Foreign Minister Julie Bishop said something similar. Matters relating to Jerusalem are subject to final status negotiations between Israel and the Palestinian Authority. This hasn't changed since the Gordon government. It wasn't changed by Malcolm Fraser, it wasn't changed by Bob Hawke, it wasn't changed by John Howard, Julia Gillard or Malcolm Turnbull, or Tony Abbott for that matter. But it was changed by Scott Morrison, who decided, and he's the exception amongst all these Prime Ministers, he decided, oh, I'll exploit the sensitivity of this issue for a short-term political purpose. When he decided to drop in the media during the by-election for Wentworth that he was going to move the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. And he was trying to do this, of course, that he would do it so that he could actually try and win the by-election in Wentworth for Dave Sharma. Now, Scott Morrison at the time said he was persuaded by the arguments of Dave Sharma, leaving no doubt in all of our minds that this was simply a cynical attempt to get David Sharma re-elected in Wentworth. It didn't work. They lost the by-election. The voters of Wentworth saw right through that political stunt and they lost it. And then this confirms our suspicion, and I think confirms what we know about Scott Morrison in doing this. After the by-election,
the member for Wills would refer by
the former Prime Minister. The former Prime Minister, after the election, announced he was actually, after that by-election, that he was backing down and not moving the embassy at all. He scripted it. So the fact that he backed out of it and he moved didn't move the embassy once the by-election was over tells you everything you need to know about how cynical that political play was. He didn't just make this announcement out of conviction. It was done for a political stunt. It was done as a political tactic, and it was an attempt, a pathetic attempt, to play into the hopes and expectations of both Israelis and Palestinians and their communities. Let me be very clear. The Albanese Labor government does not do that and will not use sensitive issues to play political games. And you'd think they'd learnt the lesson, Deputy Speaker, that group over there, that mob over there. You'd think they'd run 100 miles away from Scott Morrison and the former Prime Minister's political tactics.
By their seat, not by their names.
The member for Cook, you'd think they'd run 100 miles away from it. But no, they have gone in with this MPI again, playing the same old political games, trying to get some short-term domestic political runs on the board. And here's the craziness of it. When you ask their shadow foreign minister what their position is, he says, well, we haven't decided that. Well, the proposition is at least a couple of years away. It's not necessarily until the next election. When you ask the opposition leader, he says, oh, we'll make that decision or announce that policy in the run-up to the next election. It's all political games with this mob, all political games. This is too important to play those games. Our national interest, the region's interest, the world's interests in us making a substantive effort to reach peace through negotiation between the parties, and Australia can play that role under an Albanese Labor government.
Time has expired. Being no further speakers, the discussion has concluded. The member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the committee's report incorporating a dissenting report entitled Human Rights Scrutiny Report 5 of 2022, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Oh, no.
Leave is granted.
No.
Leave is granted.
Thank you ever so kindly for all of those willing to listen to my short remarks. Yeah, everyone, plenty of leave. I'm pleased to present the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights' 5th Scrutiny Report of 2022, which was tabled out of session last week. And before I just make some of the remarks on the bill, I do want to say that there has been a substantial amount of work that went into this report by the legal advisers and by the committee secretariat, and I want to acknowledge the expertise and the dedication and hard work of the Human Rights Committee staff. They are incredible public servants, and I know I speak on behalf of all members of the Human Rights Committee that we were extremely impressed with how much work they produced and how much effort they put in to allowing us to have really detailed and important considerations of parliamentary bills, especially the National Anti-Corruption Commission bill. Speaking of the National Anti-Corruption Commission bill and the National Anti-Corruption Commission Consequential and Transitional Provisions bill, the measures in this bill engage a number of rights, particularly the right to privacy and reputation, a fair trial, freedom of expression. And I'm pleased to note that the bill's accompanied by a lengthy and detailed statement of compatibility with human rights. The committee thanks the Attorney-General for his comprehensive and well-reasoned statement of compatibility, which has greatly assisted the committee in undertaking its scrutiny role. I'm actually reliably told that this statement of compatibility was one of the best ever. Well done, Attorney-General. The committee considers that, in general, accepting those issues which are specifically discussed in the report, the limitations on human rights in the bills have been adequately explained in the statement of compatibility. The committee does, however, make 7 recommendations to amend some specific provisions and to include more information in the statement of compatibility. These recommendations would not alter the objectives of the bill to seek to achieve. Rather, they would strengthen safeguards which have already been included, thereby improving their capability and compatibility with human rights. They would also ensure that the least rights-restrictive approach to achieving those objectives is taken. The final recommendation is that a foundation human rights assessment of several pieces of existing covert surveillance legislation be undertaken so that this committee can fully assess human rights implications of conferring these complex powers on the proposed commission. As members know, these bills have been referred to the Joint Select Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation for inquiry and report by 10 November. For this reason, it's not possible for the committee, in the time frame available, to seek a response from the Attorney-General in relation to the matters it has raised. Rather, the committee offered recommendations to improve the human rights compatibility of specific provisions — my glasses are failing me — in order that these recommendations will be available to the Attorney-General, the Select Committee and the Parliament for consideration, and I encourage all members to closely examine those recommendations. Finally, I can advise the House that the committee last week met with the delegation of the United Nations Subcommittee on the Prevention of Torture, who were visiting Australia. Their role was to assess how authorities have implemented their obligations under the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture. There has been a little bit made out about the visit to Australia, including some of the restrictions faced by some of the states. But I wanted to assure the House that the Human Rights Committee happily met with the subcommittee on their trip. We had a robust and respectful conversation, and I thank all committee members for their participation in that. And with these comments, I commend the committee's Scrutiny Report 5 of 2022 to the House.
The member for Goldstein. The member for Goldstein is the call.
Mr Speaker, are we speaking to the childcare legislation?
Sorry.
No, sorry.
The clerk.
Government business. Order of the day. Number 2. Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to stand today to speak on the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Bill 2022. This legislation builds on the legal framework established by the Coalition. Offshore energy infrastructure has the potential to create significant investment and job creation opportunities, as well as to contribute to Australia's future energy security. And that is why, when in government, the Coalition delivered on a 2019 election commitment and passed legislation to enable the development of offshore electricity infrastructure and provide industry with the certainty it needed to invest in Australian offshore electricity infrastructure projects. The Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill of 2021 established a regulatory framework that covers all phases of development, from construction through to decommissioning, of generation and transmission projects. These bills were designed to help the implementation of critical underwater transmission projects such as Marinus Link, the proposed 1,500 megawatt transmission line between Tasmania and Victoria. Marinus Link will unlock new investment in generation projects, including pumped hydro energy storage, and will help deliver a more reliable, affordable energy system, helping keep the lights on and help prices go lower. The framework that we established also supported development of generation projects, including Star of the South, a proposed offshore wind project already under initial development off the coast of Gippsland, Victoria. There are at least 10 other offshore generation projects that have been proposed around Australia. The Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill of 2021 provides a robust mechanism for granting licences to allow the development of offshore electricity projects in Commonwealth waters, while providing protections for the safety of workers and strong protection of other maritime stakeholders. This action was part of the decisive action that we took to deliver affordable, reliable energy for Australians. Households and businesses rely on affordable, reliable power to grow and to thrive. And we saw the results, Deputy Speaker. Under the Coalition, we saw those results. Electricity prices under the Coalition fell for households by 10%, for small businesses 10%, industry 12%. As an extension of the Coalition's work, this bill that we have before us today is a reminder of our proud legacy as a coalition in this area. Australia was deploying new renewable capacity, particularly solar, faster than almost any other major economy in the world under the Coalition. More than $40 billion had been invested in renewable energy since 2017. Record uptakes of renewables over the last 5 years were seen under the Coalition government. In 2021, Australia installed 6.1 gigawatts of renewable capacity, more than what was installed under the entirety of the previous Labor government from 2007 to 2013. Nearly 1 in 3 homes had installed solar on their roofs, the world's highest rate of uptake. Through ARENA and the Clean Energy Finance Corporation alone, we invested over $11 billion in more than 800 clean energy projects with a total value exceeding $39 billion. That indeed is a legacy to be proud of, Deputy Speaker. Now, the majority of this bill that is before the House today has the Coalition's support. And I note that the government makes a number of minor amendments to the Act. While the amendments are mostly non-controversial and the Coalition supports the ongoing development of Australia's offshore wind industry, a notable amendment with which I have a problem is that the minister, rather than the regulator, will be given the powers to decide what forms and amounts of financial security that licence holders must provide and when these obligations must cease under regulations. The Coalition believes this proposed amendment that allows the minister, rather than the regulator, to decide matters relating to the financial security of licence holders risks emboldening the government's plan to accelerate the rollout of renewable projects without sufficient community consultation, that is, without a social licence, and risks easier terms for licence holders than an independent authority might otherwise approve. Renewables will play a vitally important role in the future of our energy mix, and we need to give renewables every chance of success. But the problem with the government's approach is that it is setting up renewables for failure and not success. And they are doing this by putting pressure on renewables that defies economics and engineering. And this will come at a cost and a high risk, a cost that will ultimately be paid and a risk ultimately borne by Australians, Australian consumers and Australian businesses. And I therefore move a second reading amendment which has been circulated in my name, that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House 1. Notes that despite a promise to reduce household energy bills by $275, electricity prices have skyrocketed under this government and are forecast to rise by another 50% in 2023. 2. Notes energy reliability issues in the national electricity market under this government, forcing unprecedented interventions, and the Australian energy market operators forecast for further reliability issues over the next decade. 3. Notes the impact of the above-mentioned energy prices and reliability issues on Australian households, small businesses and industries at a time when they can least afford it. 4. notes this government's failure in policy, particularly the lack of new gas supply and premature closure of baseload generators without adequate replacement, risking too hasty a rollout of renewables and new transmissions. 5. Notes the concerns of regional communities that they will be steamrolled over by this government's target of 82% renewables by 2030, which will require the installation of 40 7-megawatt wind turbines every month, more than 22,500-watt solar panels every single day, and up to 28,000 kilometres of new poles and wires infrastructure. 6. Notes the need for appropriate environmental consideration and approvals for all new projects, including care for bird life and sea life. 7. Notes the importance of product stewardship and the need for improved solutions for waste management and landfill, including in identified onshore and offshore renewable energy zones. 8. Notes the importance of maximising local procurement, which will deliver job opportunities and community initiatives from regional energy infrastructure projects, especially in light of much of the content for offshore wind projects being imported. 9. Notes the importance of transparency around each financial security deal approved by the minister. And 10. Criticises the minister for failing to appreciate the importance of attaining a social licence for major renewable and related infrastructure projects, and notes that this sets renewables up for failure and not success. Deputy Speaker, what the Labor government fails to understand is that the objective is to decarbonise the Australian economy and not decapitate the Australian economy. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy boasts that the pathway he is leading the country down with respect to energy will be as transformative as the Industrial Revolution. And if that is so, it goes to his irresponsibility that he would legislate for such a pathway without having his own department or Treasury do any economic modelling on the impact of his plan. The pathway that Labor is venturing down will fail. It will be a train wreck. There is a missionary zeal on the part of the minister for which only Australian businesses and households will pay. Let me address some of the points raised in my amendment, and I'll do so, time permitting, Deputy Speaker, one by one. First, the broken promise of a $275 reduction in household power bills. Before the election, Labor promised Australian households they would reduce power bills by $275. This was not a once-off slip of the tongue. Labor made this core to their entire campaign, repeating that promise on 97 occasions. Now, less than 6 months have gone by since Labor have been in power, and they have left this promise. They have broken it, and they are crab-walking away. Not one sitting of Parliament has taken place without either the Prime Minister, the Minister or both refusing to answer a direct question with a direct answer on whether or not they will honour their promise to the Australian people of a $275 drop in household power bills. Now, we heard from CEOs of the energy sector recently, Deputy Speaker, making it very clear that prices haven't just gone up, but they will continue to go up. We had one CEO suggesting that prices will increase by another 35% next year. Power bills have already gone up under Labor, now they're going to go up another 35%. But then the Australian Energy Regulator has subsequently come out and told us that no, prices by their count will go up by 50% next year. Now that could be as much as $1,245 for an Australian household. Think about that. Australian households who were promised $275 coming off their electricity bills, already facing skyrocketing prices, and now being told, under Labor's plan, prices might go up over $1,200 just over the next 12 months. This is the extent of the duplicity of the Labor Party. This is the government that promised the Australian people one thing and has refused to confirm that they will honour that commitment ever since coming to office. The second point in the amendment, Deputy Speaker, is the increasing unreliability of the National Electricity Market, the NEM. Now, I recall in June the Energy Minister assuring Australians that the grid was reliable, there's no risk of blackouts, and then literally within days the market operator takes unprecedented intervention in the market, in the NEM. Why? For fear of blackouts. Already so quickly we saw in the minister somebody not over his brief and clearly not understanding the instability that their policies are driving into the grid. Now, the Australian Energy Market Operator, AEMO, warned in their most recent electricity statement of opportunities, which came out in August, that we are going to see growing reliability gaps in 2023. So they've made it bad, they're going to make it a lot worse, is really what they are saying, Deputy Speaker. Alinta's CEO, Jeff Dimery, said, "I think we're headed for failure unless things change significantly." Energy Australia's CEO, Mark Collett, said, "I am more concerned about a smooth energy transition than a year ago." Australian industry cannot afford instability. This takes me to the third point in the amendment, Deputy Speaker, and that is the impact of skyrocketing prices and a wobbling grid on Australian households and businesses. Now, I'm sure I'm not the only member in this chamber who has spoken to the senior citizens struggling through winter, now being very pleased that we're heading through to summer in this spring season. But in winter there were seniors across our community who were having to make that tough choice about whether at night they would eat dinner or they would turn on their heating, because prices were going up and they couldn't afford it. I, like other colleagues in this chamber, I'm sure, have spoken to families who are making really hard choices. The cost of living just keeps going up. Talking to families people who have genuinely said to me, "I voted Labor because I thought cost of living was going to be improved." These are families who are doing it tough. Families who are promised $275 coming off their power bills, now seeing their power bills skyrocket and being told they're going to increase by another 50%. This is the impact, the real impact on families, on seniors who are doing it tough across our country. And then you have the impact on businesses. Now, I've certainly been on the shop floor over the last few months. And I've spoken to foundries, I've spoken to steel makers, who are basically saying because of the increased cost of energy, them shutting up shop is a real option. The Australian Workers' Union, the AWU themselves, have already sent a warning that 800,000 manufacturing jobs in Australia are at risk because of these power prices. 800,000 manufacturing jobs. And that's not me. That's not the Liberal National Coalition. That's the Australian Workers' Union. Why? Because energy prices are skyrocketing and this government does not have a plan to tackle that. They have a promise, but they won't honour that promise. And the extraordinary irony here, Deputy Speaker, is we will have the minister very quick to his feet to justify these bizarre energy policies that the energy sector itself knows is setting up industry for failure on the basis of climate change. And yet, when these energy-intensive businesses close in Australia, if we have our major remaining foundries and steelmakers close in Australia, what operations will pick up the slack, will fill the void? It will be operations in far higher emitting countries, like India and China. And why wouldn't they? How does that reduce emissions for the planet? How is that good for climate change? Takes me to the fourth point, Deputy Speaker, in my amendment, and that is policy failures that are accelerating the closure of baseload power and restricting dispatchability. Now, here we have the problem of Labor's unplanned and disorderly acceleration of renewable rollouts, along with transmission lines. Now, if you look at recent announcements by AGL, by Origin Energy, the Queensland Government, the Victorian Government, these will result in more than 20 gigawatts of coal-fired generator capacity being shut down by 2035. That's well over three-quarters of our baseload capacity. Over three-quarters of our baseload capacity. The problem is this. As the government supports and welcomes these announcements, they know there is no guarantee of a replacement in time. Now, this represents an enormous problem, Deputy Speaker, because if we are talking about over three-quarters of baseload capacity being ripped out of the system by 2035 without any guarantee of a replacement, what does that mean to not just prices but industry keeping the lights on? Now, people like to compare Australia to Germany, saying we're following a German model of a great hasty rush to renewables and a closure of baseload power, and we're setting ourselves up for danger. But don't offend Germany. Don't offend Germany in that, because as we are seeing recently, Germany are turning back on their baseload power stations. They had the common sense to mothball their stations so that if a crisis hit, they could turn them back on. That's their plan B. In Australia, much of the fleet that we're closing, they're not being mothballed. They are being entirely demolished, gone, gone. And let's not forget, we are a vast island. We're not landlocked. We don't have extension cords importing electricity from other nations like they do in Europe. In other words, if Labor's plan fails, and it will fail, when Labor's plan A fails, there is no plan B, none whatsoever. The fifth in my amendment, Deputy Speaker, was concerns that regional communities feel as though they might be steamrolled over. Now, this is an important one because in a listening tour that I've done over recent months across regional Australia, I have to say Australians are in no way against renewables. They don't have an aversion to renewables. That's not the issue here at all. I think most Australians, like the Coalition, believe renewables have a really important role to play. But where they are concerned is that they are seeing a missionary zeal on the part of the minister and this government to roll out renewables at a scale and a speed which puts a big question mark over social licence. That is, communities in regional Australia rightly feel that the Labor Party is so hell-bent on rolling out so many renewables and transmission lines in such a short period of time that their communities will be rolled over. And if you think of the extent of Labor's plan, which again is 40 wind turbines per month, over 22,000 solar panels every day, all the way up to 2030. Think about that, all the way up to 2030, plus 28,000 kilometres of transmission lines. Is it any wonder regional communities are worried? Can you imagine if you're in regional Australia today concerned about this, that you might have a carpeting across your community and you listen to Question Time, where the opposition put genuine questions to the government, could not get one straight answer? Why? Because the government hasn't planned for it. Is it any wonder this is going to be a train wreck in Australia because this government has not planned for its transition? And that is why regional Australia, along with especially those from the energy sector, are so deeply concerned about where this government is taking this agenda. Sixth, we need an appropriate set of environmental considerations, Deputy Speaker. We have to be mindful that so much as renewables have an important role to play, they, like every technology, have weaknesses. Now, we know some of their weaknesses when it comes to their lack of dispatchability, which is why they need gas to support them. They need complementary technologies, gas just being part of the equation. But we also have to recognise that there are other environmental weaknesses of renewables, and especially when it comes to wind farms, it is bird life, it is sea life, and these need to be prioritised in any assessment of offshore wind farms. Seventh is the importance of product stewardship. And this is important because I have heard some extraordinary stories going across Australia of renewable products being dumped. If you think about the toxicity of solar panels, of batteries, the vast majority going to landfill. There is no plan whatsoever. There's no solution to managing waste. Now, product stewardship, therefore, has to be a core element in any such legislation that we are dealing with today, especially if we are looking at literally over 22,000 solar panels every single day with a very short lifespan compared to baseload plants. Then that waste management must be put as a priority of the government. Eighth, the importance of maximising local procurement. Now, these projects must provide an economic boost to local communities. We are very cognisant of the fact that much of the content for offshore wind farms will be coming from overseas. But where we have regional areas impacted most by these projects, they are also the areas that must benefit most from procurement opportunities. Now, ninth is the importance of transparency around financial security for deals approved by the minister. Now, as noted earlier, one of the amendments that the Labor government is seeking to arrange here is for the minister and not the regulator to make decisions with respect to financial security. Now, if a licence holder therefore has to agree to a certain amount of security to cover activities such as decommission, how that's done, whether it be a banknote, whether it be a letter of credit, how long those obligations need to last. If the minister ends up being responsible for such decisions, then transparency becomes absolutely key. 10th, the failure of the minister to appreciate the importance of attaining a social licence. Deputy Speaker, there is no more important prerequisite for major energy projects that impact local communities than a social licence. And this comes to the heart of where I believe the Labor Party is going wrong with the pathway they have chosen to decarbonise the Australian economy, a pathway that will ultimately decapitate the Australian economy. Despite what they told the Australian people, power prices are skyrocketing under this Labor government. The electricity grid is wobbling and becoming unreliable. Local communities are fearful at the pace of accelerated rollouts of 28,000 kilometres of transmission lines, 22,000 solar panels every day, 40 wind turbines a month. They're worried. Once the Australian people see their way of life threatened, see the nation's energy security threatened, they will have enough and they will say enough. And it's at that time that we will see that the Labor government has basically broken the unwritten compact with the Australian people on climate change and energy.
Is the amendment seconded? The member for Thorpe. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Fairfax has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I'll now state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. The Leader of the House.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Leader of the House.
I declare that the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2022 is referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
Clerk.
Thank you.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Emergency Response Fund Amendment, Disaster Ready Fund Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill builds on the important work of the former coalition government which created the Emergency Response Fund. The Emergency Response Fund's enabling legislation passed the Parliament in October 2019. That $4 billion Emergency Response Fund allows the Commonwealth to draw on as much as $200 million in any given year, in addition to what is already available to fund emergency response and natural disaster recovery and preparedness. When it determines the existing recovery and resilience building programs are insufficient to provide an appropriate response to natural disasters. The type of assistance that could be provided under the Emergency Response Fund included recovery project grants, service provision, adoption of technology helping recover, and resilience or economic aid packages for affected communities or industry sectors to help build their resilience to future natural disasters. This month we have seen why having a perpetual source of funds to support preparedness and recovery from natural disasters is so important. Thousands have been impacted by the floods in New South Wales and Victoria. Homes have been flooded, belongings destroyed. These are terrible events and we expend our sympathies to the communities affected. We also extend our admiration to the members and volunteers of the emergency response agencies that are assisting those affected. The former coalition government ensured that the Emergency Response Fund made contributions to disaster recovery and disaster preparedness. The former coalition government committed $50 million for the Coastal and Estuarine Risk Mitigation Program. The program will help drive long-term resilience and sustainability by delivering priority projects that mitigate the impact of disasters on communities and economies by targeting high-priority locally and nationally significant coastal and estuarine disaster risk mitigation projects. The former coalition government also committed $150 million to fund recovery and post-disaster resilience measures in the Northern Rivers region of New South Wales. The opposition notes that the bill confirms that these commitments and disbursements will be honoured. We acknowledge the government's support for those disbursements by grandfathering them into legislation. The bill before the House today makes two substantive policy changes to the Emergency Response Fund. It removes the fund's ability to make payments for the purpose of disaster recovery, so the entire $200 million per annum disbursement amount must be spent on activities that prepare for or reduce the risk of future natural disasters, and two, allows the responsible ministers to adjust the maximum disbursement amount by a disallowable legislative instrument. Deputy Speaker, while the opposition will be supporting this bill today, we are concerned about the responsible minister to increase the maximum disbursement amount by instrument, pushing aside the legislated cap. It is not clear what implications this might have for the fund's perpetuity if this power is not prudently exercised. We note that it is being considered by the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee, which is due to report by 16 November. We will await the report and findings from that inquiry and consider any recommendations it will make. Deputy Speaker, I move the second reading amendment circulated in my name that reads that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House, 1, expresses its concern that the government is seeking to remove an additional source of funding for natural disaster recovery at the very moment when many communities across South East Australia are facing many months of work to clean up after devastating floods, and 2, notes the government has not yet identified what disaster mitigation actually encompasses. And I move that the second reading amendment be circulated in my name. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
To speak to the amendment.
Thank you. I call the Leader of the House.
I'll move that the debate be adjourned. Oh, no, sorry. You need to state what the question is now.
The question, bill as amended, be agreed to?
Clerk's good for me to adjourn? No? No?
Thank you. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Page has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. And I call the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
I'll put the question. All of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker, I declare that the Emergency Response Fund Amendment Disaster Ready Fund Bill 2022 is referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
Thank you. I call the clerk.
What's that? You're doing the full half hour. Okay. So you'll go through till 6 o'clock.
Or close there too. I'll try and do that.
If you're going to go the full half hour, can you just make it till 6?
Call the clerk.
Are we right to? Do you want to skip this one, or because we've got a?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I call the Leader of the House.
So it just might suit the convenience of the House if we do the report, and then there's no chance of the next debate being interrupted in any way midway through the speech, because we have to get this report done before 6.
Okay, I call the honourable member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's one thing I need to do, which is a statutory requirement, and also I'll just table the report. Thank you to the Leader of the House. On behalf of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts, in order I present the following report, Report 493, Annual Report 2021-22, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
He'll finish in a moment, I think.
Is leave granted? Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Thank you. A very short tabling statement. We are required by legislation to table an annual report, and it's a fascinating read, of course, which I won't regale the House with on this occasion. There's the normal suite of inquiries, you might say, in terms of Auditor General's reports, examination of the Parliamentary Budget Office and so on. The only one that I draw the House's attention to in particular was the 10-year review of the Auditor General's Act 1997. Overall, that review found that the Act is working well and made 27 recommendations of varying import for change. I'd like to acknowledge the collaboration and what is a very strong bipartisan tradition of the Audit Committee. All reports, actually, I think were unanimous, a few with additional comments of varying degrees of colour and movement. But I finally just want to record a special and very personal thanks to the previous chair, the previous member for Robertson, Lucy Wicks. She was collegiate and dedicated in her approach to the committee, and we did, I might declare, Deputy Speaker, become very fond of each other, in an entirely appropriate fashion, of course. We come from very different sides of politics, but greatly enjoyed working together. And I look forward to another productive year of work collaboratively with the Audit Committee.
Thank you. I call the clerk.
Oh, you're still going.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes,
sorry.
please proceed.
Yeah, there's one that I have to do, which is the statutory requirement, the budget statements. So I've just got to read it out. I ask Leader of the House to present executive minutes on reports of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Please proceed.
It's numbers 486, 488, 489, 490, 491 and 492 of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit. No statement.
Thank you. I call the honourable member for Bruce again.
Thank you. And now I wish to make a statement on behalf of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit concerning the draft budget estimates for the Australian National Audit Office and the Parliamentary Budget Office for 2022-23. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit, I present this statement on the draft budget estimates of the Australian National Audit Office, the ANAO and the Parliamentary Budget Office, the PBO. The committee is required under the Public Accounts and Audit Committee Act 1951 and the Parliamentary Service Act 1999 to consider both the draft budget estimates of both the ANAO and the PBO and to make formal recommendations to both Houses of Parliament regarding these estimates. This requirement to make a statement to the Parliament in advance of the budget being handed down by a government is an important transparency measure. It assists the Parliament and the public in making a judgment tonight and thereafter on the adequacy of the budget provided to the ANAO and the PBO through comparison with the requested funding in the committee's recommendations. For this year's budget, both the ANAO and the PBO have sought additional funding. The committee has carefully scrutinised the ANAO's and the PBO's draft budget estimates and has resolved to endorse them, subject to further review of the costings and final estimates which may be agreed with the Department of Finance. The committee considers both offices vital in supporting the work of this Parliament and in strengthening integrity and transparency in public administration. The ANAO is also seeking an additional appropriation. In presenting its draft budget estimates to the committee, the ANAO noted that machinery of government changes following the 2022 federal election, in particular the creation of new departments, will mean that minor additional costs are incurred for mandatory financial statement and performance statement audits. Additional cost pressures relating to cybersecurity and data storage as well as financial statement auditing, where specialist expertise or additional capacity is required to be purchased from the private sector. Now, Deputy Speaker, the total funding request, which is still of course subject to a bit of further refinement with the Department of Finance since we last interrogated it, was in the order of $8.3 million over the forward estimates. The JCPAA acknowledges the difficult fiscal outlook faced by and inherited by the government and acknowledges that the ANAO received supplementation in the 21-22 budget. However, the committee accepts that these cost pressures presented to us are unavoidable and that the additional funding is required to maintain required standards in financial statement auditing, without which the ANAO would be confronted with the need to reduce the level of auditing in other areas. In the committee's view, the government stands to save more than it spends by meeting the ANAO's modest request. A robust audit function is of critical value to the public sector, driving as it does efficiency and effectiveness throughout the public sector. And in that context, the JCPAA endorses the ANAO's budget submission, which, as I said, would be subject to any normal parameter changes and minor changes that might be agreed with the Department of Finance and the government if the government is indeed to fund it. And then finally, the PBO's estimated expenses for 2022-23 amounted to $9.292 million, and it expects to meet the majority of its fiscal requirements from this appropriation. However, since its creation, the PBO has had a special appropriation fund designed to help it meet unexpected cost pressures. This fund was initially $6 million, but has run down to $1.8 million over the last decade. The PBO is seeking to have this fund replenished to its original level in this year's budget, and I note that's its 10th anniversary. The committee regards the fund as an important element of the PBO's operational independence, including independence from executive government, and therefore endorses the proposed appropriation. I thank the Auditor-General and the Parliamentary Budget Officer for their work in support of the Parliament and the JCPAA, and committee members for their thoughtful and detailed consideration of these budget requests.
Thank you.
I present a copy of my statement. That's what I need to do. I've done that. There you go. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the clerk. The member for Bruce, you just need to seek leave to present a copy of the statement.
Because you asked so nicely, Deputy Speaker, I seek leave to present a copy of my statement.
Is leave granted? Yes, please.
It's an outbreak of collegiality.
Thank you.
I bring people together. I raise the tone, Leader of that.
Thank you. Call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Anti-Discrimination and Human Rights Legislation Amendment. Respect at Work Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Barara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In a matter of weeks, the Australian Human Rights Commission will release their latest national survey on sexual harassment in Australian workplaces. The last report from 2018 was a very challenging read. It shows that when we discuss sexual harassment in the workplace, we're not looking at a small or isolated problem that only affects the occasional person in Australia, but that Australia has a deep and wide problem. The 2018 report found that in the previous 5 years, almost 2 in 5 women and just over 1 in 4 men had experienced sexual harassment in the workplace. Let us be clear what this means. This means that in order to earn an income, to contribute to a workplace, to do their job, more than a quarter of Australian workers are having to put up with unwanted sexual misconduct. The Respect at Work report told thoroughly shocking stories about what people have had to endure at work. One woman spoke about 3 incidents in her career in 3 different places in which she worked. She spoke about being touched by her manager in a storeroom as a 16-year-old supermarket worker, being locked in a toilet cubicle in her mid-20s with a colleague who demanded to be kissed, and being publicly groped and insulted by the CEO at a work function some years later. One police officer told a deeply distressing story about having to lock herself in a car at night when on an away job because she'd been sold to a group of detectives who expected to be able to mistreat her. A hotel worker spoke about working as a butler. Her job entailed time spent in guests' rooms to serve them meals and unpack their luggage. She said that a female co-worker was sexually assaulted by a guest while unpacking their luggage, and she was not the only one of her co-workers that had been sexually harassed by a guest while conducting their required tasks in their rooms. A man named Barry spoke to the Commission about his experience working in a rural town. One evening, while giving his male boss a lift home, his boss said he was lonely and placed his hand on Barry's upper thigh. Barry respectfully declined the advance. Barry told the Commission that the following day he was told that his services were no longer required. Barry said he was unable to find another job as his former boss would not provide him with a reference. These are just 4 stories among hundreds of thousands that could be told. The 2018 Human Rights Commission report found that the majority of people who were sexually harassed at work did not formally report their experience or seek support or advice, with many victims believing a formal complaint would be viewed as an overreaction or that it was easier to stay quiet. Fewer than 1 in 5 people, 17%, made a formal report or complaint in relation to workplace sexual harassment. There's something very wrong with the situation in which this many people are experiencing sexual harassment in the workplace and are not feeling they're able to do anything about it, either because they see no point or they fear reprisal or the cost involved of taking action. As one woman said to Respect at Work, "For a long time I thought that what happened to me was normal. It's just what happens to young women in the workplace. You learn to ignore it as best you can and move on. But nowadays I think that even if that is the case, it shouldn't be." Let me be clear. There's no place for sexual harassment in Australian society or Australian workplaces. By and large, it's men who are the perpetrators of harassment in the workplace, and the message must be sent loudly and clearly: enough is enough, this has to stop. That's why the Coalition took action when we were in government to address these issues. We set the agenda to change the culture of Australian workplaces so that we can begin to see workplaces being consistently free from sexual harassment and discrimination. Today's bill builds on the leadership of the Coalition government. In 2018, we announced an inquiry into sexual harassment in Australian workplaces to ensure we more comprehensively understood what was taking place and to develop a pathway for change. That landmark inquiry was world-leading, and I want to pay tribute to my former colleague, the Honourable Kelly O'Dwyer, who commenced that inquiry along with Commissioner Kate Jenkins. A few years on, we're used to these topics being front of mind, but I want to pay tribute to those two women who made sure we didn't turn a blind eye any longer. They took a stand, and they are the reason we can debate these matters with clarity and conviction. But we're not talking about a small or isolated problem, but something that has to be given serious attention. One might think that because so often sexual harassment occurs quietly, in hidden moments in workplaces, in underhanded and malicious ways, that means we can easily miss it or allow ourselves to overlook it. What Kate Jenkins has shown us in recent years is that this is a problem that is pervasive, and we all have a responsibility to change the culture of workplaces. The inquiry commissioned by Kelly O'Dwyer and undertaken by Kate Jenkins resulted in Respect at Work, a substantial report that made 55 recommendations to our government. In response, when we were in government, we released a roadmap for respect, which responded to the report and also outlined a long-term plan for preventing and addressing sexual harassment. That roadmap included agreeing to, in full, in principle or in part, or noting all 55 recommendations of the Respect at Work report, and focused particularly on prevention. Our government provided over $64 million over the 4 years in the 21-22 federal budget to support the implementation of the Roadmap for Respect. In September last year, we then legislated many of the recommendations in Respect at Work. The Sex Discrimination and Fair Work Respect at Work Amendment Act 2021 expressly prohibited sex-based harassment. It made clear than it has ever been in Australian law that sex-based harassment is not acceptable. We corrected gaps in the legislation to make sure all types of workers were protected. We made clear in the Sex Discrimination Act that MPs, judges, public servants would all be subject to the Sex Discrimination Act. This means people are protected from sexual harassment regardless of the field in which they work or for whom they work. We established the Respect at Work Council, which brings together leaders from key government regulators and policymakers responsible for sexual harassment policies and complaints to improve coordination, consistency and clarity across existing legal and regulatory frameworks. We also increased the length of time that people have to make a complaint from 6 months after the incident to 24 months. We made changes to the Fair Work Act to make it clear that being a perpetrator of sexual harassment is a valid reason for dismissal. This was an essential reform as it made it possible for employers to dismiss a worker who sexually harassed another worker without the risk of them bringing an unfair dismissal claim in response. It was essential that employers respond swiftly when their employees' behaviour is unacceptable. The bill before us today is another piece of that puzzle, and it follows on from the work that we did in government. It picks up on particular issues that were given initial time for consideration and consultation. I'm pleased to say that with work having progressed, we support the principle behind this bill, and there's much in the bill that we can support. The most significant thing the bill does is to put responsibility on workplaces, not to simply react to complaints of harassment or discrimination. We know that many people won't ever make a complaint, but it requires workplaces to act proactively to create an environment in which sexual harassment and discrimination is not tolerated. I would have much preferred that this legislation and this debate were not required, but the continual evidence of widespread sexual harassment in workplaces indicates that the bar has to be raised higher. Workplaces need to actively make sure they provide a safe environment for their employees. However, there are a few measures that we believe require some change in order to make it easier for businesses to comply and achieve the intention behind this bill. We're not seeking to see boxes ticked, we're not seeking to burden workplaces unnecessarily, but we are seeking to ensure workplaces are safe places for all Australians. If employers can't easily fulfil the obligations the legislation places on them and an undue additional regulatory burden is imposed, we will create more problems than we solve. We must take a path that is achievable and will lead to tangible change. I should note that this bill is the subject of a Senate committee. That committee is not due to report until the 3rd of November, so we haven't had the benefit of the consideration of this bill by that committee. But we have had the benefit of reading a number of the submissions to that committee. And from those submissions, the Coalition will provide some helpful amendments to ensure the good aims behind this legislation are better achieved. And as such, I move the second reading amendment that's been circulated in my name. The bill proposes to insert Section 28M into the Sex Discrimination Act, which would make it unlawful for a person to subject another person to a workplace environment that is hostile on the grounds of sex. This concept already exists under discrimination law, although the provision is drafted broadly, and we propose an amendment to align the provision with existing case law. Section 28M defines too broadly what it means to subject a person to a workplace environment that's hostile on the ground of sex. In particular, the proposed new section does not connect the inappropriate conduct clearly enough with the person who would be the complainant. The provision makes it unlawful for a person to subject another person to a workplace environment that's hostile on the ground of sex. The issue with the way the provision is drafted is that there isn't a requirement for the first person and the second person to actually be in the workplace at the same time, or for there to be a temporal connection between the conduct and the harm. For instance, there are businesses which operate in many different sites, in many different units, and it's important that the complaint be related to activity that goes on in the site or the unit in which the person works. In relation to the temporal connection, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industries pointed out in their submission, and I quote, "From a practical perspective, there are unique circumstances which an extended lapse period of time could unfairly punish employers, even when they've taken action to address workplace hostility. For example, consider a scenario where there exists a cultural problem of sexism at a workplace. If an employer takes action to rectify the situation and ensures the workplace is no longer offensive, intimidating or humiliating to prospective female employees, but a female employee is employed at the workplace at a later date and hears about the prior conduct and is subsequently intimidated, it's likely that the proposed Section 28M is enlivened. Intimidating conduct has been engaged in and an intimidated person has been in the workplace after the conduct occurred, although the two events were not contemporaneous and there were otherwise no connection between the events and the person. Our amendment would amend Section 28M to insert in relation to and to delete after the conduct occurs, to bring the provision into line with existing case law. Secondly, the bill proposes to insert Section 47C into the Sex Discrimination Act to establish a positive duty on employers to take reasonable and proportionate measures to eliminate unlawful discrimination on the basis of sex, including sexual harassment within a workplace, and gives the Human Rights Commission enforcement powers as well as powers to inquire into systemic discrimination. Employers are already subject to significant obligations to prevent sexual harassment in the workplace. For example, Section 106 of the Sex Discrimination Act makes employers vicariously liable for the actions of their employee or agent. It's already true that an employer can only avoid liability where they can show they took all reasonable steps to prevent an employee or agent from doing those acts. Furthermore, as Safe Work Australia have pointed out in their submission, there's been extensive work done since Respect at Work to address sexual harassment through relevant legal frameworks, including by workplace health and safety policymakers and regulators. I'll quote from their submission. The model WHS laws established a comprehensive and robust legal framework to protect workers from risks to their health and safety while at work, including from sexual harassment. The model WHS law's main objective is to provide a balanced and nationally consistent framework to secure the health and safety of workers. This includes protecting workers and other persons against harm to their health and safety by eliminating or minimising risks arising from work. The model WHS laws aim to provide all workers in Australia with the same standard of health and safety protection, regardless of the work they do or where they work. The laws apply broadly to all organisations, regardless of size or industry." And close quotes. The model WHS laws include a positive duty to eliminate or minimise risks to both physical and psychological health from sexual harassment, so far as it is reasonably practicable. There's an appropriate concern that having two different ways in which a positive duty is imposed, but with a slightly different frameworks and drafting in place, there's the potential for confusion and duplication for employers. Again, to quote Safe Work Australia, "The proposed amendment to the Sex Discrimination Act impose a positive duty on PCBUs in relation to the prevention of workplace sexual harassment. However, it's drafted in different terms from the model WHS laws, which impose a positive duty on the PCBUs to prevent workplace sexual harassment. Because of those drafting differences, the scope and application of each positive duty may be different. It's not yet clear whether this will be of significance in practice, but it seems to us that at least it has the potential to cause confusion and uncertainty for duty holders. In our view, there may be benefit in more closely aligning the two frameworks to reduce this possibility. The second issue in relation to section 47C is outlined by the submission of the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who said, and I quote, "Section 47C would require employers and PCBUs to take measures to eliminate, as far as possible, certain conduct. Under work health and safety law, the obligation imposed by PCBUs is to ensure that the health and safety of their workers, as far as reasonably practicable. The widespread use of reasonably practical under work health and safety law has provided PCBUs with a substantial degree of understanding about the meaning of that threshold. There is also extensive case law about the meaning of these words, which offers further clarity," and they quote from the High Court in Selvak and Lurgy and the test applied by Justice Gaudron of what reasonably practicable means. They say that the new phrase, "as far as possible," does not share the clarity of as reasonably practicable. We would adopt that view, and our amendment to section 47C, with the insertion of "as far as reasonably practical," will more closely align the positive duty created in this bill with the existing obligations on employers under the work health and safety model law. This is essential as we want to achieve the objectives of this bill without creating unnecessary additional burdens on businesses, particularly small business. One other area of concern regarding the bill is it seeks to significantly expand the role of the Human Rights Commission. Let me be very clear. I have great respect for the Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins and the work that she's done in this space. My concern again is about duplication of processes and that workplaces could find themselves being subject to multiple inquiries through multiple bodies simultaneously. With the Human Rights Commission having enforcement functions in relation to the positive duty, the same matters could be brought before the Work Health and Safety Regulator and the Human Rights Commission at the same time. I'm also concerned that the Human Rights Commission's conciliation role will be compromised if they're required to conduct enforcement action in relation to the positive duty, as well as providing conciliation for the employee bringing forward the complaint. Serving both functions in relation to the same complaint would not be good practice. In order to avoid duplication in enforcement powers in relation to the positive duty, in order to protect the conciliation role of the Commission, and in order to prevent the duplication of inquiry powers which could see businesses or sectors subjected to inquiry by multiple government agencies at the same time, our amendment proposes that the Fair Work Ombudsman should hold the enforcement powers in relation to the positive duty and the powers of inquiry in relation to systemic unlawful discrimination. These are powers and functions that are aligned with the existing powers and functions of the Fair Work Ombudsman. The functions of the Fair Work Ombudsman are provided for in section 682 of the Fair Work Act and include monitoring Act and Fair Work instruments, investigating conduct contrary to the Fair Work Act and Fair Work instruments, and any other functions conferred on the Ombudsman by any other legislation. The Fair Work Ombudsman can undertake workplace investigations. In relation to adverse action, it can conduct investigations where an investigation finds the employer has or had discriminatory practices that are linked to adverse actions for employees or prospective employees. It can take appropriate enforcement actions. Enforcement actions can include issuing compliance notices, enforceable undertakings, or commencing proceedings in a court before the Fair Work Commission. This extends to instituting proceedings for breach of civil remedy provisions, including those that prohibit adverse action, coercion or undue influence in relation to workplace rights, and to adverse action or coercion in relation to industrial activities, and those that prohibit contraventions of the National Employment Standards, Modern Wards, Enterprise Agreements or National Minimum Wage Orders. In relation to adverse action, this includes workplace discrimination on the basis of various protected attributes, including sex, sexual orientation and marital status. The Fair Work Ombudsman notes that bullying and harassment, including sexual harassment, can in some circumstances amount to unlawful discrimination and then falls within its powers. So you can see the link between the role that the Fair Work Ombudsman already provides and the sense in having these matters dealt with by the Fair Work Ombudsman. The Fair Work Ombudsman's broader powers in relation to industries. They can conduct inquiries to monitor compliance within an industry, region or supply chain, even where there's no specific allegation of non-compliance with workplace laws, in response to trends in data that indicate systemic non-compliance in particular businesses or industries, as is posited in this legislation, issues raised in the media and concerns raised with the Fair Work Ombudsman that are directly in the public interest. That is why we support these matters being sent to the Fair Work Ombudsman. I want to move to Schedule 4, which deals with representative actions. Schedule 4 of the bill seeks to amend the Human Rights Commission Act to make it easier for unions and other representatives groups to bring representative claims to the federal court. We believe that this schedule should be deleted. The amendment would allow bodies to commence legal proceedings on behalf of other parties rather than the aggrieved person taking the matter forward themselves. I want to draw the House's attention to the work of the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who've argued representative groups are not prohibited from providing financial or legal support to parties pursuing a representative proceeding in the courts. Rather, they're simply prevented from commencing the proceeding on their behalf. It's not clear how allowing trade unions to commence legal proceedings on behalf of aggrieved persons will lead to better outcomes for these persons, especially in light of the support representative groups can already provide. Fundamentally, litigants in representative actions need to be aggrieved persons, not bodies that represent or merely purport to represent their interests. This is how the existing avenue for class actions rightly operates. The interests of representative bodies do not always align with those they represent. Allowing these bodies to commence and run representative actions on their behalf can lead to aggrieved persons' interests being neglected in favour of other motives, such as a desire for more lucrative settlement or political objectives. Further, representative bodies are not those whose reputations, finances and relationships are vulnerable during litigation. Allowing representative bodies to be the party instructing lawyers on the running of a legal proceeding risks the pursuit of interests which are unrelated to those of the affected individuals." Close quotes. There are sufficient mechanisms to enable representative proceedings in the federal court under Part 4A of the Federal Court of Australia Act 1976. Further loosening of these rules in favour of unions who can pursue their own agendas rather than those of the complainant is not warranted. Our amendment proposes to delete Schedule 4 and leave the law as it stands in relation to representative actions. In relation to costs, in Schedule 5, the bill inserts a cost-neutral arrangement into the Human Rights Commission Act, which means parties are expected to bear their own costs, with the courts having power to make an alternative determination considering the factors in the legislation, including financial circumstances of each parties to the proceedings, the conduct of the parties, including conduct dealing with the Commission, whether any party has been wholly unsuccessful, whether any parties made an offer in writing to settle, whether the subject matter of the proceedings involves an issue of public importance or any other matter the court considers relevant. Again, let me draw the House's attention to the words of the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I quote, "There's no obvious reason why proceedings brought with respect to discrimination claims ought to depart from the traditional rule in Australia that costs follow the event, with broad discretion already conferred on the courts to vary the application of this rule depending on the particular circumstances. The existing procedure, developed across centuries of the evolution of the common law, offers several critically important benefits which should not be discarded. First, costs towards disincentivise meritorious litigation that can be significantly costly for parties involved. Allowing litigation to be commenced without the risk of indemnifying the other party for their legal costs risks an increase in unmeritorious, vexatious and speculative claims being made. Of course, the courts will retain the discretion to restrict the making of such claims. However, often the ulterior purpose of the litigation will not be plain on the facts. Where it's more discreet, the risk of paying the opposing party's costs deters such litigation from being brought. We think discretion as to costs best sits with the courts and endorse the views of the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry in relation to the place of costs orders in the industrial relations system. Our amendments will remove Schedule 5 of the bill and leave cost determinations to the discretion of the court. The other amendment that we seek to make is to retain equality of opportunity in the Objects Clause of the Act. We believe equality of opportunity should be retained because equality of opportunity offers a state of fairness in which individuals are treated equally. People are given the same opportunities and it is up to them to exercise their talents and their abilities in order to achieve the things that they wish to pursue. And we think that this is a fundamental principle that should be retained in the objects of the Act. The changes proposed in this bill with these amendments do important work in ensuring Australian workplaces are not hostile to either men or women on the grounds of sex. As a community, it's essential that we draw a line under the unacceptable behaviour in workplaces and beyond that's been too common for too long. In doing so, we must ensure that businesses are supported to meet the new obligations under the bill. I welcome the 12-month period between assent and commencement. This will be essential time for businesses to learn about the new obligations placed on them, to develop new protocols and policies and to train their staff. In this point, and this is probably the most important thing I'm going to say in relation to this bill, the role of the Australian Human Rights Commission is essential. The Human Rights Commission is responsible for developing guidance materials and must ensure materials are clear and simple for all businesses to understand. It's important these obligations apply to all workplaces, but as noted in the explanatory memorandum, a big bank or a corporation with a human resources department will have more resources at its disposal to ensure it's compliant, particularly compared to a small business, such as a corner store which only has a few staff. The guidance materials must meet the needs of different types of businesses too. The risks businesses must manage under this Act and under the Work Health and Safety Framework vary significantly across industries. As the Housing Industry Association noted in their submission, it's extremely difficult for a business to control the various actors on a work site, be they various trades, subcontractors, the client, state-based regulators, union officials, the owner sometimes, and others. Similarly, a business like a pub, where the person creating the unsafe work environment for the second person may be an intoxicated patron rather than an employee of the business. The guidelines will need to address the full range of different businesses and the circumstances in which they find themselves. Guidance from the Human Rights Commission must meet the needs of business, and they must meet them when they're based on the different types of workplaces that exist across Australia and different types of businesses that will be subject to this bill. And I call on the Human Rights Commission to ensure that they have given adequate support to businesses to comply with this. Deputy Speaker, we must continue to work as a society to continually improve, to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed and that our workplaces are set up such that someone who works hard, regardless of their background, can reach the highest of heights, because we should not tolerate sexual harassment in the workplace or anywhere else.
I call the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'll move that the debate be adjourned. Oh, no, sorry, no, I can't yet. We need to, don't you? There's an amendment. There's no second reading amendment? Nope, I can then. I'll move that the debate be adjourned.
Put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The debate is adjourned. The Leader of the House.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I declare that the Anti-Discrimination and Human Rights Legislation Amendment Respect at Work Bill 2022 is referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
The House is adjourned till 7:30 p.m. Suspended. See you soon. We expect those amendments, mate. And then we can sort them out. You have your work trips this morning? Huh? You had your work trips and your future grade? Bacon and eggs? You know.
I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of the Appropriation Bill No. 1, 2022-2023. I call the Treasurer.
I present the Appropriation Bill No. 1, 2022-23 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to appropriate money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the ordinary annual services of the Government and for related purposes.
I give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the bill be now read a second time. Speaker, from the Ngunnawal and Ngambri lands of Canberra to the Yuggera and Yugambeh lands of Logan and right around Australia, we acknowledge country and we commit to a voice for First Nations people. Yeah. Speaker, this is a responsible budget that is right for the times and readies us for the future. It delivers on the priorities of the Australian people and it repays their faith in a new government. Through a devastating pandemic, through a succession of dangerous and damaging natural disasters, through global uncertainty and painful price rises, Australians have demonstrated the best of our national character. Resolute and resilient in hard times, practical and pragmatic about the challenges we confront, optimistic and confident in a better future, and ready to work together to build it. In this same spirit, our Labor government's first budget does three things. It provides cost of living relief which is responsible, not reckless, to make life easier for Australians without adding to inflation. It targets investments in a stronger, more resilient, more modern economy, and it begins the hard yards of budget repair. It recognises that our best defence against uncertainty around the world is responsible economic management here at home. Speaker, we now confront the prospect of a third global downturn in a decade and a half. This time not a financial crisis or a pandemic, but a war driving high prices and higher interest rates here and around the world, and the risk of another global recession. And this time demands a different response, one that puts a premium on what's responsible, affordable and sustainable. That's why this budget pays for what's important, strengthens our buffers against adversity and begins to build a better future. It delivers on our commitments: cheaper childcare and more paid parental leave, better access to health care, cheaper medicines and a better standard of aged care, fee-free TAFE and more university places, cheaper and cleaner energy, more affordable housing and a future made in Australia. Speaker, this is a solid and sensible budget suited to the conditions. Australians know that this is a time of great challenge and change. The global economy teeters again on the edge, with a war that isn't ending, a global energy crisis that is escalating, inflationary pressures persisting and economies slowing, some of them already in reverse. All of this is now reflected in the updated forecast for global growth, downgraded since the March budget for this year, next year and the following year. Now, in this uncertain environment, we are pleased and proud that Australia has plenty going for us, including low unemployment and good prices for our exports. But while we intend to avoid the worst of the turbulence from overseas, we can't escape it completely. Global challenges, along with high inflation and higher interest rates, will have an impact. Our economy is expected to grow solidly this financial year by 3.25%, before slowing to 1.5% growth for 2023-24, a full percentage point lower than what was forecast in March. The hit to growth will have an effect on employment, but jobs will continue to be created and unemployment is expected to stay low by historical standards at 4.5% in 23-24 and 24-25. Inflation is expected to peak at 7.75% later this year, before moderating over time to 3.5% through 23-24 and returning to the Reserve Bank's target range in 24-25. Wages are growing faster now than they were before the election, but that welcome news is tempered by rising electricity prices and grocery bills eating into pay packets. When that inflation moderates, real wages are expected to start growing again in 2024. Speaker, as we were finalising this budget, floods were once again tragically taking lives, wrecking homes, shutting businesses, disrupting livelihoods and pushing up the cost of living. Once again, we are reminded of the solidarity that living on this harsh land demands of our people and of our communities. It speaks to a unique Australian way of responding to adversity, looking out for each other and looking after each other and lifting each other up. These are human tragedies first and foremost that come with broader consequences for the economy and for the budget. The government has acted quickly to make disaster assistance payments available. $3 billion has been provisioned as a response to recent floods. We will fund Disaster Relief Australia to help deploy more than 5,000 extra volunteers when future disasters strike. And this budget also invests up to $200 million a year in disaster prevention and resilience through the Disaster Ready Fund. In times like this, our government will always step up and do the right thing, standing with communities through the crisis and through the recovery. Speaker, Australians know that a complex combination of challenges at home and abroad is pushing up the cost of living. They know that governments can't make inflation disappear overnight. And they don't need us taking steps that would just make the problem worse by putting even more pressure on prices and making the independent Reserve Bank's job even harder. Instead, they need us to be responsible, reasonable and targeted, with policies that are affordable, fair and future-focused, delivering a long-term economic dividend. And that's what this budget does, with a 5-point plan for cost of living relief. Cheaper childcare, expanding paid parental leave, cheaper medicines, more affordable housing and getting wages moving again. This is a $7.5 billion package that helps put some money back in people's pockets, boosts productivity and grows the economy. But it's carefully targeted and carefully timed so that it avoids placing additional pressure on inflation. Speaker, from July next year, early childhood education and care will be more affordable for more than 1.2 million eligible Australian families who will benefit from higher subsidies. Yeah. Cheaper childcare is a game-changing investment in families, in our workforce and in our economy. It will increase the paid hours worked by women with young children by up to 1.4 million hours a week in the first year alone. Wow. That's the equivalent of 37,000 extra full-time workers. And because our early childhood educators guide our young ones and help them grow in these critical early years for the best possible start in life, it's much more than care. And it's also cost of living relief with an economic dividend. And that's what paid parental leave is as well. Tonight, our Labor government delivers the biggest expansion of paid parental leave since its creation. Yeah. This budget invests more than $530 million to progressively scale up the scheme, reaching 6 months paid leave in 2026. For two-parent families, a portion of this leave will be reserved for each parent to encourage families to share caring responsibilities. Again, this goes beyond taking a bit of pressure off household budgets. This is about greater equality and greater security for Australian women and more dads doing their bit. It's about participation and productivity, and that's what makes it economic reform as well. Speaker, this budget also makes medicines cheaper by slashing the PBS maximum general co-payment to $30 a script from the 1st of January next year, saving up to $12.50 per script for about 3.6 million Australians every year. And the budget does more to confront Australia's housing problem. Rents are through the roof and many families are struggling to keep up. Supply hasn't kept up with demand, which means too many struggle to live close to where they work. Too many are stuck on waiting lists for social housing. And for too many, the great Australian dream of home ownership seems completely out of reach. Our country can do better than that, and our government will. With the Housing Australia Future Fund building 30,000 new social and affordable homes in its first 5 years, and the National Housing Infrastructure Facility supporting an additional 5,500 new homes. With the Help to Buy scheme allowing up to 40,000 Australians to own their own home with a lower deposit and a smaller mortgage. With the regional first home buyer guarantee supporting another 10,000 new homeowners each year, and by helping more Australians downsize to a suitable home which will free up housing stock for younger families. But tonight, Speaker, we go further and we do more. I am proud to announce that we have just struck a new national housing accord between governments, investors and industry to build the affordable homes that our country desperately needs and to help tackle our housing crisis. The ambition of this accord is big and it's bold. It's an aspiration to build 1 million new, well-located homes over 5 years from 2024. Most of this supply needs to come from the market, not the government, but there's a role for government, and we intend to play a leading role by coordinating and kick-starting the investment that we know needs to happen. To get the accord started, this budget commits an additional $350 million in funding for another 10,000 new affordable homes on top of our existing commitments. This will be delivered through an ongoing funding stream to help cover the gap between market rents and subsidised rents, making more projects commercially viable. State and territory governments will build on our commitment with up to 10,000 new homes as well. That's up to 20,000 new affordable homes in total. Along with local governments, they will tackle supply problems caused by land release and zoning policies. Institutional investors, including super funds, have endorsed the accord and will work with us to leverage more investment that delivers for their investors and members' interests and for the national interest as well. And peak organisations for the construction sector support building these homes at a high energy efficiency rating and training more apprentices under an extended skills guarantee. Now, we don't pretend that this accord solves every issue, nor do we pretend we can solve this problem completely overnight. But this is a serious start, a serious agenda that will lead to more Australians knowing the security of a good job and decent housing. Speaker, if there's one fact that sums up nearly a decade of wasted opportunities and warped priorities, it's that real wages are lower today than they were 10 years ago. It will take time to turn this around, but Australians now know this. Deliberately keeping wages low is no longer federal government policy. Our new government has already acted to get wages moving again. First, for the lowest paid Australians, supporting a pay rise for about 2.7 million workers on the minimum and award wages. The majority of them are women. Next, by supporting a wage increase for aged care workers. Again, mostly women. Next, by making it easier to implement our agenda for a stronger and more resilient economy, by making it easier for parents to earn more with cheaper childcare, training more people for higher wage work, investing in the industries that create secure, well-paid jobs, and fixing the broken bargaining system. Because the hard truth, Speaker, is that our economy wasn't delivering like you needed it to, and it isn't as resilient as we need it to be for the challenges that we face together. Too much of our potential has been wasted, and the costs of that are clear, with falling real wages and flatlining productivity and widespread skills shortages, and too many Australians denied the opportunity of a better future. The Jobs and Skills Summit that we hosted with the Prime Minister was all about bringing people together to help reverse these trends, finding consensus on the challenges and common ground on the solutions. And we agreed there that full employment, productivity growth and equal opportunities for women should be core objectives of government policy. And we know the key to this is quality investments in the capacity of the Australian economy and the capabilities of the Australian people. So, Speaker, this budget builds a stronger economy, more resilient, more inclusive and more modern. And skills are absolutely central to this. In 2012, more than 57,000 Australians completed a trade apprenticeship. By 2021, that number had dropped by more than 20,000. So tonight we fund a better future for vocational education. Yeah. Together with the states and territories, we are making a $1 billion investment in fee-free TAFE and vocational education places, providing 180,000 places next year, the first stage in our plan for nearly 500,000 fee-free TAFE courses for Australians, learning skills for jobs in priority areas like the care sectors and the digital economy. This budget also invests more than $770 million for better schools, happier and healthier students and more qualified teachers. And we'll invest $485 million to create 20,000 new university places over the next 2 years for students from disadvantaged backgrounds. Yeah. Because no Australian should be denied by poverty, by postcode or by lack of privilege their chance at a better future. Yeah. Speaker, nothing speaks more to that future or to a more modern economy than cleaner, cheaper, more reliable energy. After nearly 10 frustrating years and more than 20 failed energy policies, Australia now has a government that understands the generational and economic imperative of acting on climate change, and a plan that provides stability to the energy grid and stability to investors. Our plan drives investment in renewable energy, which is cheaper energy, and delivers thousands of new jobs in the coming years, many of them in our regions, by leveraging our existing traditional strengths and creating new ones as well. To help get us there, our government will establish a $20 billion fund for energy transmission. And we've already started by backing projects including investments connecting offshore wind farms in Victoria and Tasmania's Marinus Link project. And this budget begins to implement our Powering Australia plan with more than $800 million invested in cutting taxes on electric cars, building a national electric vehicle charging network and hydrogen refuelling stations on our highways, providing solar battery storage for up to 100,000 homes, and ensuring renters and apartment owners can benefit from cheaper energy as well. And Speaker, a better future for Australia must mean a future made in Australia. Yeah. No more sleepwalking while other advanced economies seize new opportunities. No more surrendering industries and jobs overseas. No more selling out our future by clinging to the past. Our $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund will help finance projects that expand our industrial base, diversify our economy, create sustainable, well-paid jobs and grow our regional centres. In clean energy manufacturing, in medical manufacturing, in new technologies, in agriculture and in critical minerals, so that we can be a country that makes things again, so that we can add more value to the things that we sell to the world, and so that every part of the country can have a stake in our Australian-made future. Speaker, this budget focuses on building what we need, protecting what's precious to us and backing the people, sectors and communities strengthening our economy. It includes an investment pipeline of more than $120 billion in transport infrastructure over the next decade to get people and products moving faster, extending full fibre access to 1.5 million more homes and businesses, and improving mobile coverage in regional, remote and natural disaster-prone areas, supporting small business with new energy efficiency grants and extending tailored mental health and financial counselling programs. More funding and more staff to slash the visa backlog so employers can fill labour shortages. protecting our farmers and primary producers by boosting our biosecurity defences, and safeguarding for future generations the unique and precious natural wonders of our continent, with $1.8 billion for environmental and heritage protection, including an extra $204 million to accelerate the defence and restoration of our Great Barrier Reef. Speaker, while our economic policies put a premium on resilience, our fiscal strategy puts a premium on restraint. Now, this is important, to keep spending under control, to give ourselves a better buffer for any further downturns, and to make sure that we're not adding to inflation. Now, this budget makes hard decisions for hard times. New policies have been largely offset across this year and next to avoid adding to inflation when price pressures are most acute. And nearly all of the tax upgrades over the forward estimates have been returned to the budget, not spent. 99% return to the budget over the next 2 years and 92% return to the budget over the next 4 years. Now, as a result of this discipline, payments will fall in real terms over the next 2 years, and real spending growth over the forward estimates is flat, averaging just 0.3% a year. Speaker, Australians just don't have enough to show for $1 trillion of debt, and gross debt as a share of GDP at its highest level in more than 70 years. Now, our responsible decisions mean gross debt to GDP will be 37.3% in 22-23 and remain lower over the forward estimates compared to the pre-election forecasts. So that's less debt than our predecessors, less debt but with more to show for it. The deficit for 2022-23 is now forecast to be $36.9 billion, an improvement of $41.1 billion. But while the temporary revenue boosts we're getting from higher employment and higher commodity prices will fade and fall, the profound and permanent spending pressures on the budget are forecast to grow and grow. The budget that we inherited was stuck in a structural deficit. So our job in the short term is to limit growth in spending, especially while inflation is high, return as much of our revenue upgrades as we can to the bottom line, and focus new spending on investments that grow the capacity of the economy. And this budget does that. And in the longer term, there's a bigger job to do as well, to put the budget on a more sustainable path. But tonight we take the first step with a budget repair package that delivers $28.5 billion in improvements over the next 4 years. Now, this unwinds wasteful or unnecessary spending, redirects it towards higher quality investments and priorities, and improves the integrity and fairness of our tax system. Our spending audit has helped identify $22 billion in savings over the next 4 years. This includes our election commitment to reduce spending on external contractors, consultancies, advertising, travel and legal services, expecting to save the budget $3.6 billion. And this budget makes our tax system more sustainable by making sure multinationals pay a fairer share of tax in Australia, by extending successful tax compliance programs, and by giving the ATO the resources they need to crack down on tax dodging. Together, these initiatives save a further $4.7 billion over 4 years. Now, this is just the beginning of our budget repair work, and it's just the beginning of the conversation that we need to have as a country about our economic and fiscal challenges and about the choices that we need to make on what is affordable and what is fair, so we can pay to service the debt that was left to us when borrowing costs are the fastest growing budget pressure, rising at more than 14% a year over a decade, and so we can pay for the things that Australians value most. Speaker, our priorities speak to who we are as a country, how we care for each other and how we protect each other. We choose to pay for better hospitals and health care. This budget invests $6.1 billion in hospitals, in Medicare, in extending COVID-19 support and expanding access to health care in the suburbs and regions of our great country. We choose to pay for better aged care and better wages for those giving care. This budget invests more than $2.5 billion to put nurses back into nursing homes, improve the quality of food and respond to the recommendations of the Royal Commission. We choose dignity for Australians with a disability. This budget begins the task of repairing the NDIS and securing its future. And we choose to defend our nation against current and future threats. Our government will ensure the Australian Defence Force is well positioned to meet our security challenges over the next decade and beyond, with defence funding rising beyond 2% of GDP over the forward estimates. And after nearly a decade of neglect and disrespect, we are restoring our role as a diligent and dependable partner and friend to our Pacific neighbours for a stable, peaceful and more prosperous region. Speaker, in this budget we're also funding a record investment of $1.7 billion over 6 years to end violence against women and children, investing $1.2 billion in practical measures to close the gap for First Nations people and communities and to begin preparations for a referendum on a voice to Parliament, allowing older Australians to keep more of their pension when they work, responding to the recommendations from the interim report of the Royal Commission into defence and veterans' suicide, and investing in better support for the women and men who serve us, establishing the long-overdue National Anti-Corruption Commission, and beginning a new discussion about measuring what matters, the strength of our economy and the well-being of our people. Speaker, Australians know that there are hard days to come and hard decisions to accompany them. In getting through this period stronger than we were before, we'll rely on the very best aspects of our national character: our resilience, our pragmatism, our cooperation and our confidence, and above all else, our belief in each other. And it will rely on a government dedicated and determined to confront challenges ignored for too long and to seize the opportunities that won't wait for us any longer. This budget does more than end a wasted decade, a decade marked by energy chaos, a crisis in aged care, skills shortages and stagnant wages, and not enough to show for $1 trillion in debt. It does more than draw a line under the drift, decline and decay that defined it. It begins to put things right. It begins to build a better future that befits our people and the sacrifices that they make for each other. A future we can all have a stake in, all sharing in its success. A stronger, more resilient Australia, with more opportunities for more people in more parts of our amazing country. I commend the budget and the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. Give the call to the leader of the I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of the Appropriation Bill No. 1, 2022 to 2023. And I call the Minister.
For the information of honourable members, I present the following documents in connection with the budget of 2022-23. The Budget Strategy and Outlook, the Budget Measures, the Federal Financial Relations, Agency Resourcing. I also present the following ministerial statements: the Women's Budget Statement and the Regional Ministerial Budget Statement, investing in our regions with purpose and integrity.
And I call the Assistant Treasurer.
I present the Appropriation Bill No. 2 of 2022-23 and the explanatory memorandum. The Appropriation Bill...
Just a moment, Minister. Sorry. I'll just call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to appropriate money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for certain expenditure and for related purposes.
And now I call the Assistant Treasurer.
The Appropriation Bill No. 2 of 2022-23, together with the Appropriation Bill No. 1 of 2022-23 and the Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 1 of 2022-23, are the budget bills for the 2022-23 financial year, incorporating the decisions outlined in the 2022-23 October budget.
Just get the Assistant Treasurer to move that the bill be now read a second time.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. It's the first Labor budget in nearly a decade, a budget that builds a better future, and a budget I and all of those who sit on this side of the House are extremely proud of. It's a responsible budget that delivers on the Albanese Labor government's election commitments, delivering targeted cost of living relief and investing in Australia's future. The Appropriation Bill No. 2 of 2022-23 seeks approval for appropriations from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of approximately $3.6 billion. This represents funding for endorsed March 2022 budget measures, the 2022 election commitments and other decisions taken by the government in the October 2022 budget. The Supply Act No. 2 of 2022-23 contains broadly 5/12 of the estimated 2022-23 annual appropriations, which are required to support services that are not the ordinary annual services of government, such as capital works and services, payments to or for states, territories and local government authorities, equity injections and funding for new administered outcomes not previously endorsed by the Parliament. The balance of supply appropriations, representing broadly 7/12 of the 2022-23 annual appropriations, is included in Supply Bill No. 4 of 2022-23, which is part of the additional 2022-23 supply bills that were introduced into the Parliament concurrently with the budget bills on the 25th of October 2022. Together with the Supply Act No. 2 of 2022-23 and the Supply Bill No. 4 of 2022-23 currently before the Parliament, this bill presents a complete view of the proposed annual appropriations for services that are not the ordinary annual services of government for 2022-23 financial year. This bill provides appropriations that support the following significant items in the October 2022 budget. 1. The Department of Health and Aged Care will receive approximately $1.1 billion of which $770 million is provided for additional COVID-19 purchases such as vaccines, treatments and personal protective equipment. Number 2, the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts will receive $791.5 million. This includes $495 million in equity for Air Services Australia as part of the COVID-19 response package to continue to provide critical air navigation, air traffic control, aviation fire and rescue services across Australia, and $328 million in equity to upgrade the national broadband network to deliver fibre-ready access to a further 1.5 million premises by late 2025. 3. The Department of Climate Change, Energy and the Environment and Water will receive approximately $538 million, which includes funding of $500 million for the Rewiring the Nation measure to expand and modernise the Australian electricity grid. The bill also contains an advance to the Finance Minister provision of $3.6 billion to provide the government with the capacity to allocate additional appropriations for urgent and unforeseen expenditure. $3 billion of the AFM provision is set aside for COVID-19 and natural disaster or other national emergency response-related expenditure, and $600 million for other urgent, general and unforeseen expenditure. These AFM provisions are similar to those currently included in the Supply Act No. 2 of 22-23, except to expand the current provisions that are statutorily limited to COVID-19 related expenditure to also support natural disaster and other natural emergency response-related expenditure. This expansion has been proposed in light of the recent flood events and would enable the government to make funding available for responses to events such as flood and fire in a timely manner, should the circumstances require. We all hope that they do not. Once the bill commences, the AFM provisions in the Supply Act No. 2 of 2022-23 would no longer be available for allocation. Now, in light of the size of the AFM, the strong accountability and transparency arrangements that have been put in place since the March 2020 will be continued, including a regular media release in weeks when the AFMs are issued, which reports and reconciles the use of the AFM provision. Details of the proposed expenditure are set out in the schedules to the bill, the explanatory memorandum and the updated 2022-23 portfolio budget statements tabled in Parliament in relation to the October 2022 budget. I commend this bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned, and I give the call to the member for Fadden seeking the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Before I join the debate, I'll have some brief remarks. I rise to speak on the supply. Clerk?
No, I'm asking if I'm calling the debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
Thank you. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, appropriation for the purposes of the Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 1, 2022 to 2023. I call the Assistant Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 1 of 2022-23 and the explanatory memorandums.
I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to appropriate money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for expenditure in relation to the parliamentary departments and for related purposes.
And I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. The Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 1 of 2022-23 provides appropriations for new decisions taken by government in the October 2022 budget for the operations of the parliamentary departments. This bill seeks approval for appropriations from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of approximately $19.2 million. The Supply Parliamentary Departments Act No. 1 of 2022-23 contains broadly 5/12 of the estimated 2022-23 annual appropriations which are required to support the operations of the parliamentary departments. The balance of appropriations representing broadly 7/12 of the 2022-23 annual appropriations is included in the Supply Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2 of 2022-23, which is part of the additional 2022-23 supply bills that were introduced into Parliament concurrently with the budget bills on 25 October 2022, together with the Supply and Parliamentary Departments Act No. 1 of 2022-23 and the Supply Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2 of 2022, which is currently before the Parliament. This bill presents a complete view of the proposed annual appropriations for the expenditure of the parliamentary departments for the financial year of 2022-23. The bill proposes appropriations, importantly, in a matter which I know will be of interest to the crossbench, of parliamentary services of approximately $19.2 million, including $4.2 million to support its operations, including to increase the capacity of the Parliamentary Library to support parliamentarians with advice and research, and to increase Hansard and broadcasting services staffing levels to support increased parliamentary committee activity. I'm sure all members of this House will agree with me when I comment in passing the excellent work that these departments do on behalf of all members of Parliament. The details of the proposed expenditure are set out in the schedule to the bill, the explanatory memorandum and the updated 2022-23 portfolio budget statements tabled in the Parliament in relation to the October 2022 budget. I commend the bills to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned, and I give the call to the member for Fadden.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of the Supply Bill No. 3, 2022 to 2023. And I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. I present Supply Bill No. 3 of 2022-23 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the ordinary annual services of the government and for related purposes.
And I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
Thanks again, Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. The Supply Bill No. 3 of 2022-23, together with the Supply Bill No. 4 of 2022-23 and Supply Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2 of 2022-23, seek appropriations to facilitate the continuation of ongoing government business. The Supply Bill No. 3 of 2022-23 provides annual appropriations for proposed expenditure on the ordinary annual services of a government for broadly the last 7 months of 2022-23 financial year, of course. The annual appropriations for expenditure on the ordinary annual services of government for broadly the first 5 months of 2022-23 were provided by the Supply Act No. 1 of 2022-23. The Supply Bill No. 3 of 2022-23 seeks approval for appropriations from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of just under $49 billion. Importantly, this bill must be passed this sitting week to provide certainty of supply for the ongoing business of government for the remainder of 2022-23, thereby ensuring the continuity of program and service delivery. The appropriations bill, the appropriations, I should say, proposed in this bill provide an estimated 7/12 of the 2022-23 annual appropriations, which are broadly based on the March 2022 budget estimates and adjusted for a small number of programs and entities that received more than 5/12 of their annual appropriations in the 2022-23 Supply Acts. This was to provide flexibility for the selected entities to manage uneven expenditure early in the financial year. The bill reflects the structure of government in line with the Administrative Arrangements Orders, which commenced on the 1st of July this calendar year. I wish to emphasise that this bill seeks only to provide funding for the ongoing business of government for the remainder of the 2022-23 financial year. Therefore, no new decisions taken in the October 2022 budget are included in this bill. This arrangement enables conventional parliamentary processes, including the forthcoming Senate estimate hearings, to be followed prior to the enactment of the budget appropriation bills by Parliament. The bill does not contain a provision for an advance to the Finance Minister, the AFM, because the AFM provisions in the Supply Act No. 1 of 2022-23, being $2 billion for COVID-19 related expenditure and $400 million for other urgent and unforeseen expenditure, will continue pending the passage of Budget Appropriation Bill No. 1. Now, details of the proposed expenditure are set out in the schedule to the bill, the explanatory memorandums and the updated 2022-23 portfolio budget statements tabled a short while ago in relation to the October 22 budget. I commend the bill to this chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned. I give the call to the member for Fudden.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be now adjourned. I put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The debate is adjourned. Is leave granted for the debate to be resumed at a later hour this day? Call the member for Fudden.
Leave is granted.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. Put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of the Supply Bill No. 4, 2022-2023, and I call the Minister.
Thanks again, Speaker. I present Supply Bill No. 4 of 2022-23 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to appropriate money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for certain expenditure and for related purposes.
To call the Assistant Treasurer.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. Excuse me. The Supply Bill No. 4 of 2022-23, along with the Supply Bill No. 3 of the same year and the Supply Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2 of the same year, seeks appropriations to facilitate the continuation of ongoing government business. Now, the Supply Bill No. 4 of 2022-23 provides for an annual appropriations that are not for the ordinary annual services of government, such as capital works and services, payments to the states and territories and local governments, and for equity injections for broadly the last 7 months of 2022-23. Annual appropriations that are not for the ordinary annual services of government for broadly the first 5 months of 2022-23 were provided by the Supply Act No. 2 of 2022-23. This bill seeks approval for appropriations from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of just under $10 billion. Again, the bill must be passed in this sitting week to provide certainty of supply for the ongoing business of government for the remainder of 2022-23, thereby ensuring the continuity of program and service delivery. The appropriations proposed in this bill provide an estimated 7/12 of the 2022-23 annual appropriations, which are broadly based on the March 2022 budget estimates and adjusted for a small number of programs and entities that received more than 5/12 of their annual appropriations in the 2022-23 Supply Acts. This was to provide flexibility for the selected entities to manage uneven expenditure early in this financial year. The bill reflects the structure of government in line with the new administrative arrangement orders, which commenced on the 1st of July this year. As with the Supply Bill No. 3, this bill seeks only to provide funding for the ongoing business of government for the remainder of this financial year. Therefore, no new decisions taken in the October 22 budget are included in this bill. This arrangement enables conventional parliamentary processes alluded to before, including Senate estimate hearings, to be followed prior to the enactment of the October 2022 budget appropriations bills by the Parliament. The Supply Act No. 2 of this financial year established debit limits for general purpose financial assistance and national partnership payments under the Federal Financial Relations Act of 2009 for the full 2022-23 financial year. Therefore, no further debit limits have been included in this bill. The bill does not contain a provision for an advance to the Finance Minister, the AFM. The AFN provisions in the Supply Act No. 2 of 22-23 being $3 billion, as I mentioned earlier, for the COVID-19 related expenditure and $600 million for other urgent and unforeseen expenditure will continue pending the passage of Appropriation Bill No. 2. Now, details of the proposed expenditures are set out in the schedules of the bill, the explanatory memorandum and the updated 2022-23 portfolio budget statements tabled in relation to the October 2022 budget. I commend the bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned. I give a call to the member for Fadden.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The debate is adjourned. Is leave granted for the debate to be resumed at a later hour this day? Call the member for Fadden.
Leave is granted.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of the Supply Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2, 2022-23, and I call the Assistant Treasurer.
I present the Supply Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2 of 2022-23 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to appropriate money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for expenditure in relation to the parliamentary departments and for related purposes.
I give a call to the Assistant Treasurer.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. The Supply Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2 of 2022-23 provides appropriations for broadly the last 7 months of the financial year for the operations of the Department of the Senate, the Department of the House of Representatives, the Department of Parliamentary Services and the Parliamentary Budget Office. The bill seeks approval for appropriations from consolidated revenue of approximately $155 million. The appropriations proposed in this bill provide an estimated 7/12 of the 2022-23 annual appropriations, which are broadly based on the March 2022 budget estimates. The bill must be passed in this sitting week to provide certainty of supply for the parliamentary departments for the remainder of the 2022-23 financial year, thereby ensuring the continuity of the Parliament's operations. As with the other additional 2022-23 supply bills, I emphasise that this bill seeks only to provide funding for the ongoing business of government for the remainder of the financial year. Therefore, no new decisions taken in this October budget are included in this bill. This arrangement enables conventional parliamentary processes that I've described in earlier debates to occur prior to the enactment of the October 2022 budget appropriation bills by the Parliament. The details of the proposed expenditure are set out in the schedule to the bill, the explanatory memorandum and the updated 2022-23 portfolio budget statements tabled in relation to the October 22 budget. I commend the bill to the chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned, and I give the call to the member for Fadden.
I move the debate be adjourned.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. The debate is adjourned. Is leave granted for the debate to be resumed at a later hour this day? And I call the member for Fadden.
Leave's granted.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day. Supply Bill No. 3, 2022-2023.
I understand it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Supply Bill No. 4, 2022-2023 and the Supply Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2, 2022-2023. There being no objection, the Chair will allow that course to be followed. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will be very brief. Considering the lateness of the hour, I rise to speak on the cognate debate on Supply Bill No. 3, No. 4 and Supply Parliamentary Departments Bill. The opposition will support the passage of the bills in accordance with convention. It's important that the appropriate functions of government continue and departments are resourced to effectively carry out their duties when the examination of the appropriation bills through parliamentary processes means there is the inevitable delay of their passage. And can I say from my cursory look, Mr Speaker, there is a lot for us to examine. Labor have confirmed under their government that growth will be lower, unemployment will be higher, inflation will be higher for longer, electricity and gas prices will be higher, instant asset write-off for small businesses will end. There is indeed a lot to examine, especially on behalf of the 150,000 Australians who will find themselves unemployed because of this budget. What's missing is a coherent plan to bring down the cost of living. We've heard lots of announcements, lots of bundling together of election promises, just not a coherent plan. Now, it could be, Mr Speaker, that once the examination through the appropriation, or once the examination of the appropriation bills has progressed through the House and considered by the other place, a plan may indeed miraculously appear, but I remain not very optimistic. In the meantime, of course, we will support the passage of the supply bills in keeping with convention, and I look forward to further debate on the issues at hand.
And I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I move that all words after that be omitted with a view to substitute the following words. While not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House notes 1. That the budget gives a $9,000 per year tax cut to billionaires and locks in the $254 billion Stage 3 tax cuts for the wealthy. 2, calls on the Labor government to repeal the Stage 3 tax cuts and provide cost of living relief that will make people's lives better, including by putting dental and mental health into Medicare, building more affordable housing and making childcare free. Mr Speaker, people in Australia in the election in May voted for change, but so much of this budget is more of the same. We've been told that energy prices are going to go up by over 50% over the next 2 years, but at the same time gas corporations are recording record profits. We've been told that revenue from gas into the government coffers is going to decrease by hundreds of millions of dollars in the same year and in the same period as one of the biggest gas booms in our history. We're told that rents are going to skyrocket, but there is no action on capping or freezing rents. We're told that the shortage of public housing is going to increase over this period, and yet the only investment the government is making in public and community housing is the 20,000 homes over the next 5 years, which doesn't even match the annual increase. We're told that unemployment is going to be up, and yet the perversity of it is that we all sat here hearing the Treasurer talk about a sensible budget, tough choices, but everyone in this place is going to get an extra $9,000 a year once the Stage 3 tax cuts come into effect. What are the tough choices that we're all making here? What are the tough choices that the billionaires and millionaires that are going to get the $9,000 an extra year out of the Stage 3 tax cuts? We've been told that life in Australia is going to get tougher over the next few years, that the cost of living is going to go up, that real wages are going to stagnate, but at the same time we are going to continue to see record corporate profits. And not only that, but those same people that are making those record profits are going to get an extra $9,000 a year. Once again, I return to that question that is asked time and again, which is why on earth do people in here wonder why people don't like politicians? Because time and again we are told that the parameters for what's possible in politics are narrow. That we could, for instance, step up and build hundreds of thousands of good quality public homes over the next few years. We could scrap the Stage 3 tax cuts and bring dental and mental health into Medicare. We could bring forward the paid parental leave scheme to right now so hundreds of thousands of extra parents could benefit. We could make childcare universal and free right now if we scrap the Stage 3 tax cuts. Mr Speaker, the amendment we're moving tonight is to highlight the hypocrisy of a government that claims to care about ordinary people but gives $9,000 of extra a year to the politicians in this place who are already well overpaid, to the billionaires who already have enough, and takes money away from the people that are doing it tough. That's why we're moving this amendment, and those are the people that are doing it tough right now, who the Greens will be fighting for over the next 3 years.
Is the amendment seconded?
Thank you, Speaker. I second the amendment.
And reserve your right to speak. Thank you, Member for Ryan. If it suits the House, the original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Griffith has moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. There are different times in this place where either side of politics or the crossbench will do something that's ostensibly viewed as a bit of a stunt to highlight an issue, and I respect that. But I've never seen one like this. The impact, if this were to be carried, is to negate the bill. That's what happens. A second reading amendment, if it were to be carried, would negate the bill. That would mean, at best, we would have to try this again tomorrow for a bill which is not on the notice paper for tomorrow. If leave were not granted, for example, or even if we were to have leave granted, we then have a problem with transmission and whether or not it gets to the Senate in time tomorrow for them to be able to deal with it. That puts in jeopardy the wages of everyone who works in this building serving us. That puts in jeopardy the wages of every public servant, including, I might add, the public servants delivering the exact sorts of payments that the member might want to refer to. The public servants delivering Centrelink payments are dependent right now on the amendment that was just being moved by the Greens failing. Right now, the stunt that has been moved is to say to the people who work for us in this building, who make this place operate, who we rely on, for the people who every individual on the payment system in Australia relies on, that for the sake of an extra bit of debating at 8:30 at night on budget night after the press gallery have largely gone home, willing to play a game at putting at risk the wages of every one of those people for the operation of government. What's in front of us right now, I've got to say, is extraordinary. And in terms of stunts, there are plenty of bills where you can move a second reading amendment. But to pick supply? To actually pick people's wages who work for the Commonwealth is something that I thought the sort of arguments as to whether supply would be jeopardised in Australia were dispensed quite some decades ago. And if it were to come back, it had not occurred to me that it might be members of the Green Party who'd raise it. Be in no doubt, it's not like I'm providing something that isn't readily available. It's there in practice where, when on the one occasion a second reading amendment has been agreed to, and it was because the people on this side of the table, neither of whom are in the parliament anymore, weren't paying attention, and for the bill it was on, there was no consequence in the timing, there was no urgency. Yeah, but it was fun. It was a stunt. It was a bill where you could do it without jeopardising people's lives in any way. But the Speaker ruled that the amendment had been validly passed and proceedings on the bill should have ceased at that point. Like, you really want to put that forward? Really? Of all the different things that we can put in jeopardy and be willing to play some game of chicken with each other, don't choose the wages of the people who run the public service. Don't choose the wages of the people who deliver the payment system. Don't choose the wages of the people who run this building and who we all ask to help us every single day we're here. So there are plenty of times, and I'll roll with the punches on different stunts when they're taken. But this one's just low. It's just low doing that on a supply bill. Because I can tell you what, your wages won't be affected by this one. They're covered elsewhere. You'll be fine. But each time someone opens a door or welcomes you through security or cleans your office, each time someone who you talk to who relies on the payment system, each time someone wants a government service, don't forget this night. Don't forget that a political point was worth threatening their jobs and their wages. This place is not a university SRC. What happens here is real. What happens here affects the whole of the nation. And what is being tried on right now, for the sake of a debate, is a game of chicken on people's wages who deserve better. They deserve better from each and every one of us in here. I commend people, when this comes to the vote, to oppose the amendment. And can I say, at that moment, do not call for a division and risk that we don't get this done tomorrow, because if we don't, the Senate doesn't sit again until the 21st of November. The impact is real. He'll get paid. But this is one of the silliest, most childish things I've seen. So, in that last moment, don't call for a division, because of all the stunts I've seen in my time here, I've never seen someone threaten people's wages in the way that's just been done.
The immediate question is the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fatton.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Coalition, I committed to the Government of the day that we would progress this expeditiously in line with Westminster Convention in the time outlined by the Government, and the Opposition will hold to that, regardless of what the party of the Greens do or not do. Can I say to the House, it is normally an extraordinary thing for a party to do where the opposition will stand in solidarity with the government. It is a rare thing when it comes to stunts in this place. Manager of Government Business and I have been doing this for a long time, decade and a half, and we've had our fair shares of wins and fights. But neither of us can remember a time when a rookie error like this was made. There is a time for every season under the sun, not just in life but in this House. There is a time for standing up for what we believe in quite passionately and moving and using forms of the House for that. I even applaud the member for Watson for the great stunt where his team snuck off to the airport but didn't quite sneak off, whilst our side did and then came back in, and 3 or 4 raucous hours of stunts. It was something. Glorious, not a word I would use, Manager of Government Business. But, sorry, Leader of the House. But the issue is one of consequence, and the issue one of form and what was being done. Heaven forbid my first question time in this place was when one Prime Minister Rudd, led by, I think, your Leader of the House, or was the current Prime Minister Leader of the House, when a cardboard cutout of the Prime Minister was brought in.
I just remind you that you've already spoken in the debate. I need you to address your remarks to the amendment.
The House can deal with these issues where it is of little consequence apart from making a point. The issue the party of Greens has raised, and we'll take it, I think, as read that it's a rookie error and move on, is one of enormous consequence. And I'd seek the maturity of the House, probably on behalf of the Leader of the House and I, for us just to move on and get this important part of the bills done with tonight.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the ordinary annual services of the government and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? I call the member for Fadden.
Leave's granted.
And I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
I move this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the ordinary annual services of the government and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day. Supply Bill No. 4, 2022-2023. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to appropriate money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for certain expenditure and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Call the member for Fadden.
Leave's granted.
Call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to appropriate money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for certain expenditure and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day. Supply Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2, 2022-2023. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to appropriate money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for expenditure in relation to the parliamentary departments and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? I call the member for Fadden.
Leave's granted.
Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And give the call to the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to appropriate money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for expenditure in relation to the parliamentary departments and for related purposes.
And I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.